Chapter 1207. The morning in the Rosaline region had arrived when the first ray of sunlight shone on the surface of the Qiuzongs River. Even though the hills in the distance were still shrouded in a thin layer of morning fog, the crisp chirping of birds could be heard from the forest behind the fog. It was so peaceful that it was hard to believe that a battle of life and death had taken place here just a night ago. If it were not for the caravan's broken carriages and the remains of the monsters that were exposed to the cold morning breeze, the number of corpses on the ground would have been much lower. But the number of corpses around the camp was much less than last night. Brendel ordered Nathaniel's men to bury the rest of the corpses in the nearby forest, leaving only 7 or 8 corpses that were relatively intact. After all, it was too eye-catching for more than 100 monsters to die here. If the Knight of Rosaline found them, there would be no way to explain it. Na-Exine only thought of this after a while. He originally wanted to use this incident as a topic of conversation, but after that, he issued a gag order and strictly ordered his men not to speak of what happened that night. He lacked trust in his thugs and desperados, but when it came to their lives, they were definitely smart enough to use their brains. The people who had escaped the previous night were found one after another. Some of their corpses were found on the banks of the Qiuzongs River. In fact, they were not far from the camp. They had not even run a few hundred meters before the monsters caught up and tore them apart. A few of them were lucky enough to escape, but they would not dare to return to Rosaline City in a short period of time. After all, the scavengers only had one way to deal with those who abandoned their comrades, and that was to chop off their limbs and throw them into the wilderness. These traitors would be wanted, and they would either have to live the rest of their lives incognito and leave this profession forever, or they would simply head to the Swift Plains and seek an opportunity to stand out in that chaotic region. Of course, there were even more people who chose to walk down this path and disappeared from people's sight forever. Brando watched as Na-Exine and his men were busy digging holes in the forest. They then transported the corpses of the monsters in a carriage, threw them into the holes, covered them with soil, and used grass and shrubs as camouflage. Everything was done perfectly, as if they often did this kind of thing. As for what they buried, it was hard to say. Anyway, it was definitely not the corpses of monsters. In fact, Brendel did not think that there was a need to go through so much trouble. He just wanted to avoid as much trouble as possible. If Rosaline's knights really found out, then it was not a big deal. Even if Rosaline's lord was Rosaline's lord, what could he do to him? Of course, he could see that Na-Exine and his men were trying to please him. But this was also good. Sometimes, respect was better than gratitude, especially for these desperados. Around 7 or 8 o'clock, the sun began to shine brightly, dispersing the fog, but the caravan still showed no signs of leaving. That was because Na-Exine and his men were still arguing about how to get to Rosaline. Too many carriages were damaged, and they could not transport all the black crystals. Since the attack the night before, no one wanted to stay in the wilderness, but they could not bear to throw away the extra black crystals. This predicament made these scavengers feel troubled. They first approached Mr. Liu, hoping to borrow a carriage from him, but Mr. Liu rejected them without hesitation. So they could only give up. After all, these desperados did not dare to bargain with a swordsman in the celestial realm. Brando could easily help these people. After all, he had the floating sphere that Tata gave him, which was a spatial equipment of a higher grade than the dimension hole. Not to mention a few tons of black crystals, he could even store the entire convoy in it effortlessly. However, he did not say anything because he knew very well what these smugglers were like. Whether they were in Erewhon or the border between Madara and Nine Phoenix, all of them were notorious and had a bad reputation. Why would a normal person do this? Although they had saved his life, he had also saved their lives, so they could be considered to be even. Just the debt of their lives was enough to make them die 10,000 times over. Even death could not wipe out their crimes. However, Brendel would not go on a killing spree just because of this. He did not consider himself a judge. Even if the Silver Queen's beliefs were different from his, it was because she had schemed against him and the people around him. He had no choice but to retaliate. Maybe these people deserved to die, but it was not up to him to judge them. At least, they did not expect him to take the initiative to help them. Besides, using the things that Miss Tata gave him to help these people was a blasphemy to Brando. He glanced at these guys who were arguing with each other and began to feel a little impatient. Initially, he was hoping that these local bullies could bring him into Rosaline City, but now he had to find a more direct way. He found Mr. Liu and Huang Hua and told them that he was in a hurry. This time, Mr. Liu did not refuse at all. They told him that they had wanted to leave long ago, but were waiting for him to make a decision. This made Brando feel a little flattered, but he also knew that this kind of respect came from the fear of the powerful strength that he had displayed last night. Although the Jade Phoenix family did not need his help, under the circumstances where there was no conflict of interest, anyone would understand the difference between being on good terms with a powerhouse and offending one. But just as the three of them were about to leave, Brando was surprised to see a group of humans on the other side of the Qiuzong's river. It was a group of knights who were wearing shiny silver armor and riding wingless dragons. The tip of their spears carried a swallow-tailed flag with the emblem of a crown. According to some information that Xianxia had told him about Rosaline, he could tell at a glance that these knights should be the subordinates of Lord Rosaline. Brando could not help but be stunned for a moment. He did not expect to see Rosaline's knights patrolling here. When these knights saw Brando, Xianxia and the rest, they could not help but be surprised. Brando saw these people tightening their reins to slow down the speed of the wingless dragons. They seemed to be discussing something with each other. Then, a person stepped out of the crowd and came to the Qiuzong's river. He shouted at them across the river. "Martha above, which group are you from?" "What group?" Brando was about to turn around and ask Xianxia, but he saw that the scavengers had stopped arguing when the Knight of Rosaline appeared. Xianxia walked out from the crowd and looked at him apologetically. He probably realized that his previous behavior might have been a little rude and had offended this lord. However, greed could always blind people. For desperados like them, there was nothing they could do about it. He walked past Brando and looked at the knight on the other side of the river as if he was trying to figure out who they were. However, it was a little difficult to do this with a full body armor and an airtight metal mask. In the end, he could only answer tentatively, "I am Xianxia, the Xianxia of Panlinda, the lords on the other side." "Camel Xianxia, so it's you. Oh my god. We thought you were not coming back." Before the leading knight could answer, his men behind him started to clamor. Some of them even opened their masks, revealing unshaven and weather-beaten faces. However, Brando noticed that their eyes were shining. Most of them were scanning the carriages of the caravan like some greedy reptiles inspecting their treasures. Xianxia's eyesight was not bad either. He could not help but curse when he saw the situation. He knew that he was going to have to pay a huge price this time. Although in Rosaline's territory, the army and the smugglers mostly maintained a tacit understanding in private, and as long as they crossed the Qiuzong's river, the army would not confiscate the smugglers' goods. After all, the overlord of Rosaline also knew that the prosperity of his territory was inseparable from the scavengers. However, it was a little different this time. First of all, the business on the dark road had been completely cut off. Perhaps these knights were not afraid of killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. After all, there would be no more chickens or eggs from now on. Secondly, the most important thing was that many of his carriages were damaged. He had no choice but to ask for help from these knights, which gave them an excuse to extort a sum of money. When the strange monsters attacked, Xianxia could not wait for the Rosaline knight to appear in front of him immediately. However, at this moment, he could only curse his bad luck. He could only hope that they did not appear. He glanced at Brando and Mr. Liu and could not help but feel a little regretful. If he had not offended these lords earlier, he might have been able to rely on them to say a few words. He hated himself for being too greedy. However, at this moment, the knight on the other side of the river noticed Brando and the others. It was hard not to notice that although Rosaline was close to the Nine Phoenix, he was not a Nine Phoenix. At least, the equipment and style of these knights that Brando saw were not much different from the knights that he had seen in Erewhon and Cruz. There might be some differences in the decorative style of their clothes, weapons, and armor, but they were generally more of a Western-style knight. But these knights were not white people with obvious characteristics like Kurlutz or Farnazane. In fact, they were shorter, had thick brown hair, and darker skin. They were more similar to Nazan and the others, but Brendel could tell at a glance that there was a big difference between them and Brendel. Therefore, at a glance, they could see Mr. Liu and Huang Hua, who were dressed very strongly in the aura of the Nine Phoenix. Needless to say, their black hair and black eyes were enough to be eye-catching in any place other than the Nine Phoenix. Secondly, Brando, a foreigner, was even rarer than the Nine Phoenix people. After all, there would still be merchants and swordsmen from the Nine Phoenix coming and going in Rosaline. The people from Cruz and Erewhon were rarely seen in 10,000 years. Chapter 1208. The knight was stunned. The people of the Nine Phoenixes were of a higher status even in Rosaline and Swift Plains. So why would they mix with these scavengers? Even though he knew that Xian was half Nine Phoenix, he was a fugitive and had nothing to do with the Nine Phoenix bloodline. As for the foreigner, he could not help but take a few more glances at him. Even though the person beside the Lord was also a foreigner, he seemed to be different from this young man. But as soon as he met Brendel's gaze, he almost fell off the dragon's back. At that moment, he seemed to have an illusion, as if the whole world was spinning and was about to be sucked into the depths of the young man's eyes. He jumped in fright, thinking that there was something wrong with his body. But at the very least, his eyes no longer dared to wander back and forth between them. He only asked Xian loudly. He asked Xian, "These people are all your subordinates?" Xian turned to look at Brendel and the others. He knew that the other party had already noticed Brendel and Mr. Liu. He thought for a moment and replied, "Yes, my lords. They are the new subordinates that I recruited for this mission. You know how dangerous the underworld is right now." The knight could not help but laugh coldly. "Xian, are you crazy? Do you know the consequences of harboring an unknown person into Rosaline?" Xian's heart skipped a beat. Of course he knew, but he had his own plans. Previously, they had left a bad impression on Brando, and whether or not they could change this impression depended on this gamble. He was indeed gambling because if Brando did not accept his kindness, then his fate would be a little worrying. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and licked his lips. "Knight, my lords, I dare not lie to you." The knight immediately scolded him. They were not idiots, so how could they let this guy lie with his eyes wide open? However, the leader of the night calmed down. He knew the temperament of the vultures on the underworld very well. They would not act unless they saw a rabbit. These people would not dare to offend the Lord of Rosaline. Xian was so stubborn that he obviously had something to rely on. Thinking of this, he could not help but look at Brando again. The terrifying experience from before had reminded him to be cautious. He obviously did not expect that his caution at this moment would at least save him a huge trouble. Just as he was about to ask something, he saw the young man on the other side of the river walk behind Xian and gently pat his shoulder. Xian, on the other hand, was stunned. He turned to look at Brando and almost thought that he had misheard. "My lord, what did you say?" "There is no need to hide it. Tell them the truth, but remember not to tell them what happened last night. I will not help you, and I will not offend the knight for you. If you want to settle them, at least half of the goods in your carriage, do you understand?" Brando repeated. Seeing that Xian was stunned, he added softly, "Don't be too greedy. This is good for you. You should know that money or your life is more important." Xian pursed his dry lips and nodded in a daze, as if he was thinking about the meaning of Brando's words. However, at the critical moment, he finally showed the decisiveness of the underworld scavengers. He nodded heavily and said, "I will listen to you, my lord." Brando nodded. In fact, he could see that the Rosaline knight's purpose was actually the goods in the carriage. The previous question was just an excuse. In the past, if someone bluffed in front of him and used him as an excuse to threaten and blackmail him, he might not be able to resist the urge to teach them a lesson. Just like what he did in the game. However, at this time, he calmed down. It was as if after the battle with the Dusk and the meeting with the Roman in the dream, he felt that his mentality had changed. His way of looking at problems seemed to have changed as well. In the past, he only wanted to realize his dreams and make up for the regrets of the past. However, at this moment, he felt more of a heavy responsibility. Just like the words that Ondina repeated to him time and time again. He used to think that Amandina was a little too old-fashioned and inflexible. Now that he thought about it, perhaps he was too naive and childish. There was no freedom in this world, especially for people who changed the fate of others. Recklessness was an irresponsibility because every decision you made was no longer a matter of a single person. If he did not understand this point, perhaps he would really lose Romaine and everyone else forever. At this moment, he finally had the spirit of a lord that belonged to Tonagel and Abes. Just like the night before, he ordered Xian and the others to bury the bodies of the monsters. If it was in the past, he would not have bothered to do such a thing. Because he knew that he was just a passerby and might never return to Rosaline. Naturally, he did not need to worry about whether his strength would be known and coveted by others. What kind of player would clean up the scene after killing the monsters? Even when he broke out of the encirclement in Fortress Reden, He did not do that. However, at this moment, the first thing that came to his mind was to be cautious. Only by being cautious could he better protect himself and the people around him. After receiving the order, Xianxia went to negotiate with the Knights of Rosaline. Just as Brando expected, these knights were only interested in the goods of the caravan. When they knew that Xianxia's caravan was attacked by monsters and needed their help, these knights could not help but smile. They immediately forgot about Brando, Mr. Liu, and Phoenix Hua's identities. After all, Rosaline had not changed the ban, and they would still have to bear a lot of risk if they were to forcefully attack near the Qiuzong's river. However, now that these smugglers needed their help, it could not be better. As long as the price was agreed, everything was negotiable. If there was no need to fight, no one would be willing to use force. Everyone knew that the scavengers on the dark road were not to be trifled with. However, compared to the others, the leader of the knights seemed to be calmer. When he heard that Xian and the rest were attacked by monsters last night, Brando noticed that his expression changed. He quickly asked, "You were attacked? How many monsters were there?" As soon as he asked, the other knight reacted and looked over, as if they were looking for the corpses of the monsters near the caravan's campsite. No matter how slow Xian was, he could vaguely sense something when he saw this scene. He could not help but secretly look at Brando with admiration. In fact, he and his men did not even think about this problem. They wanted to use the corpses of the monsters as something to brag about. However, he did not know that Brando was also rejoicing at this moment. It seemed that Rosaline had indeed been attacked. If he had not buried the corpses, the news of him killing hundreds of monsters alone would have spread throughout the region in the blink of an eye. He did not know how big of a commotion that would have been. It was only at this moment that he felt that he had made the right choice to be more cautious. Xian's thoughts flashed through his mind. He quickly repeated the lies that Brando had taught them previously. Although the number of monsters attacking the caravan with 7 or 8 monsters was a lot, at least it was still within an acceptable range. However, they did not expect that after Xian finished speaking, the knight's expression became very strange. He could not help but ask, 7 or 8 monsters? Are you sure? Of course, Xian replied. My lords, how could I joke about this matter with you? The corpses of these monsters are still here. I was wondering why there were so many monsters around Rosaline. Many? The leader of the night could not help but sneer. You're lucky, Camel. You probably don't know that the monsters attacked Rosaline 3 days ago. At least a few hundred monsters appeared south of the Qiuzong's river. If we had not run fast at that time, you wouldn't be seeing us now. It's good that I don't see you. Xian could not help but curse, but he did not dare to say this out loud. He only said in surprise, What did you say? The monsters attacked Rosaline? How is that possible? Don't they never cross the river? At this point, he could not help but look at Brando. This lord had guessed correctly again. Last night, he had told them that Rosaline might have been attacked by the monsters, but they did not dare to believe it at that time. This was because sometimes habitual thinking was so scary. Brando's expression was normal. He only turned around and exchanged glances with Mr. Liu, who was not far away. In fact, he was not the only one who had guessed that Rosaline might have been attacked. Mr. Liu was the same. However, he knew even more clearly why such a thing had happened. The Twilight Dragon was not completely sealed by Miss Tata and the other two. Just as Bai had said, its will was trying to penetrate this world through the world's crystal wall. The Twilight monsters that were the vanguard would continuously arrive in Wonde and attack the civilized world. In fact, from this moment on, the Twilight War of the Sixth Era had begun. The leading knight was telling Xian about what had happened to Rosaline during this period of time. However, his tone soon became a little strange, as if he had just realized something. Wait, damned camel, did you just say that you were attacked by 7 or 8 monsters? Of course, didn't I say that before? Xian was a little puzzled. He did not understand why the other party was bringing up the past. However, the knight looked at him fiercely and said, Damn it, how dare you joke with me? Your convoy was attacked by 7 or 8 monsters. Do you think you can live to see the next day? Xian could not help but be stunned. He suddenly realized that it was true. He and his subordinates seemed to have subconsciously accepted the fact that the young man had killed hundreds of monsters with a single sword strike. They had subconsciously forgotten that even if it was just one monster, It would be extremely difficult for them to fight against it. He seemed to have only just realized that even if it was just one monster, it should have the strength of a gold rank. Then this young man. Who exactly was he? Na Xian seemed to be stumped by the question. He could not help but turn around and look at Brando with a strange expression. P.S. Today in the group, I wrote a little drama about Haru's welfare. Let's put it after the main text. I originally wanted to put it in the acceptance speech, but I realized that the acceptance speech was limited to 500 words. As for the cute boy or whatever, that was definitely not my intention. Of course, don't privately message me to ask for a book or anything, because I am a person with healthy thoughts and moral integrity. His sparkling skin exuded a delicate luster under the moonlight. This was a well-proportioned body. His slender waist and snow-white shoulders seemed to be unable to bear the frailty, hidden under the languid silk satin and complicated lace. Haru's was like an angel. His back facing the light shining down from the rose window, falling on the delicate tips of his ears and fine, smooth collarbone. His long eyelashes trembled slightly like a frightened little beast, hanging with morning dew and teardrops. The little prince's face seemed to be dripping blood. He bit his pale lower lip and slowly lifted the luxurious and exquisite edge of the princess's long dress with both hands. The edge of the dress slowly rose, revealing a pair of slender legs, the color of mutton fat. The rose embroidered on the edge of the stockings like white jade exuded a mysterious color in the darkness, as if the mistress of the manor was waiting for her most distinguished guest. The uniform and soft fat outlined the perfect curve all the way up, revealing the most charming scene between the stockings and the bottom of the dress. It flashed by and was enough to make people feel sorry. But when he looked past her ankles that were as delicate as a work of art, he saw her snow-white feet stepping on a pair of black round-toed leather shoes. The shiny toe of the shoes reflected the majesty of the rose arch window. There was a serene lily nailed to the belt, and the star-like flower buds were blooming under the moonlight. Her toes were clasped tightly, and a pink color appeared on the instep, reflecting the uneasiness in her master's heart. Teacher, is this okay? I can't breathe. The little prince's voice trembled slightly, mixed with the sound of small gasps. The belt is too tight, Brando commented with a professional eye, shaking his head and sighing. And Haru's, this is just a simple cross-dressing. Is there a need to be nervous as if I'm going to do something to you? I'm sorry, teacher. Chapter 1209. After Na Xian's explanation, they understood that the scavengers had killed the monsters with the help of Brando and Mr. Liu. The Knights of Rosaline could not help but look over curiously. After all, no matter where they were, swordsmen of the celestial realm were rare. But that was it. They were the subordinates of Lord Rosaline and would not make a fuss over one or two celestial realm masters. After spending some time negotiating the price, the leader of the night, Kasav, finally led his men across the river from downstream. In less than 15 minutes, they arrived at the Xianxia River and met up with Brando and the rest. As they walked closer, Brando saw that the wingless dragons these people were riding were similar to the bipedal land dragons of the cruise people. Perhaps they were of the same species, but these wingless dragons were covered in a layer of fluffy feathers, which made them more suitable for survival and reproduction in the low-temperature environment of high latitudes. The Knights of Rosaline walked past him with their heads held high. Their arrogant expressions were the same as the other knights he had seen in other regions, but Brando did not mind. He would not stoop to their level. The knights brought a trail of dust to the vicinity of the caravan before tightening their reins and slowing down. When they saw the mountain of black crystals in the camp, their eyes lit up and they whistled. Na Xian hurriedly followed, afraid that these people would break the contract after seeing the wealth. His face was as black as iron, but he heard the leader of the night, Kasav, sitting on his mount, ask, "The battle was intense. Do you need to make such a big fuss just to deal with 7 or 8 monsters?" He sniffed and frowned as he looked at the traces on the battlefield. Na Xian couldn't help but curse inwardly. His lazy subordinates were indeed slacking off. He hurriedly replied, "There were 7 or 8 mutants. If it weren't for the friends we met along the way, you wouldn't have been able to see me." "It's not a good thing to see you," Kasav snorted. Na Xian could only smile apologetically. The wrinkles on her face seemed to have piled up together, making her look like a withered chrysanthemum. Fortunately, Kasav didn't intend to pursue the matter further. He looked around and didn't rush in to grab a handful of black crystals and stuff them into his pocket like his subordinates. He even looked happy and cheerful. After all, he was different from his subordinates, so he had to maintain a bit of cultured and refined aristocratic etiquette, so that his table manners would not be too ugly. Besides, he would not miss out on a portion of the black crystals anyway, and the division of the profits had long been agreed upon. This time, it could be said that he had ruthlessly extorted a huge sum from the other party. He grabbed the reins and placed his gloved hand on the hilt of his sword. He looked at the scavengers in the distance with vigilance. Although he didn't think that these outlaws would dare to come and cause trouble for them, it was a matter of cutting off people's money after all. He knew very well what greed would do to a person. Fortunately, these trash were tactful today. They only looked at them from afar and did not intend to surround them. He felt a little strange and could not help but subconsciously look in the direction of Brando and the 2 9 phoenixes. With one look, he couldn't help but be stunned. Kasav's face revealed a doubtful expression. For a moment, he didn't pay attention to his subordinates. He pulled the reins to turn the ground dragon around and walked over to Mr. Liu and Huang Hua with his chin held high. Who are they? Kasav looked at the two and turned back to ask Narexin. Mr. Liu looked at this guy and narrowed his eyes slightly, but he didn't say anything. Huang Hua stood behind Mr. Liu and looked up at this guy. She held her sword in one hand, and there was no trace of fear in her dark eyes. Of course, a celestial swordswoman had no reason to fear a mere knight. Na-Xian's heart skipped a beat. Last night, he knew that these 2 9 phoenixes were not to be trifled with. He had also ordered the others to keep their mouths shut. Fortunately, everyone knew what the 9 phoenixes meant. They didn't need him to say anything to understand what could be said and what could not be said. But at this time, he was slightly nervous. He wondered if this guy had discovered something. He replied without leaving a trace, "They are my guests. My name is Tormulo. He is also a guest who is traveling with us to Rosaline." "You are from the 9 phoenixes?" Kasav looked back and asked Mr. Liu and Huang Hua, "What are your names?" Huang Hua looked at him as if she was looking at an idiot. She didn't think he had the right to order her to say her name. How noble was the Jade Phoenix family? How could just anyone have the right to make her speak? She couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this guy. She turned around and left. She jumped into her carriage and pulled the curtain behind her. She didn't appear again. "You can go," Mr. Liu replied gently. "There is nothing here." Kasav couldn't help but feel a little suffocated. Judging from the other party's words, it was as if he had come to ask if they needed anything. Kasav's expression changed a few times, but he had a vague idea of what was going on. His intuition was rarely wrong. When these two people spoke, they were pampered and had a condescending attitude. This wasn't something normal people could have. It was very difficult to fake it without long-term training. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of a possibility. He looked at the other party again, then turned around and left without a word. Na-Xian looked over and seemed to feel something. He wanted to go up and explain something, but was stopped by Brando. "What does he mean?" Brando looked in the direction Kasav left and asked Na-Xian. He might have recognized that Mr. Liu and the others are not ordinary. "Sir, Mr. Liu and the others are too obvious. They can't hide from people who are observant." Na-Xian sighed. "Sigh, Kasav's nose is too sharp. If only Benham was the one patrolling today." "So what if he recognized them?" "Nothing much. If they are unlucky, it will be very troublesome. The situation in Swift Plains is very complicated. I can't explain it clearly in a short time." "Sir, but if Mr. Liu and the others get into trouble, I'm afraid we will also suffer." "Suffer?" Brando shook his head. Although he had calmed down a lot, he was not to the extent of being timid. He still didn't think that a mere Lord Rosaline could cause him to suffer. However, he obviously saw much further than this smuggler named Na-Xian. In his opinion, Kasav had obviously sensed something, which was why he deliberately put on this show. This was because when Kasav first saw Phoenix Fire, there was an obvious change in his eyes. Although he concealed it well, it still couldn't escape Celine's eyes. There was obviously something wrong, but Brando didn't intend to take the initiative to say it. First of all, this was Mr. Liu and Phoenix Fire's own business. He didn't need to meddle in other people's business. Moreover, if they really got into trouble, it wasn't too late for him to intervene. The knight seemed to have ignored the existence of a foreigner like him, but this was good. Brando didn't intend to pay attention to them either. After they quickly finished dividing the loot, they temporarily lent a portion of the wingless dragons to Xian. With the help of these knight, the convoy finally got on the road again. At this time, the sun had already crossed the midline of the sky. Even though it was autumn, the sun was still scorching, shining on the banks of the Xianxia River. After the sun dispelled the fog, the visibility in the vicinity became extremely high. Brando rode on a horse borrowed from Mr. Liu, slowly walking alongside the caravan while paying attention to the surrounding environment. Compared to the eyesight of a normal person, he could easily see the ruins and wreckage of the charred village more than 10 miles away. In some places, there was still smoke rising in spirals. The crystal clusters couldn't have caused such destruction. This was obviously the work of the humans. It seemed that the Rosaline people were planning to give up on this land. The strange monsters had defeated Madara in the south of the Bone Field, and now they had appeared in the east of the Xianxia River. The Rosaline people obviously didn't think that they were better at fighting than the spirits. It seemed that the Lord had long planned to retreat to the other side of the strait. It was just that this sudden attack had strengthened the Lord's determination. This was not a wild guess, but a reasonable speculation based on what Nasheen and the others said. But now, it seemed that this speculation was not far from the truth. After Phoenix Fire returned to her carriage, she didn't appear again. She hugged her sword and closed her eyes slightly, as if nothing in the surroundings could affect her mind. The bumpy ride of the carriage did not affect Phoenix Fire's meditation. The ascetic training method of the Jade Phoenix was unimaginable to normal people. When they were meditating, they often needed to train under a waterfall that weighed thousands of pounds. Compared to that, the current environment was not worth mentioning. However, after 15 minutes, she suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were as black as ink, and there seemed to be stars flashing in them. Mr. Liu, what do you want to remind me of? You did very well just now, second lady. After a while, Mr. Liu's low voice came from outside the carriage. The knight just now looked strange. He might have recognized us. How could he recognize us? Has the ghost chariot arrived at Rosaline? Now that I think about it, this is the only possibility left.
So we leaked the news.
I haven't thought about it yet. It's also possible that we were discovered when we left Elm Harbor. They might have guessed our next route and prepared in advance. When did the ghost chariot become so sharp? This is the Swift Plains after all. If it's that person, it's not impossible. Is it the genius of the Ghost Chariot clan that appears once in 1,000 years?
Yes.
Then what should we do next? Are we still going to Rosaline?
We have to.
This is the only place on this side of the strait. I don't know how they knew we would come here and not to Lubeck. Chapter 12:10. After hearing Mr. Liu's words, Huang Hua fell silent. She clearly understood the meaning behind the words, those people. If it weren't for the Starfall incident, we would have gone to Lubeck. I can only say that it's fate. They were lucky enough to win the bet. Mr. Liu rode on his horse and held his sword behind his back. He cupped his hands toward the carriage and said, "But don't worry, Second Mississippi. Since the Phoenix King has entrusted your safety to me, I will definitely protect you."
I believe in Mr. Liu.
Huang Hua nodded slightly. Mr. Liu then bid farewell and left. However, after leaving the carriage, he did not go far. Instead, he rode his horse and chased after Brando, who was not far ahead. "Mr. Liu, please wait." Hearing this voice from behind, Brando was not surprised. He tightened the reins in his hands and slowed down the pace of his horse. He smiled slightly and replied without turning his head, "What can I do for you, Mr. Liu?" Mr. Liu was slightly stunned. He was shocked by Brando's pure Nine Phoenix language. He did not know that Brando had the ability to listen and learn at the same time. Moreover, this language was somewhat similar to the Chinese of the future. Brando was also very familiar with the grammar and the way of writing. At this moment, although he had just invested some skill points into this language, he was already very familiar with it. "Mr. Brando, have you lived in the Nine Phoenix before?"
"Oh no.
But I have a Nine Phoenix friend in Erewhon. Coincidentally, I learned the Nine Phoenix language from her," Brando replied. He was not lying. In his previous life, The only way for players in Erewhon to learn the Nine Phoenix language was through the Phoenix language. Naturally, he was no exception. However, in this life, he had actually only interacted with Yak's blind fiancé a few times. I see. Mr. Liu was enlightened. Mr. Liu, are you here because of what happened just now? Brando asked in return. Mr. Liu nodded with a serious expression. That guy seems to know you. What's going on? Do you have old grudges with the Lord of Rosaline?
That's not true.
Then I think there must be something on you that he covets. However, this old man is a little unwise. If it were me, I probably wouldn't make an enemy out of Nine Phoenix because of greed, Brando replied. Mr. Liu smiled bitterly. Not really. To be honest, this matter may have something to do with my and the second lady's identities. It may be a little troublesome. There may be enemies in Rosaline who have already targeted us.
Enemy?
Brando was slightly surprised. He knew very little about the Nine Phoenixes, so he didn't know that the Jade Phoenix lineage of the Nine Phoenixes had enemies. Mr. Liu nodded and told him without hesitation. Mister, you may not know this, but the Phoenix has 9 surnames, including our Liu family. The Nine Phoenix branch was actually established by 9 hidden sects, representing the 9 sword sects passed down from the ancient times of the Nine Phoenix. These 9 sects are the Desert Wind sect represented by the Jade Phoenix lineage, the Steel Soul sect passed down by our Liu family, followed by the Rock Dragon, Tiger Claw, Iron Heart, Pious Heart, White Raven, Shadow Hand, and the Sunset 7 sects, known as the 9 Swords of Dugu. Among these 9 swords, the Desert Wind, Iron Heart, and White Raven are the most respected. They are known as the 3 supreme swords. After the Battle of Broken Jade, the remaining 5 swords in the world all supported the Jade Phoenix lineage as the most respected. Therefore, the Jade Phoenix lineage is also known as the 9 Phoenix royal family. The Jade Phoenix said that all males have the surname Feng, while females have the surname Huang. There is a monarch above and a group of officials below. After the monarch, the eldest son will be the heir apparent. Among the females, one can inherit the soul of the Jade Phoenix and inherit the supreme inheritance of the Jade Phoenix lineage. She will become the guardian of the Jade Phoenix lineage, Mage Jade Phoenix. Brando didn't know much about the 9 Phoenixes, so when he heard these things that might be common knowledge to the 9 Phoenixes, he couldn't help but listen with great interest. However, when he heard this, he still reacted. So, Miss Huang Hua? Speaking of this, Mr. Liu nodded. Second Miss is the most talented descendant of this generation of the Jade Phoenix lineage. Brando thought of another thing and couldn't help but ask. I heard that she has an elder sister? Mr. Liu was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but look at Brando. He didn't expect Brando to really know Huang Yu. He only thought that he had mentioned this when he had a long talk with Second Miss by the bonfire last night. At the mention of that amazing name, he couldn't help but sigh and said, Indeed, Second Miss is right. She does have an elder sister called Huang Yu. Miss Huang Yu may be the most outstanding descendant in the history of the Jade Phoenix lineage, and has the highest compatibility with the soul of the Jade Phoenix. Unfortunately, she went missing during the training 7 years ago. Since then, there has been no news of her. It is precisely because of this reason that Second Miss has to embark on this path. Compared with her other sisters, she can be said to be the best choice left in the Jade Phoenix lineage. Therefore, she can't afford to lose. Can't afford to lose. This is what I want to talk to you about, Mr. Brando. In fact, the Jade Phoenix lineage in the 9 Phoenix lineage is not smooth sailing. In ancient times, the 9 Phoenix lineage got its name from the ancient Blackbird ghost chariot. When our country was just established, the people who led the other 8 major sword sects were actually the Ghost Chariot clan, whose totem was the ancient mythical beast called Swanni. At that time, the Iron Heart sword stream led by Ghost Chariot was the first sword of the 9 Phoenix lineage, followed by the Jade Phoenix lineage's Desert Wind swordsmanship and the Green Phoenix lineage's White Raven swordsmanship. At that time, the 9 Phoenix kingdom had 9 swords and could be said to be the most powerful empire in the 9 Phoenix area. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Mr. Brando, in the general trend of the 9 Phoenix, those who are righteous get more support while those who are unrighteous get little support. Since the Ghost Chariot lineage became more and more stubborn, cruel and muddle-headed, they were eventually overthrown by the other 8 sections. From that moment on, the Jade Phoenix lineage was jointly supported by the remaining families and ascended to the throne. Brando did not expect the Nine Phoenix to have such a history. However, human history was mostly divided and could not escape the law of history. Therefore, he did not appear too surprised. However, he could hear the subtext in Mr. Lu's story. The losers would obviously not give up so easily. If the descendants of the Ghost Chariot lineage were still alive, then they were indeed the mortal enemies of the Jade Phoenix lineage. Sure enough, according to Mr. Lu's description, after the Ghost Chariot clan lost their orthodox lineage, they went from being in the light to being in the dark. These people called themselves the Night Owls. Although they could not establish themselves in the Nine Phoenix area, they went to places like the Swift Plains and established a huge underground force. In the past 1,000 years, the grudge between them and the Jade Phoenix royal family had been accumulating. In fact, there had been hundreds of battles in the open and in the dark. As early as a few decades ago, the Jade Phoenix royal family joined forces with the Lu family to kill the most outstanding genius of the younger generation of the Ghost Chariot clan. In less than half a century, the Ghost Chariot clan returned the favor. It was widely rumored among the people of the Nine Phoenix that Huang Yu's disappearance was due to the Ghost Chariot clan. Therefore, today, Huang Hua's training trip had become so important. After the Jade Phoenix clan lost Huang Yu, a once-in-a-thousand-years genius, they could no longer tolerate such a thing happening again. Therefore, according to Mr. Lu, Huang Hua's training trip should have been made an exception and entrusted to him, the most outstanding disciple of the Yunxing sect of this generation, to be her bodyguard. However, among the descendants of the Ghost Chariot, there was a genius who was on par with Huang Yu. Although Mr. Lu had not seen this person, according to the rumors around the Swift Plains and Taiga Strait, this person was comparable to the first generation of the Ghost Chariot clan, the founder of the Iron Heart Sword sect. When Brando heard this, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. He thought to himself, another genius. Huang Yu was the chosen one, and her sister seemed to be on par with her. This so-called descendant of the Ghost Chariot seemed to be a genius on par with the former. This era was indeed an eventful one. So, Mr. Lu suspects that the Ghost Chariot is already in front of you and that Rosaline has his eyes on you? Brando asked. But it's a little strange. You just set off from Tormulo. Even if someone leaked the news, they would not be ahead of you. How did the people of the Ghost Chariot know your whereabouts? Mr. Lu shook his head. Clearly, he did not understand this point. He only answered, Mr. Brando, the Ghost Chariot lineage has been operating in the Swift Plains for many years and is very powerful. This is also the reason why the Second Lady and I are unwilling to go back to Nine Phoenix through the Swift Plains. Now that they have arrived at Rosaline, it is impossible for us to avoid them. However, I am afraid that I will not be able to fulfill my promise and let Mr. Brando travel with us. Why? Brando asked. The grudge between the Ghost Chariot and the Jade Phoenix clan is an internal matter of Nine Phoenix. I am really embarrassed to let you get involved. Besides, although Mr. Brando is not afraid of these clowns, it is always troublesome to be targeted by the Ghost Chariot. The Jade Phoenix clan and I have no reason to let our guests get into trouble because of our family matters. Mr. Lu answered in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. This answer made Brando look at him in a new light, so much so that his impression of Nine Phoenix became much better. No matter what, this calm integrity was much higher than the wound nobles that he had seen before. However, he did not comment on this. Although he wanted to help, he did not need to make a solemn vow. However, the chaotic situation in the Swift Plains and Nine Phoenix that Mr. Lu mentioned made him a little worried. After all, the Nine Phoenix kingdom was not stable. In Mr. Lu's words, it was actually because of the competition for the throne that caused the outer regions of Nine Phoenix to be so turbulent. Thinking of the bloody competition for the throne in his memory, Brando had to reconsider his plan to go from Nine Phoenix to Erewhon. After all, Erewhon was facing the invasion of Madara and the arrival of the Twilight Will. He did not want to be involved in these disputes. In fact, he did not have much time to waste. He thought for a moment before asking, Mr. Lu, do you want to go to Nine Phoenix? Then he asked, Mr. Lu, if I want to go from Rosaline to Nine Phoenix and then return to Wound, which route is the most convenient? Going through Madara might be an option, but it was always a last resort. Unlike what people imagined, crossing the Sea of the Dead Moon was definitely a huge project. The territory of Black Rose and Bramanto stretched for tens of thousands of miles, and there were exits in all directions. After the war slate descended and re-established the order in Wound, Relying on the method of determining direction in the past was likely to be troublesome. If one did not prepare in advance, no one knew where they would end up. Not to mention the other troubles that one would encounter during the trip. Chapter 12:11. So Mr. Brando only wants to use 9 Phoenix to return to Wonde, Mr. Liu said. Then you don't have to go to 9 Phoenix. Elm Harbor also has merchant fleets going to Erewhon, Lubeck, and other places. Where is Elm Harbor? At Green Jade Hills. Rosaline has ships going there. That harbor is at the northern end of Jianghu Strait, close to the Sea of Dim Light. It is ruled by a group of people from 9 Phoenix. Every March, April, September, and October, a large number of merchant fleets going to Lubeck, Madara, and Erewhon gather there with the help of the ocean currents. Is that place also under the influence of the ghost chariot? Mr. Liu was slightly stunned. He raised his head and used his remaining eye to look at the young man in front of him, only to see a confident expression on his face. As he tried to figure out the meaning of these words, he replied in a low voice. Mr. Brando, the ghost chariot is fully developed outside of 9 Phoenix. They also have influence in Green Jade Hills, but they can't control everything because that place is very complicated. It is the headquarters of the Pious Heart sect and the Stone Dragon sect. The Red Jade Guards of the Scorching Sun Holy Temple protect the harbor. The ghost chariot people only dare to move in the dark, but they should have spies everywhere in the city. In that case, since Green Jade Hills is under the control of the Pious Heart sect and the Stone Dragon sect, it should have a much closer connection with 9 Phoenix than Swift Plains. Mr. Liu nodded. Green Jade Hills is actually 9 Phoenix's default sphere of influence in Jianghu Strait. It is not only connected to 9 Phoenix by sea. In fact, there is also a land trade route through the deep stone mountains. In March, Second Miss and I used this route to reach Elm Harbor. Is this route very dangerous? Brando asked. Not really, but it is not as convenient as the sea route. We left 9 Phoenix around the time of the Green Dragon's birthday ceremony and traveled day and night for almost a month before reaching Green Jade Hills. If we took the sea route, this journey would only take a few days. At this point, Mr. Liu seemed to have realized something. His single eye lit up slightly. He took a deep look at Brando, raised his hand, and cupped his fist in greeting. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Brando. I was careless. Right now, it is indeed safer to return from the Green Jade Hills. Brando smiled. He waved his hand and said, I just want to hitch a ride. You think too much, Mr. Liu. However, I don't have anything valuable on me. In exchange, I will help you deal with those ignorant rascals. Mr. Liu was stunned when he heard this, and then he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He quickly flipped over and stood below the horse, bowing deeply to Brando. In his heart, he only knew that the so-called ship fee was just an excuse. Last night, when he saw the young man dealing with the monsters, 2 swords suddenly appeared in his hands. This proved that the other party must have a space-related storage item. How could such a person not be able to afford the fare? Therefore, when the other party said this, it was clear that he just wanted to help them. Mr. Liu was sincerely grateful because he knew better than anyone else the strength of this young man in front of him. Although he didn't know whether this young man was stronger or weaker compared to his teacher, he was at least a figure of the same level. A person who had reached the realm of Path, Supreme Realm. Such a person would rarely be tempted by external objects, so how could he easily make a move? He didn't know that Brando had only taken 2 years to reach this stage. He only knew that it was already a great honor for them that the other party could make such a request. His reaction gave Brando a shock. Although Brando did have a special favorable impression of the 9-headed phoenix and said this to help the 2 of them, his primary goal was indeed to hitch a ride. This was because he definitely wouldn't change his itinerary just to help the other party. Moreover, he didn't have the time to do so at the moment. However, compared to going to Rosaline to look for a ship, of course, it was more convenient to take the ready-made ship of the 9-headed phoenix royal family. As for the trouble of the Lord of Rosaline or some ghost chariot, did he need to care? He didn't want to be involved in this dispute, but that was based on the premise that the other party didn't find trouble with him. However, judging from the reaction of these knight, the ghost chariot obviously colluded with the Lord of Rosaline. They wanted to wait for Mr. Liu and Phoenix Fire in Rosaline City. Obviously, they would not only detain the 9-headed Phoenix royal family's ship, but they would also seal off the port. Since this was the case, He had to leave the port and head to Yu Harbor. Anyway, he would have a conflict with these two groups sooner or later, so he might as well help Mr. Lu and Phoenix Fire. Everyone had the same goal, so why not? Thinking of this, Brando also dismounted and helped Mr. Lu up. He said, "Mr. Lu, you don't have to do this. Since the ghost chariot has its eyes on you, they will definitely instigate the Lord of Rosaline to detain your ship and seal off the port. I am only helping myself by helping you." Mr. Lu quickly nodded. He wasn't a sentimental person, so he only cupped his hands again to Brando to express his gratitude. At the same time, he thought of something and said, "Since the ghost chariot discovered our whereabouts in Rosaline, they will definitely be able to guess our next itinerary. They might even intercept our fleet in the open sea. If it wasn't for Mr. Brando's reminder, I'm afraid the second miss and I would really be in trouble this time." "If we head to Yu Harbor, will they also intercept us?" Brando asked with a frown. "It's not a big problem. They probably won't expect us to turn back. In fact, it was an accident that we were stopped by them in Rosaline. If it wasn't for the Stoffel disaster, the second miss and I would have passed through Madara to travel to Lubeck." Mr. Lu waved his hand and answered calmly. After hearing this, Brando's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly asked, "In that case, you are heading to Madara from Yu Harbor?" Mr. Lu was stunned by this question. He probably didn't understand the meaning of Brando's question, but he still nodded and said, "Yes. Although we can also head to Lubeck from Yu Harbor, the Jade Phoenix lineage's training requires us to practice physically. Therefore, the second miss and I originally planned to cross Madara." "Then, can the spy of the ghost chariot in Yu Harbor determine that your ship is heading to Madara?"
No.
Mr. Lu didn't expect Brando to ask this question. He shook his head and said, "The ship left in Yu Harbor is also the Huang family's own ship, not a merchant ship. We usually redraw our route after we go out to sea. The spy left in Yu Harbor definitely won't be able to guess where we are going." "Then, could there be a spy on your ship?" Brando asked again.
Spy.
Mr. Lu frowned, but still shook his head and said, "Even if there is a spy, he won't be able to send back information because the ship is still anchored in Sopa Latch." Brando knew that Sopa Latch was the name of a port in Madara, but he was not interested in this name. He replied, "In that case, you shouldn't have leaked the information before leaving Yu Harbor." Mr. Lu nodded.
I think so too.
"Then I have to remind you that the ghost chariot might be in cahoots with Madara." Mr. Lu was shocked. He subconsciously blurted out, "You mean the ghost chariot found out about our itinerary through Lesotho?" "Who's Lesotho?"
It's a lich.
"It's the Lord of Sopa Latch."
No.
Brando shook his head and said, "You misunderstood me. I'm talking about Madara, not a lord." "What's the difference between them?" Mr. Lu's only eye showed a hint of confusion. In his opinion, the Black Rose of Bramanto was formed by independent undead lords who hated each other. Although there was no lack of unusual creatures like the Dark Nobles of the Sea of Dead Moons who formed an alliance, that was only to fight against the strange creatures. A united Madara was obviously not within his scope of understanding. Brando understood that the Nine Phoenixes' understanding of Erwin, Cruz, and even Saint Tossol might be far better than their understanding of the Colossus beside them. This was caused by the difference in the lag between the transmission of information by land and sea. Although Erwin and other countries were further away from the Nine Phoenix, the things that happened a few months ago might be transmitted to the Nine Phoenix through the merchant fleet. However, in the vast land in the direction of Madara, there might not be anything new that could be transmitted to the Nine Phoenix even after a year and a half. Moreover, the core of the rising Madara was actually the 14 territories in the east of the Sea of Dead Moons that were adjacent to Erewhon, under the leadership of the Mercury Staff. After unifying the Sea of Dead Moons in the east, the Supreme of the Dark Kingdom had enough authority to command the Dark Nobles in the south of the Sea of Dead Moons. These changes happened slowly and quickly inside Madara, but to the outside world, especially to the outside world outside of Erewhon, the impact was not obvious. Therefore, it was normal that Mr. Lu did not understand that a huge empire was born on the banks of the Nine Phoenix. After all, in the course of the game, this empire also gradually began to have an impact on the Nine Phoenix after nearly half a century. At this moment, half a century ago, there were not many people in the Nine Phoenix who could be a prophet and predict what would happen decades later. However, Brando saw something strange from this incident. He replied, "You may not know, but the Mercury Staff has reappeared in Madara, and now this dark empire is being reunited under its unification. What I mean is, the one that the Phantom Chariot is colluding with is this united Madara, the Supreme with the Mercury Staff.
What?
Mr. Lu's expression suddenly became solemn. He clearly understood the difference between the former and the latter. He carefully recalled his trip with the second lady, and then connected it with Brando's reminder. His expression could not help but become more and more gloomy.
Mr. Brando, is what you said true?
His only eye flashed with a heavy light, and he could not help but confirm subconsciously.
Chapter 12:12.
Brando nodded and said, "If you are talking about the first piece of news, then according to what I know, it should be true. You should know that I am from Erewhon, and my country is being invaded by the Undead Empire. That is why I am so anxious to return to Wonde."
You can think about it carefully, Brando replied.
You and Miss Huanghua planned to go to Lubeck, but you turned back halfway because of the Fallen Star disaster. Even if you leaked the news at Elm Harbor, the Phantom Chariot should not have stopped you at Rosaline. However, it turns out that not only did they correctly judge the direction you went after leaving Elm Harbor, they also knew that you changed your plan halfway.
You and Miss Huanghua traveled together, and no one else knew about this.
The only outsiders you met along the way were me and Mr. Xian, but according to your description, they could not have sent the news to Rosaline in advance. So, the only possibility is that the undead of Madara betrayed you. Brando paused for a moment before continuing. But the undead are independent.
You passed through at least 10 territories of the undead lords along the way. How did the Phantom Chariot determine that you would go to Tormulo and arrive at Rosaline?
There is only one possibility, and that is that the will of the Mercury Staff reached the eastern border of Madara and colluded with the Phantom Chariot.
Brando stopped here and did not continue speaking. Unlike Mr. Lu, his eyes were not limited to the 9 phoenixes. That was why when Mr. Lu told him about the secret between the Jade Phoenixes and the Ghost Chariot, he realized that Madara's undead might be behind this.
There was no other reason other than the fact that Rosaline was too close to Madara, and it was too much of a coincidence.
What benefits would the Supreme One with the Mercury Staff gain by colluding with the traitors of the 9 phoenixes? This was hard to say. In fact, he was not too sure either. Unless the Black Rose of Bramanto was willing to stir up trouble in both the east and the west, this was the only way to explain their intentions. However, this was a little too arrogant. Mr. Lu did not know much about the War of the Black Rose in Erewhon, but he had a deeper understanding of the situation in the 9 phoenixes. His face darkened when he heard this.
He could imagine how troublesome it would be if the Phantom Chariot had the support of the undead and attacked the 9 phoenixes from the Swift Plains and the Green Jade Hills.
But did those people have the guts? Will Madara attack the 9 phoenixes? He could not help but ask. Brendel shook his head and did not answer. It was hard to say. After all, he did not know what that lunatic with the Mercury Staff was thinking.
Although Madara had always coveted the fertile lands in the south of Erewhon and Saint Tossol, their purpose in starting the war was obviously not just for that. In the future, the undead attacked the civilized world as if they wanted to destroy the entire world. If not for the fact that they were Martha's followers, the players outside of Madara would have thought that the undead had become the Twilight Dragon's pawns. Their intention to attack had obviously exceeded their desire to occupy resources and had become a purely crazy behavior. If not, Cruz, Fanzin, and Saint Tossol would not have joined forces to fight against Madara. Maybe it's not as bad as you think.
Brando continued, Madara also has enemies in the west. Cruz, Erewhon, and the elves are all wary of these inhumans. They may simply want to use the Phantom Chariot's hatred for the 9 phoenixes to do something in the Swift Plains. After all, they are starting a war in the west. They don't want to have a strong opponent behind them. Brando thought for a while, and it seemed to be the only explanation. However, he suddenly realized that his choice to help Mr. Lu and Phoenix Fire was probably the right choice. Since the enemy was afraid, it must be the weakness that they were most worried about. If he could rope in the 9 phoenixes, perhaps Madara would not be able to invest all of their forces in the west. At least, it would be good to attract the attention of the Dark Empire. Mr. Lu nodded. He was not an indecisive person. Anyway, no matter what the undead were up to, the most important thing now was to escort the second lady back to the 9 phoenixes. The Jade Phoenixes could not afford to lose another heir. The Phantom Chariot's trick was naturally much better than hiding it in the dark. Thinking of this, he could not help but be grateful for Brando's reminder.
If not, the 9 phoenixes would only realize that there was a huge undead empire behind their opponent when the phantom chariot started moving.
Mercury Staff. He secretly remembered this name in his heart. But at this time, Brando thought of another thing. He suddenly asked, "Mr. Liu, you and Miss Phoenix Fire originally planned to cross Madara to go to Lubeck. So, you should have a map of Madara?" Brando was slightly surprised. Crossing Madara was not an easy task. Before the Mercury Staff was born, Madara was only a geographical name. This dark territory spanning tens of thousands of miles had countless undead and dark lords, each of whom ruled their own territory. Generally speaking, the Madara that Erewhon people were familiar with was actually only the east of the Sea of the Dead Moon. As for the Pine Mountain area, it was a very small part, but it was not impossible to say that this was the Black Rose of Brahmanto. This was because even in the heyday of the Dark Empire, the Supreme One did not really rule the entire Madara. In fact, she only controlled the fertile land of the empire, and only needed to control these core territories to be called the Dead Moon Empire.
In the remote areas of the empire, even the players of the empire might not know where they extended to.
Only a few people had set foot in the land that ran through the Black Forest. The Bugas might have a complete map of Madara, but they had never made it public. It was not that there were no players who crossed the entire Madara. There were players who had done this before and after the Year of the Sparks. It took nearly half a year, including the time when they got lost. Brando obviously did not have the time to do this.
Of course, he knew that some people of 9 Phoenix might have a map of part of the southern territory of Madara, because 9 Phoenix had always had land caravans that went to Lubeck, the country of the desert.
He just did not expect Mr. Liu and Phoenix Fire to have this idea.
Mr. Liu was stunned for a moment and replied, "The royal family of 9 Phoenix has a detailed map, not only to Lubeck, but also to the southern territory of Erewhon.
However, that map was drawn more than 100 years ago, and we don't know if this map is accurate." Brando could not help but be overjoyed. He asked eagerly, "Do you have this map?" He was now at the peak of the Supreme Realm, only one step away from the strength of the Sage Realm.
And because of his equipment and ridiculously high willpower attribute, in fact, his physical fitness was far beyond the standard of ordinary people in this realm.
With his strength, if he had a precise map, he could travel day and night without rest. Perhaps it would be faster than taking a ship by sea. Unfortunately, Mr. Liu's answer disappointed him.
It was because the other party had no intention of going to Erewhon, and the accuracy of the map was still questionable.
So, in fact, they had only brought half of the map to Lubeck. When Brando heard this, he could not hide his disappointment.
However, he also knew that this was not something he could force.
After all, not everyone was like those scholars who brought a carriage full of documents and maps when they went out.
He shook his head and said to Mr. Liu, "Mr. Liu, I have a presumptuous request.
If it's possible, can you give me a copy of your map? If it's really inconvenient, you can lend it to me for a few hours."
He thought that if this was a royal treasure and it was inconvenient to make a copy, with his current memory level, it would not be too troublesome to redraw a map in his mind with the help of the system. Fortunately, after hearing his words, Mr. Liu did not hesitate to take out the map box from his sleeve and give it to him. He also said that he could look at it for as long as he wanted and that it would not matter if he returned it after making a copy. This saved him a lot of trouble. After the haze of Madara and the Ghost Chariot conspiracy was lifted, the two of them chatted happily along the way. Mr. Liu was quite interested in the local customs of Erewhon. When he occasionally mentioned it, Brando found that the 9 Phoenix swordsman was not ignorant of Wound. On the contrary, he seemed to be quite familiar with the relationship between Erewhon, Cruz, and other empires.
This made Brando a little embarrassed, because in comparison, he knew nothing about the 9 Phoenix. In fact, it was not just him. In The Amber Sword, for almost all players, the 9 Phoenix was a mysterious country. First of all, not many people were willing to take a ship for a few months to go to a foreign country and adventure. Second, the merchant fleet of the 9 Phoenix was not always there. As Mr. Liu said, they usually appeared more often in March to April and September to October. At other times, it was rare to see the merchants of the 9 Phoenix anywhere in Wound. However, contrary to Brando, Mr. Liu was amazed by Brando's linguistic talent. According to him, Brando was as if he had lived in the 9 Phoenix for decades and was very proficient in many of the language habits of the 9 Phoenix. As for Brando himself, he thought to himself, Haven't I lived in the Nine Phoenix for decades? P.S. Some people say that the plot has been a little slow recently. In fact, it's mainly because I'm thinking about the future plot, so I don't dare to write too fast. Plus, after the end of a plot, the following plot needs some description and foreshadowing, so I've slowed down the plot for the time being. In addition, some people have asked about the 9 Swords of Solitude. It's like this. The 9 Phoenix was originally set up when the Amber Sword was first formed to introduce the expansion of D&D. In fact, there was originally a setting of the Cloud Nation, but I cut it. Therefore, the 9 Phoenix itself is built on this expansion book.
There are a series of sects like the Desert Raven. Of course, there will also be things like the Sword of the Sage and the Army's Sword. However, in the end, it is to serve the novel, so the setting may be different from the expansion book.
In short, this book will prevail. Chapter 12-13. To the 9 Phoenix, the Green Jade Hills and the Swift Plains were only the periphery.
However, to the Green Jade Hills and the Swift Plains, the Rosaline on the other side of the Taiga Strait was also only the periphery.
The establishment of the Rosaline family could be traced back to the Long Cotton War of the Swift Plains. A group of war refugees escaped the Taiga Strait by boat and landed on the barren land east of the Sea of the Dead Moon. They built a settlement there and prospered. After the war ended, some of the first batch of people returned home and brought back information from the other side of the strait to the Swift Plains. Then, the two sides of the strait had simple trade relations. However, due to the lack of land, these relations had always been the embellishment of the Golden Sea route. The second development of the Rosaline family came from the defeat of the Rosaline family in the Swift Plains. The defeat in the war forced the previous Rosaline leader to lead the remnants of his army across the Taiga Strait to preserve themselves. The natives of the Rosaline family could not resist, or rather, they did not resist, these destitute knights from the other side of the strait. They stayed there for centuries. The Rosaline family built a permanent castle and used their meager production to maintain their rule over the land. The castle of the Rosaline family was built abruptly on a promontory, overlooking the messy towns on the beach below. Because they had to resist the invasion of the spirits of the dead in the past few centuries, the city was surrounded by walls and tall sentry towers, making it look somewhat like a military fortress. The carriages followed the main road to the city gate. Only then did a head poke out from the city wall. That person saw the knight below and hurriedly gestured to the sentry towers on both sides. The soldiers in the towers pushed the winch and the city gate was raised. After entering the city, the tense nerves of Rosaline's knights immediately relaxed. They had already filled their pockets to the brim. At that moment, they all dismounted from their horses and greeted their familiar colleagues at the sentry posts on both sides of the city gate fortress. They began to joke with each other. Kassav turned his horse around and passed through his subordinates. He came to the side of Brando and Mr. Liu, who were riding side by side. He glanced at the two of them and said to Xianxia, who was not far away, "Rosaline is currently under martial law. You know the rules and don't cause any trouble." The merchant fleet from Swift Plains just left. There should still be empty rooms in Storm Shadow. Xianxia hurriedly agreed. Unlike Brando and Mr. Liu, he did not dare to offend the Lord of Rosaline's territory. These knights represented the authority of the Lord of Rosaline, and they were not people that a smuggler like him could challenge. After the knight left, the leader of the caravan, or perhaps the leader of the smugglers, became gloomy. He spat and ordered his men to search for those who had escaped the night before to see if they had made it back to Rosaline. The scavengers had their own rules, and they couldn't be violated easily. Brando watched the mixed-blood Rosaline give orders. After dismissing everyone, he came to his side and said to him in a fawning manner, "Sir, I think that Kassav is up to no good." He pretended not to know. Mr. Liu also looked at Xianxia. Since he had reached an agreement with Brando, he did not interrupt. He sat quietly on his saddle and held his reins, watching the two negotiate. "Sir, I'm afraid that Kassav has recognized Mr. Liu and Miss Huang Hua. I think he is up to no good," Xianxia whispered to Brando. "Oh, why do you say that?" He was a little strange at the Qiuzong's river. If it were in the past, he would have demanded an exorbitant price when he saw so many black crystals. However, after he asked about Mr. Liu and Miss Huang Hua's identities, he was obviously distracted. A few of his subordinates secretly talked to him about taking advantage of us, but they were chased away by him. A few of my subordinates happened to hear their argument. I don't think that Kassav is that righteous. Also,
he licked his dry lips and continued. He actually had the heart to remind us that if we were to exchange our lives, it would have nothing to do with these knights.
If you ask me, I think he's hoping that we'll run out of luck sooner. I think the main point of his words was the last sentence. He reminded us that there was still an empty room in Storm Shadow. I think those words were meant for you and Mr. Liu. What is Storm Shadow?
It's an inn in Rosaline City.
You mean he wants us to stay there? Brando looked at the smuggler with interest. He didn't care why the smuggler was showing him kindness, but he did need someone like that right now. As for whether or not the smuggler was reliable, it didn't matter. Na-Xian hurriedly nodded. His skin was dark, and there were deep wrinkles on his forehead. He didn't look like a merchant, but more like a sailor who lived by the sea all year round. Unlike the typical desperados and gamblers, his character was somewhat like those who made a living at sea. There was no lack of risk in him. He had made a living in the underworld for decades. Although he had saved a lot of money, his deepest wish was to return to the Nine Phoenix. When Huang Hua and Mr. Liu appeared, he vaguely realized that this opportunity might have appeared. It was a pity that he didn't find this opportunity along the way. However, after Brando woke up, the Knight of Rosaline finally presented this opportunity to him. Therefore, when Brando asked him to share half of the profits of the caravan with the Knight of Rosaline, although he was reluctant, he was actually more excited. He knew that such a high and mighty person would definitely disdain taking advantage of a small character like him. As long as he behaved more respectfully, he would definitely be able to obtain that opportunity for himself. Now, this opportunity was almost right in front of him. Brando shook his head.
A crystal the size of a thumb appeared in his hand, and he threw it forward.
Na-Xian, I need you to do something for me. Na-Xian hurriedly caught the crystal. A flame-patterned red crystal.
He sucked in a breath of cold air, almost loosening his grip on the priceless item and dropping it to the ground.
He hurriedly clenched his fist and carefully covered the item in his palm. This was a magic crystal of the highest grade. There was no magic crystal of this grade in Rosaline. Just this one was worth half a carriage's worth of black crystals. However, this magic crystal was a little troublesome. As a cleaner, he obviously knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He couldn't help but raise his head to look at the young man in front of him, wanting to see what mission he was going to assign him. Unexpectedly, Brando said, "Don't misunderstand, that crystal is just a compensation for you. What I want you to do is not difficult. Help me find a few people, including the little fairy I mentioned to you last night and two of my pets, a talking white cat or white fox. They are all very strange and shouldn't be seen so often around here. If they appear in Rosaline, there should be news." Brando knew that white mist could take many forms, but she still liked to take the form of a white cat and white fox. Therefore, he simply described both forms to Na-Xian in case he missed any information. Na-Xian was a little stunned.
He thought to himself, is this young man not worried about the threat of the Lord of Rosaline at all?
He didn't know Brando's true strength as well as Mr. Liu, or rather, he didn't know much about the level of strength above the celestial realm.
The leader of the guards of the Lord of Rosaline had a strong reputation among the desperados.
Therefore, even though he had seen Brando kill hundreds of monsters with a single sword, he still didn't think that this young man was a match for the Lord of Rosaline. After all, there was an age gap.
Even if this young man had been practicing swordsmanship since he was born, the leader of the guards of the Lord of Rosaline would not have wasted his years.
Na-Xian wanted to remind Brando, but unfortunately, Brando didn't give him the chance. He waved his hand and gestured for Na-Xian to quickly carry out his orders. What he was interested in was the smuggler's power and connections.
Since the smuggler could search for his men who escaped last night in Rosaline, he would definitely be able to find out about loot and white mist, if the latter had indeed appeared here.
This mission didn't require too much loyalty, and he didn't care if the person carrying it out was reliable or not. He generously gave out a flame-patterned red crystal to compensate for Na-Xian's loss, but more importantly, he acknowledged Na-Xian's previous attitude and told him that he had the ability to provide him with what he wanted. However, Brando had obviously underestimated the ambition of this smuggler. Na-Xian couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he saw that Brando didn't care. He didn't hesitate to give away half a cart of black crystals just to make money. Of course, he didn't care what trouble Brando and Mr. Liu would encounter. He was only worried that if they couldn't deal with the threat of the Lord of Rosaline, then his opportunity to go to Nine Phoenix would be ruined. However, he also understood that his words wouldn't have much effect here, so he could only nod and step aside. At this moment, Mr. Lu suddenly said, "Your name is Na Xian, right? You want to go back to Nine Phoenix?" When Na Xian heard this, he couldn't help but tremble. He didn't just want to go back to Nine Phoenix. In fact, there wasn't a single refugee from Nine Phoenix who didn't want to go back to Nine Phoenix. Nine Phoenix was a rich and prosperous country. Those who lived outside of Nine Phoenix couldn't even imagine that world. It was just that they couldn't go back to Nine Phoenix. In fact, other than merchants or nobles like Mr. Lu and Huang Hua, most of the others had no choice but to leave Nine Phoenix because they got into trouble. Unless they were recommended by someone with status, people like Na Xian would never be able to return to Nine Phoenix. Chapter 12-14. This had nothing to do with how much wealth he had amassed in the underworld. This wasn't about how much wealth he had. Furthermore, the wealth and prosperity of the Nine Phoenixes was not something he could compare to. Very few people knew that the Swift Plains, Green Jade Hills, and Rosaline's Paradise in the hearts of the people was actually a country with strict rules and laws set by a few hidden families. Mr. Lu nodded at him. "Do your best to help Mr. Brando. I understand what you mean, and I will find a way to get you on board." Na Xian did not expect to receive such a promise, and her eyes shone brightly, as if she was brimming with boundless energy. She cupped her hands towards Brendel and Mr. Lu and said, "Then please leave it to me. As long as Mr. Brendel's friends or pets appear in Rosaline, I will find a way to obtain news of them." Brando suddenly felt that it might not be a good thing to make Lady White Fog his pet, but he couldn't say that she was also his friend. In fact, he didn't want too much information about the Dark Dragon's identity and the Witch Empress to leak out. Although the possibility of that happening in the Nine Phoenixes was small, it was better to be safe than sorry. He thought for a moment and called out to Na Xian. "Wait, my pets might be just pets, but they have bad tempers. Don't treat them as cats or foxes. You better address them as ladies. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety." Na Xian felt a little strange, but he heard that some overlords in the Swift Plains valued their hunting eagles and hounds more than their own sons. Hence, he didn't think much of it and only thought that it was a quirk of the rich. He nodded to indicate that he would remember it. Mr. Lu sat on his horse and watched the man leave. He then turned to Brando and said, "Mr. Brando, you don't understand, right?" Brando nodded. He didn't really understand. He thought that smugglers and desperados cared about nothing more than wealth. Although these people would easily throw away the gold, silver, and jewelry they earned by gambling their lives to casinos or their lovers, it was precisely because of this that these people, who felt that they didn't have enough money to spend, would always show greedy eyes in the face of wealth. He didn't understand why Xian was so eager to return to the Nine Phoenixes. It seemed that his desire surpassed his greed for wealth. Most importantly, how did Mr. Lu, who was beside him, see through this? However, Mr. Lu smiled and replied somewhat proudly, "There are no fugitives who don't want to return to Nine Phoenix. If Mr. Brando can visit Nine Phoenix one day, perhaps he will understand this point." Brando could only nod in agreement. He had never been to the Nine Phoenixes, so he naturally did not know what that mysterious kingdom was like. In retrospect, it seemed that Erwin was also tight-lipped about her homeland in the Amber Sword. Very few Erwin players got detailed information about the nine-headed phoenix from her. At this time, Huang Hua, who hadn't shown up for a long time, suddenly lifted the curtain of the carriage. She gently knocked on the window to attract the attention of Brando and Mr. Lu. "Mr. Lu, Mr. Brando, are we going to the port next?" Mr. Lu looked at Brando. Before this, he had secretly told this lady Brando's decision, so Huang Hua already knew that Brando was with them at this time. However, he shook his head. "No need to rush. Didn't you say that there are many empty rooms in the storm shadow? We will go there. But won't we fall into the trap of the ghost chariot? It's useless for us to go to the port. Miss Huang Hua, you didn't notice that the outskirts of Rosaline are almost empty. This means that after the attack of the monsters here, Lord Rosaline has made preparations. He wants to evacuate most of his people from here, so he needs a large number of ships. So even if there is no ghost chariot, he may have already detained all the ships in the port." He shook his head and replied, "Of course, if there was no ghost chariot behind Lord Rosaline, Huang Hua and Mr. Lu might still be able to get their ships back if they revealed their royal identities. However, it was obviously impossible now. This was also the reason why he did not seem to be too anxious. Sailors were needed to go out to sea. No matter how powerful he and Mr. Lu were, they could not make an entire ship move out of nowhere. Huang Hua nodded as if she understood something. It was not that she did not realize these problems, but she was focused on her own training and left these problems to Mr. Lu. Can't we go to other inns? The trading fleet from Swift Plains should have just left Rosaline less than a month ago. The inns here should not be too crowded, she asked again. Don't bother about the ghost chariot. They are not worth mentioning. We just need to do our own things. The most important thing now is to find a way to contact the sailors on your ship and find out if they are detained on the ship or somewhere else, Brando answered nonchalantly. It was obvious that he did not take the ghost chariot's threat seriously. This domineering answer made Huang Hua's heart surge. Brando's display of strength when he killed the monster was enough to make a footnote to his words. In her young heart that was focused on training, the legendary peerless swordsman should be like this. As the inheritor of the Jade Phoenix Mage, the person she respected the most in her heart was her sister, the genius of the Jade Phoenix clan who had been missing for a long time. She could not help but think that if Sister Huang Yu was still around, with her strength, she would also be so heroic. The little girl sighed in her heart. She could not help but look at Brando carefully with her clear eyes before lowering the curtain again. After Kasav left the vicinity of the city gate, his expression immediately changed and became serious. He called for a few of his subordinates who were preparing to sell the black crystal he had just obtained. He brought these unwilling fellows with him and rode on the wingless dragon, heading straight for the Rosaline family's castle outside of Rosaline City. He ignored the complaints of his subordinates and went out of the city with ease. He followed the small path by the coastal forest and saw the lonely castle standing on the edge of the promontory in the distance. He rushed over the drawbridge and knocked on the castle gate with his sheathed long sword. The curses of the walking knight on duty at the top of the castle could be heard, and then the castle gate slowly opened. He did not even look at the guy who was cursing as he walked down the stairs. He barged his way to the inner courtyard of the castle and dismounted from his horse. He pushed open the door of the castle hall and gave the guards who were gathered to gamble a fright. The subordinates that Kasav brought along could not help but look at each other, thinking that their boss had gone crazy. Could it be that he had been frightened by the attack of the monsters 2 nights ago and lost his mind? Only then did they remember that the captain of the night seemed a little abnormal since this morning. The guards who were gathered to gamble thought that the captain of the night was about to mutiny. They were so frightened that they stood up and scrambled to find their weapons. However, a tall and thin middle-aged man in the hall stopped them. He looked up at Kasav and said, "Kasav, what are you doing?" Kasav unfastened the belt of his helmet and took off the metal mask with his head covered in sweat. He casually threw it on the long table and said, "Lord Boban, I might have discovered something." The tall and thin middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "What, are the monsters gathering outside Rosaline City again?" As he spoke, he glanced at the knights beside Kasav. However, these knights had blank looks on their faces. It was clear that they had no answer to his question. "No, it has nothing to do with that. Do you remember the group of 9 Phoenix people who came to find our Lord that day?" The middle-aged man's expression froze. "What, you mean those people from Ghost Chariot?" "Yes," Kasav replied. "After that, the Lord told us to pay attention to the outsiders in Rosaline, especially those from the 9 Phoenix." He paused for a moment. "I think I found the main person." "The main person?" The middle-aged man also became serious. "Describe the situation to me." Kasav wiped his sweat and then recounted his encounter with Brando's group at the Qiuzong's River from beginning to end. He especially described the characteristics and reactions of Mr. Lu and Phoenix Fire in detail. At this time, the knight accompanying him finally understood what had happened and could not help but reveal a surprised and happy expression. Ever since the Lord had gotten close to Ghost Chariot, he had been very concerned about this matter and had offered a high reward for those 2 people. Moreover, they knew that if Rosaline wanted to return to the Swift Plains, he would have to rely on Ghost Chariot's power. Otherwise, no one could say for sure what would happen to them once they returned to the Swift Plains. Although people rarely mentioned it in the past few decades, the descendants of the knight who had followed the previous lord of the Rosaline family knew in their hearts why they had to cross the Taowu Strait to this barren place. These knights finally realized how wise and mighty their captain was and could not help but nod in agreement. In fact, this was the reason Kassav had brought them here. Although these idiots under him could not be of much use, they could at least prove his words. Otherwise, Mr. Bobin might have asked him to return to Storm Shadow to investigate.
He was subconsciously afraid of that young man and did not want to face him alone if it was not necessary.
Indeed, after listening to these people's statements, the captain of Rosaline's guards finally nodded. He looked at Kassav and called out his name.
Kassav.
Kassav was secretly delighted.
He understood that he was being brought to see the Lord.
In recent years, due to his old age, the old Rosaline overlord rarely showed himself outside. If he could leave a good impression on Rosaline, he might be able to advance his position.
He immediately stood up straight and heard Bobin continue. His lordship is accompanying Miss Delphine.
Miss Delphine's body hasn't fully recovered, so it's not suitable for her to see too many people, so there's no need for the others to come. Just follow me. Chapter 12:15. Kassav followed Bobin through a long corridor. After passing through an arched door, the bright light from outside filled his vision, causing him to squint slightly. Only then did he clearly see a small courtyard in front of him. The courtyard was surrounded by winding corridors and was located in the center of the castle. Above them was the clear blue sky. Perhaps it was because they had walked for a long time in the dark, but the blue was somewhat dazzling. Inside the courtyard was an exquisite garden. He saw two people standing and sitting under the shade of an ancient tree in the center of the garden. One of them was wearing a black silk robe. His hair was white, and his body was a little plump. A thick gold necklace hung from his neck that had several layers of skin folded over it, and on the pendant was a startling emerald. This emerald was called the heart of the ancient tree. It was a treasure that had been passed down in the Rosaline family for a long time. At the same time, it was also the symbol of the head of the family, so the identity of this person was naturally self-evident.
Kassav hadn't seen his lord for some time, and only now did he notice that the other party seemed a little older.
My lord is already old. It seems that I don't know when he will return to the embrace of the goddess. Kassav couldn't help but have such thoughts. He knew that the old lord had two sons. The eldest was deeply trusted by him, but he didn't get along with Bobin. After all, Bobin was the swordsmanship teacher of the second son. Kassav always felt that the old lord's arrangement wasn't appropriate, but he didn't dare and didn't have the right to say such things. His gaze fell on the young lady sitting by the ancient tree. Even though it wasn't the first time he saw her, Kassav couldn't help but feel dizzy. She was a very special woman. She seemed a little quiet, and her pale face due to her injuries added to her delicateness. Her beautiful black hair draped over her shoulders and white robe without any concealment, making her look so holy that she seemed like a goddess. However, this woman's beauty was very different from the 9 phoenixes. Even though her skin was snow white, her tall and straight nose and purple eyes showed that she wasn't a native of Swift Plains. Perhaps she is a goddess, Kassav could not help but think.
Back then, she had descended from the sky with a beam of white light and landed in the courtyard of Rosaline's castle.
Even the people from the ghost chariot were attracted to her. The old lord even thought that it was a blessing from the heavens. A good sign even though Rosaline was attacked by the strange creatures not long after that. Of course, no one would link the monster's attack on Rosaline to this weak lady.
At most, they would think that it was a hint from Madame Martha to order the Rosaline people to return to the Swift Plains.
Otherwise, why would the chariot ghost's power appear in this barren land? The 9-headed bird's power was the king of the underground in the Swift Plains.
Kassav looked at the old lord with some jealousy. He dared to swear that the descriptions of the goddess's beauty in the myths were not even 1,000th of the woman in front of him.
It was a pity that her beauty did not belong to him. Until now, he only knew that her name was Delphian. Subconsciously, the guards in Rosaline's castle had already regarded her as the new mistress of the castle. After all, the old lord's first wife had passed away more than 10 years ago. Other than the lord's eldest son who had some complaints about this, I don't know if our lord still has the ability to do so. Kassav looked at the two of them and could not help but think gloomily. The old lord seemed to be glowing with youth and vitality in front of Delphian. He was talking non-stop about something to please her. When the two of them walked into the garden, Lord Rosaline finally noticed the two of them. He looked at the two of them as if he was unhappy that he had been interrupted,
But when he saw Bobin, his most trusted subordinate, his expression softened.
My dear God Captain, and Kassav, I remember you, young man. How is your poor mount? It was too badly injured. I couldn't bear to see my old companion being tortured, so I gave it a quick death. I buried it outside of Rosaline Harbor. It died in battle here, so its soul should linger on this piece of land.
I changed to a new mount, and the new one is to my liking, my lord.
Kassav hurriedly took a step back and saluted. That's good. I have seen your loyalty and bravery. No one will dare to question your contributions to the Rosaline family.
The old lord had a gentle smile on his face.
You came at the right time. The wizard told me that Miss Delphian has recovered well today, and can come out of her room to get some fresh air.
Delphian looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression, as if there was a trace of a young girl's subconscious vigilance amidst her curiosity.
This delicate performance could not help but make anyone who saw it feel a rush of excitement.
Of course, other than the tall, thin, middle-aged man with a cold face who seemed to have no interest in anything in the outside world.
She subconsciously felt that this person was a great threat, but her face naturally showed a shy and polite smile, as if she was a young girl who did not care about the world. If Brando was here to see this scene, he might be so shocked that he could not close his jaw. Was this the crazy woman he knew who wanted to take revenge for her old lover? Or the daughter of the Prime Minister who calmly helped him deal with the Silver Queen? If he happened to see this scene, his subconscious would tell him to keep his distance from this woman. Unfortunately, he wasn't here.
Of the three men present, other than Bobin, the other two men had fallen into this confusing disguise without exception.
Kassav hurriedly returned the salute. He swore that he had never performed a knight's salute so nervously and formally in his life.
The old lord nodded and looked at Bobin.
This middle-aged man did not have any hostility towards Delphian, but he did not care.
He was very clear about the thoughts of his most trusted subordinate and asked, "Then, my god captain, what happened?"
While Kassav was recounting the situation at the Xianxia River, Brando was sizing up the lobby of the Storm Shadow Inn. This was a 4-story wooden and stone inn built by the pier. The square outside the inn was paved with white slabs, and there was an open space for an army to set up. Behind the inn was Rosaline's harbor, which faced the sea. This was a good place for an ambush.
It had to be said that the other party was quite good at picking a place, and could be considered a character with some brains.
Unfortunately, this was meaningless. Although according to Xianxia, this was the season when Rosaline's business activities were relatively light, the inn was still overcrowded. It was probably because of the refugees from outside Rosaline City. These refugees were not all poor. A large portion of them were mill owners and manor owners outside Rosaline City. Except for those who had property in the city, the others could not live in shacks like the real refugees. Brando turned around and reminded Huang Hua to be careful when following him. In places like the inn and bar, where information was well informed and where good people mixed together, it was easy for trouble to occur. Although Huang Hua was only 10 years old, she was already a beauty. Who knew if someone would touch her and cause trouble? Of course, he was not worried about Huang Hua. After all, he knew that this little girl was already a swordsman in the celestial realm. He just did not want to tear down the inn because of this. Fortunately, it was not Huang Hua's first time in such a place. She behaved appropriately and followed behind him step by step.
It seemed that her experience with Mr. Liu had not been in vain. However, the appearance of the two still caused a commotion. Brando's appearance was out of the ordinary here. In the Swift Plains, perhaps the cruise people and the wind elves of Saint Tossol were not rare, because there were always waterways and trade routes in the Sea of Dim Light. However, in the vicinity of Rosaline, even the spirits of the dead from Madara had Asian faces.
It was rare to see a person from Wonde. Not to mention, Huang Hua was the apple of the eye of the 9 phoenixes. She had inherited the best genes of the Jade Phoenixes. Not to mention her picturesque features, porcelain white skin, and dazzling black hair, she did not fit in with the ordinary adventurers.
Although she had listened to Brando's suggestion and put on a traveler's costume in a low-key manner, she was still as conspicuous as a lamp in the dock among this group of dirty sailors, mercenaries, and adventurers.
Feeling the strange gazes around her, Huang Hua seemed to be a little nervous.
She could not help but quicken her pace and whisper, "Brother!" This was the identity that they had agreed on.
After all, even Mr. Liu did not dare to let Brando pretend to be Huang Hua's bodyguard. although Brando himself did not think that there was anything wrong with it. Judging from the age of the two, it seemed that the identity of brother and sister was less suspicious. Moreover, Brando's noble temperament, actually, it was the temperament of a modern person, made it impossible for him to be the bodyguard of a cute little girl, which seemed to be a very promising job. Brando turned around and patted Huang Hua's shoulder, indicating that she did not need to worry. Then, he raised his head and coldly glanced around the hall in the shadow of the storm. An invisible aura suddenly gushed out from his body. The silver lines of law in the air spread out like flickering fish scales. Those drunkards who had just stood up from their seats and were about to stagger in this direction felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. It was as if a basin of ice water had been poured over them from head to toe, and they fell back to their seats. In an instant, the noisy hall of the inn became silent. Chapter 12:16. So strong. Huang Hua's eyes sparkled. She could not help but clench her fists and secretly tighten her grip on her sword. The hall of the Storm Shadow Inn was very long and narrow. The entrance was the highest, and the stairs leading to the second floor were in the corner. She could clearly see a few Rosaline knights looking in their direction, but they were actually forced to take a few steps back by Brando's aura alone. She knew very well that although the strength of Rosaline was not ranked high in the Swift Plains, his knights were often very strong because of their constant battles with the dead, monsters and scavengers. Although most of them were at the peak of silver, there was no lack of gold. For example, the people in the inn at this moment were at least at the lower gold level. It was easy for her to deal with these knights, but it was a little unbelievable that they would be frightened to such an extent just by looking at them. Moreover, in Brando's attack, she could faintly feel a trace of Tao. Skill was close to Tao. This was the lifelong pursuit of a swordsman. It was just that it was easy to enter the celestial realm, and in the entire Nine Phoenix, there were only a few great grandmasters who could achieve the ultimate sword. Brando did not know what the little girl behind him was thinking at this moment. Otherwise, he would have been amazed by her talent. To be able to feel his territory at the level of elemental awakening, this was not something that could be described by ordinary comprehension. He did not just release his aura earlier, otherwise, it would only be in his imagination to force the enemy to retreat with just his aura or the legendary murderous aura. He was actually experimenting with his ultimate territory. This was the power of the ultimate planes. After his strength crossed over to the peak of the law, the elemental power had once again strengthened his various professional abilities and his own talents. Among them, the Frost Soil Guard's Cold Wind had obtained a part of the law of space, which increased the range of this skill by nearly 3 times when it exploded. If not for this, he would not have been able to kill all the monsters in one blow without activating Sinna's ability. However, this was not the key point. The key point was that almost all of the Frost Soil Guard's skills after he reached the peak of the law, under the premise of the space-time element, almost all of these skills had the additional attribute of being undodgeable, and he could shape the skill's range at will. This attribute was exactly the same as the second enhancement of the space element in the Amber Sword, but the space element did not have the undodgeable nature of the time element in the first enhancement. The strength of the power of existence was undoubtedly revealed. As for the Templar Knight's conflicting aura, he obtained a certain chance of completely ignoring damage. At first, this chance was only 3%, but now that his power had steadily increased to the late stage of the Lamita realm, this chance had increased to more than 10%. He had experimented with this ability when he used the elemental barrier to enter the spatial rift. It could be said that if it wasn't for this ability, he might have been more seriously injured when he came out of the spatial rift. Back then, when he was fighting Dusk's Will in close combat, this ability had also helped him a lot. As for his other skills, they had more or less received some buffs from the law of space, increasing their range of effect and casting range. Compared to the obvious changes in Conflict Halo and Frost Earthguard, they were much weaker and not even worth mentioning. But this was only after he had stepped into the peak of the law of space. In fact, after the elemental barrier passed through the elemental storm, he had stepped into the late stage of the Lamita realm. This kind of growth in power had finally allowed him to finally have his own extreme plane after fighting so many Lamita opponents in this life. Of course, although during the battle with Rusta, he had briefly touched the ceiling of this level with the help of the flaming blade, but at that time, Odorfice had only increased his attack level by 1 level. The attack of the Lamita realm and the possession of the extreme plane were 2 completely different concepts. If it weren't for his elemental level being too high, he wouldn't have been able to use Odorfice alone to suppress or even tie with a true Lamita master.
Only with his own extreme plane could it be said that he had his own law and domain.
This was the ticket to the Holy Throne. The players in the future could use the War Slate quest, to directly leap into the realm of perfect bodies, but the prerequisite was that they had to at least be a Lemeter. Brando was actually a little hesitant about whether he should use the War Slate. He already had to start the Slate quest like in his previous life and then leap into the realm of perfect bodies. If he did so, then this would be the easiest path to godhood. He was certain that with the advent of the Twilight Will, and under the dual influence of the surging magic tide and the anomaly of the Sea of Magic, there would be a large number of existences who originally stood at the top of the pyramid of this world who would once again feel the aura above the law of Tiamat and step into the realm of the sage in one step. But at least for the next 10 years, no one would be able to surpass the Holy Realm. In the end, even the Bugas had to use the slate to simulate the highest authority of Tiamat and obtain the power of the Holy Throne. So if he chose this path now, then he would easily be one step ahead of everyone else. Whether they were the wizards above the clouds or the brave silver elves who were good at fighting, he would be the first among the mortals to have a perfect body. At that time, perhaps only a few dragons would be qualified to be on equal footing with him. And with such strength and status, he could do more things. Whether it was Erwin, Cruz or Saint Tassol, they had to reconsider his right to speak as the Lord of Abes and the meaning of the existence of Valhalla. Only then would he be qualified to challenge the Twilight Dragon and save the Roman. But he was also very clear about the limits of this. The War Slate could not simulate the power of a real god. Just like in the game, he would be stuck at the level of Silver Body. The players spent countless time and energy to find the secret of the power of existence to make up for this flaw. Now that he already had the power of existence, but if he had to repeat the same mistake, it would be a bit too much. Since he woke up, he had been thinking about this question in his heart. Since he had mastered the power of existence, could he go through the baptism of the Holy Realm and Goddess Irene's Abyss Lake step by step and perfectly cross the last step of the Elemental Realm without relying on the War Slate and directly achieve a perfect body? If this was the case, he might be able to take the last step and master the true mystery of the power of existence. In fact, after he saw the rows of mysterious constructs in the law of Tiamat, he had been doubting the true secret of the existence of this world. What was Wand? Why did he cross over to this world? Was this Martha's wish? Or was it a coincidence? He had a faint premonition that perhaps when he took the last step, all the secrets would be answered. But the only problem was time. Whether he could do it or not, all of this was just his own guess. In his previous life, other than the dragons with golden blood who could achieve a perfect golden body, even the Bugas people could only be overshadowed by the ultimate mystery of the universe. He was just a black iron person, a player who had never understood the secrets behind this world. How could he be so confident that he could do this? Besides, would the Twilight Dragon give him the time? Brando could not give his own answer. But this did not mean that he was doing nothing. In fact, from the moment he left the spatial rift, he already had a plan in mind. No matter what, he had to take one step at a time. When he was really at the end of the road, it would not be too late to consider the War Slate. With his familiarity with the Amber Sword, it would not take too long to start the War Slate mission. After all, the most important thing to start the War Slate mission was to find a suitable War Slate, which was no longer a problem for him. With this in mind, he had been studying his power of Supreme early in the morning. He was willing to stop and accompany Mr. Liu and Huang Hua to Rosaline because he had been repeatedly experimenting with his new power. This power belonged to him, the Extreme Planes. Unlike the elemental elements of players who were at the pinnacle of the laws and elemental truth, which strengthened skills and talents, the Extreme Planes was particularly important to the elemental realm. When a supreme powerhouse unfolded the Extreme Planes, they did not need to deliberately use their elemental power. Every time they used a skill or attack, the elemental power was everywhere. This was because the Extreme Planes was originally a simple world that belonged to the owner. In this world, as long as the owner's laws were met, then he could let his skills show their proper nature in this world. Just like when Grey Sword Saint Mephistopheles unfolded his Grey Realm, every attack of his carried the basic nature of the law of fantasy, which was difficult to guard against. Its restrictions on attack only existed within the limits of imagination. Not to mention that after ordinary people were pulled into the Extreme Planes, they would be attacked by all the laws of this world. And Brando found that his Extreme Planes was even more terrifying. Space and time. When he attacked in his Lamita realm, these two no longer had the same meaning. In other words, he had lost the ability to hit. As long as he wished, his attacks would definitely hit. Of course, the enemy could weaken the effects of his attacks in the sense of the laws, or even avoid damage. But no matter what, hitting was the prerequisite. He would definitely hit, no matter where he was, no matter when he was. This ability was powerful beyond imagination, and it was only the first ability he displayed in the extreme planes. The nature of the laws displayed in the extreme planes was not related to the owner's strength in the Lamita realm, but to his understanding of the order of the Lamita realm. Therefore, although Brando was already at the pinnacle of the Lamita realm, he was still a novice in this domain, which was why he only had this one ability. But just before that, he discovered a new ability of his. That was the control of space. He did not fully unfold the extreme planes in the hall. Instead, he projected the laws of the extreme planes into the prime material plane. In fact, even his teacher Grey Sword Saint Mephistopheles could not do this, because this was an ability exclusive to the pinnacle of the Lamita realm. But when he began to project, he found that he had a kind of control over the space of the entire Storm Shadow Inn. This feeling gave him the illusion that he was in control of everything. This ability was somewhat similar to his space elemental power, but it was much more powerful. When he used his space elemental power, he had to spend a lot of order points to move some objects. But just a moment ago, he had only used a glance to suppress everyone in the hall. That was not an aura, but a law. Brando was suddenly excited. He seemed to have found a way. Chapter 12:17. But at this moment, Brando suddenly frowned and put away the extreme plane. The hall in the shadow of the storm was eerily quiet for a while. One could almost hear a pin drop. The drunkards who were about to take advantage of An Latte were pressed back to their seats by an invisible force. They looked at each other, and their groggy minds could not figure out what was going on. Near the counter, a few adventurers who were about to check out and leave couldn't help but stand still. When a long-eared elf saw Brando's lines of law sweeping across the entire hall like a silver ocean, he could not help but open his mouth wide. The longbow in his hand fell to the floor with a clang. Then, he hurriedly picked up the bow with a blushing face. In the corner of the hall, a figure also stopped in his tracks. Brando's eyes narrowed slightly. He had noticed the back of the figure earlier because he always felt that the figure looked familiar, as if he had seen this person somewhere before. However, he was not familiar with Nine Phoenix. Even in the game, he did not know any NPCs except for Huang Yu. Of course, the latter had never left Erewhon before. Moreover, the figure was obviously a man. The first thing Brando thought of was the Rosaline knight he met in the morning, or one of Xianxia's men. However, he immediately dismissed this idea because he felt that his memory had not deteriorated to the point where he could not remember the person he met less than half an hour ago. It's him! A flash of lightning flashed in his mind, and he finally remembered where he had seen this person. Why is this guy here? Huang Hu seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and looked at An Latte with his black and white eyes. You stay here. Brando's lips moved slightly, and he whispered. Huang Hu subconsciously looked at the hall. At this moment, although Brando had put away the extreme plane, it had only been a second or two. The aftershock from a moment ago still lingered in the hall. The others in the hall were still in a state of shock. Some were like puppets, and some were getting up from the state of falling. But there was only one person, a guy in a black cloak, who was quietly moving towards the stairs to the second floor. Although the man didn't look back, he seemed to have felt Huang Hu's gaze. His body trembled slightly, and he suddenly rushed to the stairs on the second floor. But how could Brando let him escape? He didn't expect to meet him in such a place at this time. But no matter how he looked at it, this was good news. He moved slightly and suddenly disappeared from everyone's vision. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Only Huang Hua, who was standing next to Brando, could see it clearly. She saw Brando appear in front of the man who was running away. He did not do anything, but silver lines of law intertwined in front of him, forming a shining silver wall. The man didn't have time to react at all. He slammed into the silver wall with a bang. He let out a blood-curdling scream, broke a dozen handrails, and rolled down the stairs. Only then did the customers in the hall realize that someone actually dared to make a move in the shadow of the storm. What was surprising was that the first thing these people thought of was not to scream and run out of the hotel, but to turn their gazes back excitedly.
The few inns in Rosaline were the private property of the lord. This was going to be fun. But only a few people were quick-witted and began to realize a problem. The young man was a powerhouse, a true powerhouse from the Swift Plains. Based on their limited knowledge, only the Swift Plains had such a powerful person. In Rosaline's eyes, the person at the top of the pyramid was their Lord's Guard captain, who was somewhat unreasonable.
Is this also a space? Xianxia muttered to herself, her clear black and white eyes slightly brightening. Brendel did not care about what the others thought of him. He slowly walked down the stairs, feeling a little smug in his heart.
He did not think that there would be a day when he could look down on this person from a higher position. He looked at the mysterious man who was still lying on the wooden floor of the inn.
The man looked like he wanted to wrap himself in a cloak. He could not help but smile. The man seemed to be seriously injured and had yet to recover his breath. But Brendel did not believe that the other party would be so weak. He was very clear about the severity of his attack. He had only used the law of space to seal a wall. It would be ridiculous if the other party could knock him half to death. Sir, I know that you are fine. Why don't you come up and meet an old friend? Brando asked. Ever since the battle with the Dusk Will, it was the first time he felt so relaxed.
It was as if he had vented his anger.
Xianxia looked over in confusion. She could vaguely tell that the man seemed to be Mr. Brando's enemy. But what was strange was that she clearly remembered that Mr. Brando had said that he was on Erwin's side. Erwin was thousands of miles away from the Nine Phoenix. How could he have an enemy in Rosaline? She thought about it for a moment, and then she understood.
The mysterious man lying on the floor was still motionless.
Brando could not help but laugh. He knew the man's temperament. He could not help but snort coldly. You are not a threat to me even if you hide your sword under the cloak. The Rose Tower of the Kosman family is indeed a good sword. Your swordsmanship is also one of the best in the Land of Sorrows. Are you planning to use the seventh sword style of the Death Sword against me?
The man suddenly sat up from the ground and threw the sword in his hand to the side with a clang.
The sword was about 2 feet long. It couldn't be considered a long sword, but the blade was as black as ink and its surface was like a mirror.
Brando's gaze only lingered on the sword for a moment before it fell back on the man. He took off his cloak, revealing a pale, clean and handsome face under the shadow of the hood. My lord, we have not seen each other for a long time.
The young man raised his head and looked at Brando. He smiled at him, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Brando looked at him silently. He was familiar with this face. Decades later in his memory, this face still maintained its current youthful appearance. Because he was an eternal dark noble, the years were a parallel line with them. This man was a knight of the Land of Sorrows and also a Dark Lord. He was a genius general of Madara, the head of the 3 stars of the Roman Tuat, the Black Lord. Or rather, the Black Lord in the history of the Amber Sword, Xianxia. Xianxia Eudetromi Kosman. Xianxia was a little creeped out by his stare.
He opened his mouth to say something, but Brando reached out and waved his hand. Xianxia flew up and slammed into the wall on the side of the inn like a bag of flour. He snorted heavily and swallowed the words he was about to say.
Brando's hand seemed to have grabbed Xianxia's neck from more than 10 meters away.
He slammed his hand down, and the genius general of Madara, who was still stuck to the wall, fell to the ground with a bang.
The impact made a hole in the solid wooden floor of the Storm Shadow Inn's lobby. Everyone who witnessed this scene could not help but gasp.
The first thing that came to their minds was not that someone dared to destroy the private property of their lord, but how much hatred this young man had for the other party.
Xianghua's eyes also flashed. She gripped her sword tightly and looked around subconsciously. She was not unfamiliar with places like the inn, but Mr. Liu rarely took her to places with many people for too long. What's more, Brando's sudden move attracted everyone's attention to her. This made the somewhat simple-minded Nine Phoenix Crown Princess feel a little uneasy. Her eyes fell on a few adventurers standing by the counter not far away. Those adventurers were ready to pay and leave early, but Brando's behavior made them a little overwhelmed.
They did not know if they should pass by her and go out from the other side of the door.
But what if that young man misunderstood?
They clearly heard Xianxia call the young man brother, and they had all seen the latter's strength before.
Facing such a strong person, they did not dare to act rashly. The adventurers noticed Xianghua's gaze. One of them, a young girl with short blonde hair and a little playful emerald green eyes, showed a trace of helplessness. She quickly waved her hand with a wry smile, indicating that she didn't mean any harm. Huang He looked at these strange people with some confusion, thinking that there were quite a lot of foreigners in the Taowu Strait recently. She could not help but sigh. She felt that her luck was really bad.
As the deputy commander of the LA's Wings Night Regiment, she and her companions had come all the way from Lübeck to this place.
They had overcome countless difficulties just to find the legendary Light of Wisdom. The prophecies of the prophets had come true here, but after a month of searching, there was still no clue near Rosaline. It was not easy for Nine Phoenix to come from the desert. She had planned to go to the Swift Plains to try her luck, but she did not expect that the ship, which was supposed to reach Green Jade Hill before the White Dew ceremony, would be attacked by monsters in Rosaline and be detained. The longer they stayed in Rosaline, the less money they had in their pockets. Everyone estimated that they might have to stay here for a long time. It was not easy to find a cheap house to rent. They had planned to check out from the expensive inn, but they did not expect this to happen just after they paid for the trip. Chapter 12:18. Of course, what made Adney angry was not that the young man would do anything to them, but that the chaos here would definitely attract the city lord's guards, and none of them would be able to escape. Although they were not spies or saboteurs, it was useless against the guards. It would be a lot of trouble anyway, and they might have to spend a lot of money. At the thought of spending money, Adney found the young man rather repulsive. Did he have any brains to make trouble in this place? Well, in a moment he would know how terrible the wretched old fox lord of this place was. Although the young man was a little strong, he was probably no match for that old fox. When Adney thought about the old fox's right-hand man that they had met, she could not help but feel a little scared. Of course, such thoughts could not be expressed. She forced an awkward smile on her face, and laughed foolishly at Huang Hua, who was not far away. A noble of the Nine Phoenix, she thought to herself, a lazy guy who can't tell the difference between food and water. But from the corner of her eye, she suddenly saw the guards patrolling outside the inn walking towards them. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly lowered her voice and said to her companions, "Let's go. Let's sneak out before that guy notices us."
Captain, the elf from before grabbed her arm. "Wait."
"Oh my God, Naquil, let go, are you crazy?" Adney almost fainted because of her companion. Naquil was the elven archer in the team, and before he joined Ra's Feathers, he was a desert ranger in the Rosa region. She had always thought that he was a calm and rational person, and compared to the muscleheads in the team, he was the synonym for reliability and peace of mind. She even almost liked him a little. But now, she felt that she had to retract her evaluation of this idiot. What was this guy thinking?
"Captain, that young man,"
Naquil whispered.
"I know he's causing trouble." Adney impatiently interrupted this damned blockhead. "But we don't want to get involved in this trouble, do you understand, Naquil?" She had already seen the owner of the inn calling for the attendants. They had been here for more than a month, and Adney was very clear that the person behind the inn was actually that unpleasant old man. He was the lord of the city of Rosaline.
This was not good. He had to get away quickly. Quill shook his head. His vice leader was good at everything, but he was too impatient and too utilitarian. However, if it wasn't for this, the leader wouldn't have arranged for him to join the team. He was the eagle eye of the Rosa Desert and would not leave the Holy Land easily. If not for the Millennium Prophecy, he would not have come all the way here. Rosaline was indeed more prosperous than the Great Desert, but beneath the prosperity was decadence. It was not as vibrant and clean as the oasis in the desert. To be honest, as a golden elf, he did not really like human society. However, he still grabbed his vice commander's hand and winked at the other desert knights who were disguised as adventurers, signaling them to quickly stop their vice commander who was somewhat out of sorts. "Captain, look at his sword." Unfortunately, those muscleheads were as stubborn as ever and did not react at all. In fact, they were still watching the show and marveling at the young man's strength. Naquil couldn't help but sigh. He had no choice but to speak. "What sword?" Adney subconsciously glanced in that direction. Brando held Odorfice in his hand. The tip of the long sword, which was flowing with golden flame patterns, was pointed at Insursta's chin. It could be said that it was stuck to the tip of his pale chin. As long as he gently pushed the sword forward with his hand, this future star of Madara would be removed from this world. To be honest, He did have a deep grudge with this genius general of the undead who was destined to be famous in the future.
However, for some reason, after teaching him a lesson in a situation where he could not fight back, he suddenly felt a little dispirited.
The wooden floor of the inn had become a deep pit. The wooden planks were broken and sunken downwards. Xianxia crawled up from the center of the pit.
The frivolous look on his face finally faded.
His eyes flashed with the flame of the soul, and he quietly looked at Brando. I didn't expect the Lord to hate us so much. I heard that you were in Wuxia at the time? The young man sighed. It's karma for me to meet you here. I admit that I'm unlucky and have no complaints. Count, please do as you please. I only have one request, and that is to give me the dignity I deserve. You don't deserve anything, but you don't have to be responsible for the hatred between the undead and the humans.
Brando put down his sword and walked forward.
He grabbed Xianxia by the collar and lifted him up from the ground. The future genius general of Madara seemed to have improved his strength by leaps and bounds these days.
He had faintly shown signs of elemental activation, but he was still unable to move in Brando's hands.
Tell me, why are you in this place? Has the second invasion of Madara begun? Is Tarkus also around here?
It seems that when you left Erewhon, my lord, the second war hadn't broken out yet. Xianxia stared at him with some surprise and replied with difficulty. Oh, yes, at that time, my lord was on a diplomatic mission to the Cruz Empire.
So, you had already expected that we would invade Erewhon?
He couldn't help but look at Brando with eyes full of curiosity.
I've always thought that your excellency just had some courage and good luck. Now it seems that it was a mistake not to report the Battle of Tonajal to His Majesty in detail.
So, it seems that the biggest threat to the Empire in Erewhon may not be the ambitious eldest son of the Emperor, but your excellency.
Brando was full of dissatisfaction with this guy's nonsense. He raised his hand and threw him out. The latter groaned and fell heavily into the corner of the wall. Then he got up with a bitter smile, wiped his nose and looked at Brendel.
So, your excellency doesn't even intend to leave me with my last bit of dignity?
Dignity is earned by oneself, not given by others, Brando said. You are a genius of the land of sorrow. Then tell me, why are you here?
Of course, it's to work for His Majesty. Xianxia twisted his neck with great effort and answered without hiding anything.
You are the contact with the phantom chariot? Brando suddenly reacted and asked. Xianxia looked at him with some surprise. You guessed it?
His eyes then fell on Phoenix who not far away, and showed a hint of understanding.
It seems that in order to destroy His Majesty's plan, Your Excellency did not hesitate to come to Jianghu. I have always suspected that your actions in Tonajal were against us. Unfortunately, Tarkus did not agree with me and thought that it was just my wishful thinking.
He smiled bitterly. I didn't expect this absurd premonition to come true.
Brando was stunned. He did not expect that the future star of Madara had been paying attention to him. For a moment, he did not know whether to be glad or happy. However, he did not come to Jianghu to target Madara. If he did not come to this place by accident, he would not have known that Madara had so many dirty tricks in Jianghu. However, he did not expose him. He only asked, why didn't you participate in the Second War of the Black Roses?
What is the Second War of the Black Roses?
Xianxia's handsome face was slightly stunned, and then he reacted. He asked in confusion, why should I participate in the Second War of the Black Roses? I thought that the person with the Mercury staff should have absolute trust in you.
You should have had the opportunity to become the commander of this war.
So, who is the current commander? The depths of Xianxia's pupils contracted slightly.
The relationship between his family and Tarkus' family, and the Supreme Being was an absolute secret in the Hall of Winter. He didn't know how the other party knew about this, but this was definitely the first time that the other party's words had caused his mind to waver.
The current commander should be Ladios. Apocalypse? That Red Knight? You even know this?
Xianxia was really shocked this time.
How much do you know about us? Brando ignored him. He was thinking about where the problem was. In theory, Xianxia should be in Erewhon at this time. The Second War of the Black Roses was the era when he began to shine, but he appeared in Jianghu at this time. On the contrary, it was Ladios who replaced him as the frontline commander. His thoughts continued to wander, and he could not help but think of Ladios. The other party was one of the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse, the Red Knight. His commanding style was not as agile as Xianxia's, and his achievements in history were not as high as the latter's. With him taking Xianxia's place to command the invasion of Erewhon, the burden on the princess and Freya should be lighter than in history. Coupled with the power he had developed in Valhalla, Erewhon should have a great chance this time. Even if the second war ended in a draw, or the kingdom suffered a little loss, as long as they could drag it out until the third war, then at least he could be sure that Erewhon would have the strength to fight. Thinking of this, Brando felt that it might not be a bad thing for him to meet Xianxia here, and he calmed down a lot. He came back to his senses and looked at Xianxia. What about Tarkus? He's already your second in command, right? You. Xianxia was about to say something, but it was at this time that a cry of surprise came from the other side of the hall, interrupting the conversation between the two. The voice seemed to be in disbelief, as if it had blurted out. Quill, quick, give me a slap. Oh God, is that really the sword of the sun god? Chapter 12:19. Of course, Quill would not slap his deputy commander. In fact, when she was yelling, the guards outside had already entered the inn. At this time, the owner of the inn immediately ignored the waiter he had called and shouted to the guards, "Catch that troublemaker!" The guards were stunned for a moment. Then, they raised their spears and prepared to rush in from outside, but they had forgotten the existence of one person. Xianxia raised the long sword in her hand. With a flick of her thumb, the cyan steel sword popped out of the sharkskin scabbard with a clang. She grabbed the hilt with her right hand and swung the sword forward. A crescent-shaped flame swept towards the door. Sizzle! The flame landed under the feet of those guards, burning a half-moon-shaped scorch mark on the floor less than an inch away from their toes. It was a warning sign. The guards were just ordinary people. They were not as powerful as Xian. They were so scared that they froze on the spot and did not dare to take a step forward. But just because the guards didn't move forward didn't mean that their knights would. A figure separated the front row of guards. With a loud shout, he wielded his sword with both hands and slashed at Xianxia. Xianxia had already noticed the knight in the group. She lowered her body and let the sword pass over her head. Her heart was as calm as still water. It was as if everything around her was reflected in her heart. She let the knight's two-handed sword slash at the counter as the owner of the inn screamed in fear. It made a cracking sound and sent wood chips flying. At the same time, the long sword in her hand was as red as fire. She stabbed the knight's chest and abdomen from the bottom to the deck. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 consecutive stabs, the knight was forced to take 3 steps back. He even had to abandon the two-handed sword that was stuck on the counter. After that, he pulled out a short sword to block Xianxia's attack. He could not help but turn pale with fright. He could see that Xianxia was not weak, but she lacked combat experience. Otherwise, the warning sword would have landed on the guards instead of in front of them. Showing mercy in a place like Rosaline's meant that the opponent was just a novice, a noble swordsman who had never seen blood before. This kind of person would often be flustered when facing fierce attacks because of distractions. When facing an opponent of similar strength, they would not even be able to display 30% of their strength. However, Xianxia was not only calm when facing his attacks, but also dared to engage in close combat. When Xianxia attacked first, he even had the illusion that he was facing a little girl. Instead of a seasoned mercenary who had no regard for life and death, what he didn't know was that although Xianxia had never killed anyone before, she had already experienced countless life and death situations. The core of the path of the Jade Phoenix was the Phoenix's nirvana and rebirth from the jaws of death. Maintaining calm under any situation was the most basic quality. The knight turned pale with fright. Xianxia instantly sensed that his heart was wavering, which made her a little angry. In her opinion, every battle should be serious and serious. This was the basic respect for the opponent and life. She swung her sword backhandedly at the man's short sword, cutting off the blade of the short sword that had been carved with 3 deep marks. The short sword flew out, spinning in the air and nailing itself to a wooden pillar not far away with a thud. Before the knight could react, Xianxia turned around and kicked his breastplate. Both the breastplate and the breastplate caved in. The knight screamed and flew out from where he came from, knocking into several guards along with him. There was a loud crash outside the Storm Shadow Inn, which lasted for a long time before it stopped. Xianxia pursed her lips and looked in that direction silently.
The long sword in her hand had already returned to its scabbard, and then she stood up straight again.
She wasn't surprised by the result. The knight's strength was much weaker than hers, but he dared to be distracted during the battle. She didn't kill him, otherwise he would have been a corpse by now. The atmosphere of this place made her frown. In the 9 Phoenixes, in the Jade Phoenix clan, there would never be such a blasphemous battle. She wasn't surprised, but the others were. Other than Brando, the inn was almost silent again.
Most of the guests in the inn were not fools. Other than the weak inn owner, no one would think that these guards could do anything to the young man. After all, the strength that the young man displayed was at the level of the elemental realm. In Rosaline, the only person who could suppress these elemental realm adventurers and swordsmen from the 9 Phoenixes was the lord of Rosaline's guard captain, Bobin. But they didn't expect that the little girl that Brando brought, who looked as delicate as a porcelain doll, would be so strong. The long sword in her hand was quietly sheathed in the sharkskin scabbard, but at this moment, no one dared to think that it was just an exquisite decoration.
Adney, who had witnessed this scene, opened her mouth in an O shape. Although she was a little impulsive, this didn't prevent her from seeing the true level of strength of Huang Hua. She was probably only a little bit weaker than herself. She.
Adney pointed at Huang Hua and trembled. Is it her, Quill? The elf took off her longbow and shook her head. Captain, pay attention to that young man. What's there to pay attention to?
He's not handsome. Adney answered casually, but she was stunned for a moment, then suddenly jumped up and screamed, "Oh right, the holy sword of Ra! That guy is the bearer of the sun god's sword." At this time, Brando pulled Xianxia up from the ground. He looked back at the door of the inn. He'd seen Huang Hua's performance earlier, and it was remarkable. He could see that Huang Hua didn't have much combat experience, but she was so sharp in her first fight. This could no longer be described as a genius. This little girl is a natural warrior, but she's not necessarily a swordsman, Brando thought. He'd clearly seen that Huang Hua's understanding of swordsmanship was very superficial. At least, it didn't match her fighting talent. The second thought in his mind was that Yura wasn't as good as her. Yura was Yak's fiancée, the woman whose real name was Huang Yu. "Let's go to your room and talk," Brando said to Xianxia, who was in front of him. "It's my pleasure." Xianxia coughed with a wry smile. Brando hadn't held back at all. Although he was an undead, he was still injured quite badly. He looked at Huang Hua again and asked, "She used the desert wind swordsmanship?" Brando nodded and said without hesitation, "Yes, she's the person Ghost Chariot is looking for. But the information said that she has a guard. Where is that guard?" "He went to the port. I guess Lord Rosaline has detained all the ships in Rosaline's port. Mr. Liu wants to go to the port to confirm it. Now it seems to be most likely. Where are the sailors detained?" Xianxia looked at him silently. "They should be in the city. No one cares about them. Lord Rosaline just chased them off the ship. As for whether Ghost Chariot has placed any spies among them," he shrugged. It was easy to talk to smart people. This person was indeed the Black Lord Xianxia from his previous life. Brando looked at him and suddenly had a complicated thought. If I kill him here, it might save me a lot of trouble in the future. "Mr. Earl, you seem to be very afraid of me." Xianxia saw many things in his eyes and said, "I'm afraid of the black rose of Bramanto." "There's someone who can make it bloom brightly in the dark," Brando said calmly. "If this person is right in front of me, what do you think I should do?" "I didn't expect the Lord to think so highly of me. I don't know if I should feel honored or afraid." Xianxia smiled bitterly again and shook his head. Brando just looked at him quietly. He pressed his hand on the flaming blade, the killing intent in his heart faintly discernible. Reason told him that he should draw his sword immediately, but in his heart, he felt that this name, which had left a deep mark in the war between Erwin and Madara, should not fall in this place. In this shabby little inn, which was an unknown distance away from Erwin. "I'll give you one more chance," Brando suddenly said. "If Lady Martha doesn't think you should die in this nameless place." The soul fire in Xianxia's eyes lit up. "My lord, you want to know the details of the war between the undead and the monsters in the wilderness of bones, as well as the motive of the undead to invade Erwin." Brando looked at him deeply. "Your astuteness makes my hair stand on end as always, Sir Xianxia."
Soon those knights will call for more people.
Xianxia didn't answer the question. It doesn't matter, they won't disturb me. Adney stood by the counter that was split in half. She watched as Brando brought the handsome young man in a black cloak upstairs. What should we do? Should we follow? She turned around and asked. Did you see it clearly?
Is that person really holding the sacred sword of Ra?
That looks like... But it doesn't look like it either.
The knights spoke one after another.
Shut up. Adney no longer had any hope for these people. She watched as the little girl silently walked past them, took out a piece of silver from her sleeve and put it on the counter. She then booked a room for the frightened shopkeeper. It was as if the commotion earlier did not exist, and did not seem to care if the escaping guards would call for more people. Adney did not care either. She looked at the phoenix-shaped silver ingot on the counter with a pained expression. She moved her mouth and wanted to ask the shopkeeper if he knew how much money it was. But Huang, who had already turned around, parted the crowd, and followed Brendel up the stairs, leaving only her back view. Chapter 12:20. Watching Phoenix walk up to the second floor, Adney finally made up her mind and turned around. I'm her companion, boss.
Captain, don't be like this.
Quill pulled her back and whispered to her. Be rational, we have to leave this place first.
Leave.
The female knight captain stared at the silver ingots on the counter and asked, Why? It wasn't easy for us to find a clue.
The elf shook his head and whispered into her ear. Because it will be troublesome later.
We can come back at night. Lord Rosaline has sealed off the port, they can't get out. Okay, I heard you. You don't have to get so close. Adney felt her cheeks burning and pushed him away. Then what do we do next? You decide.
Quill nodded and said to the others in a low voice. That person has the sun god's sword. He must have some kind of relationship with the prophecy.
And even if he's not that person, we have to find a way to get close to him and get clues from him. The knight nodded. Clearly, they trusted the latter more than they trusted their vice-captain. Mr. Kasaf.
Ahem, Delphian coughed and asked with concern. You said there was a foreigner among those gentlemen?
The afternoon sun shone through the trees and landed on the young lady's body. Her skin was so pale that it was almost transparent, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. She was so delicate that it made one's heart flutter. Kasaf couldn't bear to see her like this. He quickly replied, Those aren't gentlemen, Miss Delphian. You might not know, but they are parasites, villains, robbers, and bandits. I'm afraid those who hang out with them aren't good people. They call that person Mr. Brando. Just listen to that name. It's so vulgar and mediocre. It's obviously an alias. A deep light flashed in Delphian's eyes, but it fooled everyone's eyes. She maintained her performance well and said, Perhaps you're right, Mr. Kasaf. Kasaf felt as if he had drunk a spoonful of ice water on a hot summer day. His entire body felt light as a feather, and he was about to continue the conversation.
However, the leader of the guards beside him reminding him that he was not here to please the lady.
Instead, he had other important matters to attend to. However, just as he opened his mouth, he was stuck again. He looked awkwardly at Delphian and then at Bobin. Only a few people in Rosaline knew about the cooperation between the Lord and the Ghost Chariot. He did not know if this lady knew about the inside story. Lord Rosaline was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He was about to say something, but Delphine was very sharp. She coughed softly and immediately replied softly, My lord, please allow me to return to my room to rest. Seeing Delphine's back being supported by the maid, Kassav looked at his lord and could not help but compliment, What a smart lady. It's not necessarily a good thing for a woman to be too smart, but Miss Delphine is an exception. Lord Rosaline chuckled and said rather proudly, She's really a fairy-like woman. Only with the help of such a woman behind a man's back can he succeed. Kassav could not help but look in that direction with jealousy. That fairy-like woman had already disappeared from the courtyard. Only Bobin still had a deadpan expression on his face, as if he had not seen what had just happened. After sending the maid away, Delphian carefully closed the door to her room and returned to her desk. She took a few quick breaths, and it seemed that her weakness was not completely faked. She opened the drawer and took out a notebook. Opening the silver lock, she dipped a quill in ink and wrote a few words on it. Suddenly, she stopped, closed the notebook, and placed it in front of her chest. She was silent for a moment.
The pure and innocent expression on her face had long since faded. She raised her head and stared blankly through the wooden lattice window. "Elman, Your Majesty, should I do this?" In a single room on the second floor of the storm shadow near the square, the atmosphere in the room was somewhat quiet.
Huang Hua leaned against the window and looked at the two people sitting at the table. Then, she looked in the direction of the harbor. After a while, she saw a group of guards appear in the square. Then, a knight riding a wingless dragon was mobilized from all directions of the square. She suddenly realized that the way she had handled the problem might have caused trouble for Mr. Brando. She could not help but show an apologetic expression. "Mr. Brando."
"Don't worry, Huang Hua." Although Brando was not by the window, he had already noticed the situation outside.
"You don't have to worry about them."
Huang Hua held her sword and nodded. Xianxia sat in his seat and looked at the two people calmly.
"My lord, you should know that I was born in Kosman. When I was 20 years old, I accepted the family ritual because of my outstanding talent. I am the purest kind of dark noble. Before I was born, my family had been fighting with the monsters for decades, until the Mercury staff appeared." Brando listened in silence. Compared to the collusion between Madara and the chariot specter, he was indeed more concerned about the war between the undead and the crystal revealed from Mr. Liu and Xianxia's words. What was the calamity of Starfall 70 years ago? What was the connection with the fall of the Black Moon 3 days ago? Why did he not know about the century-long war between the undead and the crystal in the south of Madara in the game? The undead were aggressive in their attack on the civilized world, but it concealed their defeat in the south of the Sea of the Dead Moon. Did the Supreme One with the Mercury Staff know about all this? He did not care about the grudge between the Jade Phoenix and the Chariot Spectre, nor did he care about the undead's arrangement in the east. He was only interested in the entanglement between them and the dusk. It was as if he had inherited a keen sense of smell from the game, which made him feel that there might be something he wanted behind the scenes. Why did Madara launch an attack on the civilized world? The undead were not cultists who did not care about anything.
They were not crazy enough to destroy the foundation of civilization and the world order. Xianxia seemed to have seen through his thoughts at a glance. He knew that this person had long known that he would be interested in the entanglement between the crystal and the undead. He also knew that since he appeared here, he must have heard the relevant rumors. The dark road that had flourished for so many years was suddenly closed, not to mention that the strange monsters had just visited Rosalind. "You and I are the same kind of people, Count."
Xianxia saw that his expression changed slightly and explained, "I also wanted to know why the Mercury staff appeared in this era, but when I saw His Majesty, I understood that all this was inevitable." Brando was silent. But when he raised his head again, he seemed to have figured out something. "The Earth Legion has already failed, right?" Xianxia looked as if he was stuck in a shell, or as if his neck was being grabbed. He looked at him with his mouth wide open. Deep in the eyes of the young Dark Knight, there was a flash of fear for the first time. Brando did not care about him. In his thoughts, the scattered pearls on the ground were connected by an invisible line, forming a complete reality. He had never been so sharp before, but ever since that dream, everything seemed to have changed. 1,000 years ago, at the end of the War of the Holy Saints, the Darkness Dragon sealed the core area of Wonde, and at the edge of the world, the war never stopped. The Myurnas sent their most powerful legion, to the various borders of the world, but left the weakest heartland areas to face the uprising of the mortals. Just like that, 1,000 years passed. The last legacy left by the Truth Parliament was also gone. In the ignorance of the mortals, the Earth Legion, which had lost the support of the Empire, finally failed. The power of the Twilight Dragon had long awakened, and the Roman was only the final countdown for its arrival in this world. When did the undead first see the crystal? What year was it? 77 years ago, Rober's Death Lord arrived at an ancient battlefield in the process of expanding southward. They recovered the Mercury staff from there. Not long after that, there was the Starfall disaster. That Starfall disaster could only be seen in the south of Madara and the Nine Phoenix area. Not long after, cracks appeared at the border of the Black Forest, and the strange monsters began to invade our world. Even if you have the Mercury staff, you can't resist them. Too many. Very few people know that Madara has lost half of its southern border. So you want to migrate west and north, invade Erewhon and Saint Tossol, and even the entire civilized world? Brando asked. His voice was a little serious. As the people of Martha, why didn't you warn us? Because you are humans, and we are undead, Xianxia replied. And we are not just running away.
Because of Erewhon?
Xianxia stared at him, and for the second time, he was stuck. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth. This time, it's you who makes me feel afraid, my lord. P.S. I wanted to recommend this 2 days ago, but I kept updating it too late, so I forgot. Lord Sovan Ao is back riding again, and I believe that some of you must still remember his wizard story. This is my DM, and his things are definitely more reliable. So I recommend his new book, 20-Sided Dice. Book number 3559491. My friends who are out of books can go and take a look. Chapter 12:21. Brando's face was expressionless.
He understood that it was not that he was sharp enough to make the other party feel troubled. It was purely because of the asymmetry of information that gave him an advantage. It was precisely because of this that he became even more cautious to prevent himself from inadvertently revealing too much information. After all, in this world, other than the one-eyed man, no one knew better than him what kind of person this person in front of him was.
He did not comment on the other party's exclamation.
He only asked, "Where is Tarkus?"
At this time, Huang Hua was pressing her small hand on the window lattice. She saw that a group of guards had crossed the square and surrounded the inn. Seeing the archers drawing their bows, she frowned and raised her hand to lower the shutters. The light in the room suddenly dimmed. In the somewhat dim room, Xianxia's expression became solemn. The light passed through the shutters and fell on his pale face. Tiny luminous particles floated up and down in the air. The atmosphere in the room was a little dull for a moment. The opportunity has been given to you.
It's up to you whether to cherish it or not, Sir Xianxia. Brando looked at him and quietly added, "I thought my lord would be a smart man," Xianxia said with a wry smile.
"I thought I could seize this opportunity." "You mean I asked a stupid question?" The genius general of Madara shrugged.
Brando ignored him and looked in the direction of the corridor from the room.
"I will go to the Green Jade Hill with Huang Hua and Mr. Liu. From there, we will take a boat to Nabel or the Drowning Bay."
Xianxia shuddered. His brows furrowed deeply.
"What are you going to do?"
An almost impossible possibility flashed in his mind, but because it was too illogical, it was difficult for him to make a judgment.
"I want to go to Madara, but I lack a suitable guide. This makes my decision indecisive."
A series of heavy footsteps soon sounded in the corridor, but Brando withdrew his gaze from there.
"Maybe I think it's better to go back to Erewhon with 9 Phoenix's caravan."
The words came out of nowhere, but Xianxia raised his head and looked at him with a complicated gaze.
His expression was full of strangeness and disbelief. Although the latter tried his best to hide his feelings, compared to a few decades later, this genius general's shrewdness was clearly not deep enough. At least Brando still read what he wanted from the fleeting gaze. He pursed his lips and secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
At least so far, with the advantage of information and strength, he could still maintain control of the situation.
"You want to see His Majesty?" "I don't like the word see, but if I can persuade him, I can use this word. But I believe that for Madara, the Mercury Staff is the only thing that cannot be replicated. Without it for this country, the future may be very different." He had originally planned to return to Aween directly from the Green Jade Hill, but the moment he saw the Xianxia dragon, an extremely bold idea came to his mind.
Xianxia stared at him, as if he had turned a deaf ear to the approaching footsteps in the corridor.
"You want to assassinate His Majesty? Then why should I lead the way for you?" "My lord, are you kidding me?" Phoenix would continue to observe the situation outside through the gaps of the blinds.
She suddenly whispered into the room, "They have driven out the other guests, and the owner of the inn, Mr. Brando."
Brendel nodded to her, indicating that he understood. Then he turned back and answered the Xianxia dragon. "Earlier, you thought I asked a stupid question, but now you're pretending to be stupid. I believe you'll understand why." Xianxia was stunned for a moment, and then his face showed a very conflicted look. He seemed to be weighing the gains and losses, but this decision made people like him unable to help but worry about the gains and losses. At this time, someone slammed into the door from the outside, and the vibration made the nearby ceiling rustle with dust. The knight outside the door cursed in a low voice. He probably did not expect the door to be so sturdy. Xianxia turned back and was about to draw her sword, but she saw Brando's gesture to her to calm down. She blinked quietly, thinking that Brando wanted to negotiate with the other party, but she did not expect that he looked indifferently in that direction, and a silver circle of light rippled in front of him. The silver circle of light slowly moved forward about half an inch. With a loud bang, the entire inn was blown apart. The roar was so violent that even she could not help but frown and cover her ears. After a while, Xianxia looked up in a daze and was surprised to find that half of the inn had disappeared. To be exact, 7 or 8 steps from where Brando was standing, and 3 or 4 steps from where the man in the black cloak was sitting, the back half of the inn had disappeared, leaving only the broken wooden floor hanging there alone. The original position of the bed and furniture, the aisle leading to the corridor, the wall in that direction, and the door on the wall were all gone. Only half of the inn was left, and outside the room was the dark blue sea of the Jianghu Strait. Mr. Brando? Brando raised his eyebrows. He had only learned how the Twilight Dragon used its mental power to attack space and cause a spatial storm. Of course, he had added his own elemental power and understanding of the law of time and space, but he did not expect the power to be so amazing. He had only used about 30% of his strength, but the power was not inferior to the full power of the law of time. There was a commotion among the guards in the square, and the knight there had no time to stop it. The archers who had already drawn their bows subconsciously shot a wave of arrows. The people watching from afar could not help but open their mouths wide as they watched the wave of arrows climb higher and higher. They thought to themselves that it had been many years since they had seen such a big scene in Rosaline. Some people were already mourning for Brando and the others. They had nothing to do with Brando, but they were simply dissatisfied with the local ruler. But what happened in the next moment left everyone dumbstruck. The sound of something breaking through the air came from outside the room. Brando stretched out his right hand in that direction without looking back. The ripples of space swept across the whole square in an instant, and all the arrows were immediately fixed in mid-air, densely packed like a wall. With a light flick of his finger, the wall of arrows swept back at a speed that was thousands of times faster than before. Like a storm, the guards in the square were beaten into a disorderly state. Mournful screams resounded in the air. Mr. Brando, they. Xianxia could not bear it. Brando shook his head. After all, Xianxia was too naive, but he would not use his power to kill the innocent. I didn't kill them, but if I don't teach these people a lesson, they won't retreat easily. Xianxia quickly turned around and saw that most of the people on the ground were just injured. At this time, the morale of the lords in the square had collapsed, and many people had thrown away their weapons and started to escape. Even a few knights were among them. She could not help but look at Brando apologetically, thinking that she had accidentally misunderstood him. Mr. Brando was indeed a true swordsman, and only such a person could walk on the path of the extreme. She also admired Brando. Not only did he have a heart to restrain power, but he also had a meticulous control of space power. 1 against 100. What a spectacular scene. Xianxia silently held his sword, wondering when he would be able to have such strength. At this time, Xianxia seemed to have finally made up his mind and said solemnly, "We have a stronghold in the west of Rosaline City. Where is Tarkus?" Brando turned around. He nodded silently. "So they have found Xianxia?" The sunlight penetrated the shadows of the trees, leaving sparse shadows on the ground. In a forest near Rosaline City, a man who was half sitting on a white rock turned around and confirmed with his subordinates with a hint of surprise. His long black hair draped behind his head, covering half of his thin and pale face. It should have been a face full of devilish beauty, but his thin lips and gloomy expression weakened this feminine temperament, making him look a little cold. The words he said were equally harsh. When the ghost phoenix strikes, all 9 heads will suffer together. I didn't expect to underestimate these people. I thought they were not capable of hiding in the Jianghu Strait. The subordinate quickly raised his head and asked, "Master Feng Qi, the Lord of Rosaline wants to see you. Do you plan to go?" No, I don't like anyone here," the man shook his head. "And Mr. Liu is not easy to deal with. He has the Jade Phoenix Stone. We must ask the 2 masters to come out, and we may have to use that thing." He waved his hand casually, and the black flying phoenix pattern on the cloud-like sleeve seemed to come alive. "Find someone to talk to him." "Yes, Find a way to drive him out of that damn castle. Tell him how powerful Huang Hua and that person are.
Don't let him get away with it. Master?
It would be best if we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but remember to prioritize.
Compared to the secret of the stagnation boundary, my cousin is nothing.
Yes. The afternoon light became brighter again. The noise from outside the courtyard became noisier. Delphine, who was pondering something in her diary, seemed to have noticed something. She raised her head and frowned slightly. She pulled out the chair and stood up. She came to the window and used her hand to push open a gap in the wooden grill. Chapter 12:22.
The gentle afternoon sunlight immediately poured in through the window and landed on her face. Her porcelain skin was almost transparent, and the tiny blood vessels underneath were almost invisible. The Prime Minister's daughter's expression was cold. When her gaze landed on the courtyard, she saw that there were some men and women in black robes in the courtyard through the shade of the trees. These people had dazzling black hair that was fixed behind their heads with hairpins or bands. Their special attire with wide robes and long sleeves seemed to prove their identity. These people either came from Nine Phoenix, or at least their bloodline came from Nine Phoenix. But Delphine knew more. In Nine Phoenix, only the royal family could wear phoenix ornaments. But these people were wearing black fire phoenixes and blood-red embroidery, so they could only have one origin: the Ghost Chariot clan. Cruz had a long history of business dealings with Nine Phoenix. As a descendant of the Nidwin family, she knew better than Brando the status of these people in Nine Phoenix. The situation of this organization was not as bad as people thought. Yu Feng and the Ghost Chariot were of the same bloodline. The Ghost Chariot clan was able to thrive in Swift Plains because of the former's permission. In her opinion, the royal family of Nine Phoenix was too lenient, and the commoners still maintained a basic level of respect for the Ghost Chariot clan. This was something unimaginable in Wonde. The relationship between the Nine Swords was too complicated, but she knew that the Ghost Chariot had already deviated from their path. She silently watched the Ghost Chariot clan's people talking to the Lord of Rosaline. Seeing this old and ugly guy, and thinking of his naked and undisguised expression when he looked at her, Delphine could not help but feel annoyed. In fact, she felt nauseous. When she was in the Empire, she did not need to pretend to be polite to such a small figure. But the situation was better than the person. Moreover, when she thought of the thing that she had accidentally learned, her frown calmed down. The noise in the courtyard was not because of the dispute between the 2 parties. The noise came from a place further away. She saw a battered and exhausted fellow rushing in. That should be a knight from Rosaline. Looks like something has happened outside. Delphine thought to herself as she closed the window. She was worried that she would be noticed by the people from Ghost Car, especially the man called Feng Qi. The man's eyes made her feel like she had been seen through. Even in front of that person, she had never felt this way. She had always believed in her intuition as a woman. Sometimes, avoiding danger was more important than finding out the truth. Skipping over self-confidence might not be a good thing. I don't know. It has nothing to do with him. Delphine silently sat back in her chair. She closed the diary and locked it. Her face was cloudy and uncertain. No one knew what she was thinking. After a while, she vaguely heard more noises coming from outside, as if the whole castle had come alive. The Nidevan family also had their own territory and castle. The Prime Minister's daughter was very familiar with that voice. The old man was mobilizing his knight. It seemed that something big had indeed happened outside. She frowned a little uneasily. There were people running around outside the corridor. Delphine waited silently for a moment. Suddenly, she opened the door and grabbed the maid who was running in a panic. However, the maid was too strong. She opened the door too suddenly and almost fell to the ground. The maid screamed in fright. Now, everyone in the castle knew that this somewhat weak and easy to get along with lady would probably become their future mistress. She hurriedly and carefully helped Delphine up, as if she was afraid that the other party would vent her anger on her. Miss Delphine, Delphine's face was pale. She smiled weakly at her and said, "It's nothing. It's my fault, Miss Madeline." Martha above. Seeing her like this, the maid felt even more guilty. My impulsive temper really deserves to be cursed. I'm really sorry, Miss Delphine. Did something happen outside? Delphine hurriedly asked. The maid was stunned for a moment before she remembered something. Ah, of course something big has happened. Someone is causing trouble in the castle and injured many of the Lord's knights. She exclaimed and said with a little fear. I hope it's not a monster that entered the castle. But the Lord has already sent Mr. Boban out with the night guards. There shouldn't be any problem. Nothing will happen, Madeline. Mr. Boban will take care of it. Delphian comforted her. The maid hurriedly nodded. By the way, where is the Lord? The Lord is preparing the horse. Prepare the horse? Is the Lord going out as well? Of course. He's worried that it's another monster causing trouble. He's worried, so he wants to follow. By the way, the Lord wants you to rest in peace, Miss Delphian. Delphian silently nodded. After bidding farewell to the impatient maid, she closed the door again and pressed her back against the door. Her vest was completely soaked. She let out a long breath and her eyes flashed with an inexplicable brilliance. She returned to the desk and waited for about a quarter of an hour before the noise outside finally quieted down. Delphian glanced at her diary, and then silently pulled a string on the desk. The bell connected to the string immediately jingled. After a few minutes, there was a knock on the door. A somewhat childish voice asked from outside the door. Miss Delphian, are you calling for me? Delphian gently took a breath. Come in, Seabass. The door was pushed open with a cautious sound, and a dark-skinned young man wearing a gray robe and jacket walked in. He carefully looked around the room, and then his eyes fell on Delphian's back. His eyes were suddenly filled with admiration and respect. Miss Delphian, is something wrong? The young man asked in a low voice. Is his lordship here? His lordship has gone out, Miss Delphian. The look on Delphine's face relaxed a little. I need you to do me a favor, Seabass. The young man was slightly taken aback. Then, a solemn expression appeared on his face. Miss Delphian, if you have any instructions, please let me know. She picked up the diary on the desk and asked, that friend of yours, is he really reliable? That Uncle Xian may be making a living in the underworld, but he is actually a good person. The young man keenly asked. Miss Delphian, do you have something you need to do in Rosaline City? About that. Ask your friend to help me find a person. His name is Brando. He is not a local and his characteristics are very obvious. It should be easy for you to find him. She turned around and looked at the young man who was looking at her with a slightly intoxicated expression. She handed the diary to him. When you find that person, give this diary to him. However, before that, you must keep this diary with you. You cannot give it to anyone, and you cannot tell anyone about it. Do you understand? I understand. Seeing the solemn expression on her face, the young man replied in a methodical manner. Will you keep it a secret for me, Seabass? I will definitely keep it a secret for you, Miss Delphian. The young man's breathing became heavier. Miss Delphian, you have saved my life, so Seabass' life belongs to you. Very well. Do you remember what I said? The young man quickly repeated it. Delphian nodded her head and smiled faintly. That's right. When you find that person, tell him that after page 77 of the diary. After page 77, Miss Delphian, I will keep it in mind. Seeing the other party smile at him, the young man was stunned. He quickly swore again and again that he would not reveal this secret. After that, he left with this solemn vow. Delphian watched as the young man's figure disappeared outside the door. Then, as if she had collapsed, she supported herself on a chair and sat down. She did not have much time. It was not easy for her to choose a reliable character to make the other party believe that she had saved his life. She did not expect that in just a short day, she would have to use this relationship. Although the time was too short, it had its advantages. Sometimes, when a person's passion had not yet dissipated, they would do many things without thinking. Although this situation was not very reassuring, she understood that she did not have much of a choice. As for using others, the daughter of the Prime Minister had never felt any psychological burden at all. She sat on the chair and rested for a moment. After being injured again, she felt that her body was much weaker than before. This feeling of exhaustion was not good, but Delphian also knew that she did not have much time. She gritted her teeth and stood up with the help of the chair's armrest. She took a deep breath, then staggered out of the door.
Brando and Huang Hua stood in a closed alley. This should be the slum in the west of Rosaline City. The huts and messy buildings piled up to form a dead end. The surrounding environment was not very good, and there was a disgusting stench in the air. About a few minutes ago, they saw Xianxia use a secret signal to knock on a tightly shut door. The genius general of Madara signaled them to be patient, and then his figure disappeared behind the door. After that, there was no more movement. Huang Hua stood beside Brando, holding her sword. She wanted to say something several times, but in the end, she held back. The path of the Jade Phoenix was about calmness. She always felt that the other party might have noticed something, so she did not speak rashly. Brando looked at the little girl who looked calm on the surface, but from her occasional frown, he could see that she seemed to be worried about him. He could not help but smile and said, "Don't worry, he won't just leave." Huang Hua was stunned for a moment, then realized that her state of mind had been seen through by him. She frowned, annoyed that she was not calm enough. No, she explained in a low voice. "That person. He is lying to you, Mr. Brando." "Huang Hua, you saw it too?" Brando raised his eyebrows slightly, looking a little surprised. Chapter 12:23. Huang Hua thought for a moment.
Or it should be said that when he promised to take you to Madara, he didn't tell the truth.
She frowned slightly.
He has other intentions in mind.
"Thank you, Miss Huang Hua, but I know."
"Mr. Brando, you know?" Huang Hua looked up at him with a hint of doubt in her starry eyes.
"I know his intentions, just as he knows mine. Xianxia is a smart man. He and I are just betting. This man likes to take the unconventional path. As for his deputy Gustav, he is the exact opposite of him."
"Betting?" Brendel stared at the door and continued. "His Majesty seems to know him very well, which is why he arranged such an assistant for him.
They are natural partners, but I believe that he will be able to convince Gustav this time." "I don't quite understand. To put it simply, what they want is the things on me. Or to be more precise, the person behind the door wants these things. And he knows that a few things are on me. He wants to take me to the realm of eternal death and bet that Madara has a way to deal with me. If that's the case, why did Mr. Brando say that? If Mr. Brando has a card up his sleeve, that person shouldn't have agreed so easily, right? Because we're not 100% sure, but I believe that a person who can be recognized by Loki's Mercury staff won't not back down on his home ground. Xianxia knows this, and so does Gusta, so he'll definitely convince the one-eyed man."
Huang Hua shook her head disapprovingly.
"The ruler of a country should not be so careless, especially according to Mr. Brando. It is the link that maintains the stability and unity of this huge country. How can it allow its subordinates to gamble the fate of a country?" Brando did not answer this question. Because there may be many answers to this question, but he did not know how to explain the closest guess to this little girl. He sighed deeply. "If I'm not wrong, this may be the reason why my country has suffered so much." When he confirmed with Xianxia the reason why Madara invaded Erewhon, he finally understood the problem. Why would Madara be so fond of Erewhon's barren land? Perhaps it was not just because of geography. Madara also had better sea crossings to the left of Kermit Island, and in places like White Mountain, where order was ruled by eternal darkness, it was more suitable for the undead to advance. Erewhon had a special meaning to Madara, probably because of its own uniqueness. Not only did it have the Orb of Flame and the Halran Gaia, but it also had the will of the mountains and rivers and Sinna, as well as the Azure Lance, Firmament, and the Holy Sword of Light, Somir, which he and Lute saw outside the elemental barrier. The other party had the Mercury Staff, so it was not impossible for them to know the secret of the Amber Sword. If that Emperor's true goal was the same as his, then everything would make sense. Why would Madara insist on annexing Erewhon? And this was also the basis of his deal with Xianxia. He knew that Xianxia should at least know that he had the Halran Gaia, and perhaps he also knew that he had the soul of Odorfice. Although this news might be a little outdated, it was enough. He also got the answer he wanted from the other party's reaction, which confirmed his guess. So the two of them each had their own ulterior motives, but they each knew the other's true intentions. If Xianxia lured him to the realm of eternal death, set up a perfect ambush, and took those things from him, then the undead would have accomplished half of their goal of invading Erewhon without any effort. Perhaps they could have done it step by step before,
But he deliberately showed that he had foresight and an aggressive attitude in front of the other party, just to make the Black Lord wary and misjudge the difficulty of invading this small kingdom.
Now it seemed that he had at least achieved half of his goal. The rest would depend on the travel in Madara. Perhaps Erwin's crisis would be resolved, and in the best-case scenario, he could still get the Mercury Staff. Even if it was a little worse, there would still be a way to escape. Brando was still very confident in his current strength. For him who had the element of time and space, no one in this world could easily make him stay. And when he reached the realm of eternal death, at least it would be more convenient to return to Erwin. Jianghu saw that his expression was a little strange, and thought that he was thinking of his homeland when he saw the things, so she quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Brando, I shouldn't have brought up this topic." "It's none of your business."
Brando shook his head gently. But his indifference made the little girl feel even more guilty, and she said firmly, "Mr. Brando, if Madara really supports the Chariot Spectre, Mr. Liu and I will find a way to persuade His Majesty to ally with you. We have a common enemy."
"It's my pleasure." Brando looked at her with some gratitude.
However, he also knew that the alliance between Erwin and the Nine Phoenix was not something that the two of them could decide here. He might be able to represent Valhalla, but although Huang Hua was a princess, she might not even be able to represent the Jade Phoenix royal family, let alone the opinion of the entire Nine Phoenix. Of course, perhaps after she and Mr. Liu returned to the Nine Phoenix, they could fully utilize their identity and power, but before that, he could not just stare blankly at them. For now, it seemed that the most important thing was to destroy the offensive of the Second War of the Black Roses. While the two were talking, the door in front of them suddenly opened without warning, and a skull poked out from inside. The two grayish-white phosphorescent flames in the skull's black eye socket scared Huang Hua, and even Brando was a little surprised. He thought that when the undead appeared in human territory, they would at least be vampires or Black Knight, who looked similar to humans. The skull did not care about the surprise of the two and said in a hoarse voice, "Lord and Sister asked the two of you to come in." There was some disgust in its tone. Just like the natural rejection of the undead by the living, the undead also had a natural hatred of the living. As it spoke, it opened the door and motioned for Brando and Huang Hua to go in. Brando nodded. After entering the door, there was a dark corridor. Brando's eyesight was very good, and he quickly saw the specks of soul fire that lit up in the darkness. Each of those soul fire belonged to a skeleton. These broad skeletons were all wearing heavy armor and stood on both sides of the aisle like lifeless decorations. He recognized these things as Madara's Crusader executioners. These things had almost killed him in Fortress Redan, but now there were 2 rows of them standing in this corridor, and he did not feel threatened at all. Not to mention him, even Huang Hua's expression did not change. As a swordsman with elemental awakening strength, these things were not much different from oversized toys to her. She did not seem to have the natural fear of darkness that ordinary girls had. Her pair of eyes shone in the dark environment, as if she was born for such an environment. Brando was worried that Huang Hua might not be used to it, but seeing her like this, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The skeleton led the way forward at an unhurried pace, but Brendel did not have the patience. He narrowed his eyes and extended his darkness perception outwards. But he felt that his perception of the environment and magic power had just extended out from the darkness, and he felt that he was being spied on. He was slightly stunned, and then he heard Huang Hua's soft voice. "Mr. Brando has a similar ability?"
"What?"
Brando was stunned. "It's Sky's Eye," Huang Hua's voice came from the darkness. "The heart of the Jade Phoenix teaches us to feel the world with our hearts, so we can tell if others have malicious intentions, or if they are lying to our hearts."
"How did you know that Xianxia was lying?"
Brando whispered in surprise.
"Yes, Mr. Brando. Do you have such an ability?"
"It's not the same as yours. I can only feel things through the flow of magic power, but it can also make my senses sharper." After confirming that he was being spied on by Huang Hua's ability, he was relieved. As he described, he extended his perception. However, he was very interested in Phoenix Fire's Heaven's Eye ability. It was very similar to the clear mirror from Aween's White Raven sword style, or the deep analysis that he learned from the Silver Elves. But it was much more powerful than the latter two. After all, the latter two did not have the ability to distinguish between lies and people's hearts. He was about to ask about the details of this ability, and see if he could find a way to exchange this ability with Huang Hua. But it was at this moment Brando suddenly shut his mouth. He extended his dark perception to guard against possible threats. Because even though he said that Insursta would not play any tricks, who could guarantee that the Dark Lord would not suddenly lose his mind? Naturally, it was better to have as little trouble as possible. But he did not expect that his extended perception could suddenly penetrate the wall and feel the existence of the room on the other side of the wall. He probably also did not expect Insursta and Gusta to be so close. Perhaps because the undead were too safe here, they did not seem to have too many precautions and arrangements in the building. So Brando immediately heard a somewhat unfamiliar voice. Have you thought about the consequences? Chapter 12:24. The conversation came from the other side of the wall. The first to speak was a somewhat deep voice, which was very different from Insursta's voice. It was as if one could hear the old-fashioned and serious aristocratic accent from the tone alone. This kind of accent usually made people feel dull, but when it was spoken by this special voice, it unexpectedly gave people a sense of peace and stability. Have you thought about the consequences? Although Brando had never seen Tarkus face to face, when he heard this voice, it was as if the other's image had already appeared in front of him. Then came Insursta's voice. It had to be said that although the future star of Madara was extraordinarily handsome, his voice was far less pleasant than Tarkus. It's not about the consequences, Tarkus, you understand. It's not a problem. Brando seemed to see Tarkus shaking his head in denial in front of him. He said in a steady voice, Do you think that human is arrogant, stupid, or naive? No, on the contrary, he's a tricky guy. That's why I don't want him to return to Erewhon. But if that's the case, will he take the initiative to propose a condition that's beneficial to us, Insursta? Half and half. I believe he's also aware of this, but he's also aware of the trouble Erewhon is facing. This war will destroy everything in this kingdom. So he found an opportunity for my words. Even if this opportunity isn't in the bag, it's still worth a try. I believe in my judgment of people. He's the same kind of person as us, Tarkus. Tarkus was silent. Then, he said again, do you understand why he's so determined to find me? It's simple, he doesn't want us to stay in this place, Insursta replied. He's with the little princess of the nine-headed phoenix, so it's not hard to guess that we're related to the chariot specter. A guy as smart as him wouldn't just take me away, not to mention that the two of us are hostages in his hands. When Brando heard this, he could not help but narrow his eyes slightly. Sure enough, Insursta had guessed most of his thoughts. However, it was a little unexpected that Insursta thought so highly of him. Perhaps he had overdone it in the inn. He could not help but think a little maliciously. If the future star of Madara knew that he was using the advantage of information to blackmail him, he would be traumatized. Thinking of this, he looked back at Phoenix Hua. He knew that since he could rely on dark perception to feel what was happening on the other side of the room, there was no reason that Phoenix Hua did not hear it. After all, dark perception's main function was to hear the conversation between Insursta and Tarkus. And Sky Eye. As expected, Huang Hua nodded at him. At this time Tarkus spoke again. Then we have to make a choice. We've already done a lot of work here. If both of us leave, we'll have to give up the stronghold in Rosaline. Just give it up temporarily, Tarkus. His Majesty will let others replace us. You should know that I don't like this job. I think that my life should wither on the battlefield, and not waste my time in this barren place. I'm not a spy material, and neither are you, right? Tarkus, this is actually the reason why I chose to do this. I've had enough of looking for the damn stagnation realm here. I'm afraid that the people of the Nine Phoenixes themselves don't know whether the secret is a malicious joke or not. Otherwise, why hasn't anyone solved it for thousands of years? To say the least, I don't think we have the luck to solve this puzzle. On the other side of the room, Tarkus silently glanced at his partner. A look of understanding flashed through his remaining blood-red eyeball. In the end, he silently nodded his head. Perhaps he did not know that in another world, he had silently supported his partner's decision countless times. Therefore, the names of the two could shine in the history of Wonde. But this time, no one knew who was right and who was wrong. But Huang Hua, who was eavesdropping beside Brando,
could not help but gasp softly when she heard Xianxia mention the name Stagnation Realm. What's wrong? Brando was keenly aware of the change in her mentality. He turned around and asked in a low voice. At this time, the skeleton in front stopped. It turned around and continued to remind the two in a hoarse voice. Wait here, humans. Lord Xianxia will come to see you in a while. After that, it silently left through the door on the other side. Brando looked at the skeleton's back as it left. Then, he heard Xianxia whisper to him, Mr. Brando, I have a presumptuous request. What's wrong? He was slightly stunned. In his impression, the princess of the Jade Phoenix clan was not a person who liked to trouble others. In fact, she had always been polite and did not seem like a 10-year-old girl at all. Because this concerns the ultimate secret of the 9 phoenixes. I can't stop them alone. I suspect that they are colluding with the Ghost Chariot and the Rosaline family for the secret of the stagnation boundary of the 9 phoenixes. The stagnation realm. Xianxia sighed softly. The stagnation realm is the supreme secret of the 9 phoenixes. Legend has it that this world contains the secret of the 9 phoenixes' creation. The sacred sword of the 9 phoenixes, the Jade Dragon Sword, was born in this world. At the same time, the Iron Heart, the Desert Wind, and the White Raven were also born. These 4 things can be said to be the foundation of the 9 phoenixes' existence. You mean, the spirits of Madara colluded with the Ghost Chariot to find this thing? Brando asked, what's so special about this thing that you seem to be very nervous about it? Xianxia frowned slightly. Because in the 9 phoenixes, there has always been a legend that whoever has the stagnation realm can become the ruler of the 9 phoenixes. This may just be a legend, but if the Ghost Chariot finds the stagnation realm, the legitimacy of my family will inevitably be questioned. I'm afraid that the 9 phoenixes will fall into turmoil because of this. Brando was stunned and could not help but think of the Lionheart sword. The situation of Cypher and the Covardo family was very similar. In his opinion, the battle between the Ghost Chariot and the Jade Phoenix was ultimately a battle for the throne. However, compared to the Ghost Chariot who was closer to Madara, the Jade Phoenix lineage did indeed seem more like Erwin's natural ally. He thought for a moment and nodded. What do you want me to do? I don't have the right to involve you in our family's dispute, Mr. Brando, Xianxia replied. But if the spirits of the dead attack the 9 phoenixes at this time, we won't have any strength left to fight the Ghost Chariot. Brando understood. You want me to stall Madara temporarily? I'm sorry. It's okay, Brando replied. This is what I want to do anyway. I'll take Xianxia and Tarkus away. Without these 2 people presiding here, the other lords of the undead should not be able to cause any trouble here. By the time His Majesty the Emperor issues a new order, I believe you and Mr. Liu should have returned to the 9 phoenixes and passed on all the information back to the country. Thank you, Mr. Brando. Xianxia could not help but reply gratefully. Brando thought that if he could persuade the Emperor of Madara, maybe he could even save the rest of the trouble. Of course, it was just that this matter was not so easy to accomplish. But does the stagnation realm really exist? He suddenly asked. I always thought it was just a legend, Xianxia thought for a moment and replied in a low voice. But after seeing Mr. Brando, I now think it might really exist. What? Brando was stunned. What does this have to do with me? No. Xianxia quickly shook her head. It's Mr. Brando's necklace. My necklace? Brando subconsciously reached into his collar. He had more than one necklace, but when he touched that thing, he suddenly realized what she was talking about. He pulled it out and asked, You mean this? Xianxia looked at the floating celestial sphere in his hand and nodded seriously. Yes, in the legend of the 9 phoenixes, the stagnation realm exists in a crystal ball. Time in this world is almost forever stagnant. It's a miraculous world, so it's called the stagnation realm. She paused for a moment and continued, That crystal ball is the legendary heart of the Azure Dragon. It has another name in our legend. Azure. Azure. Brando suddenly thought of something. There were not many floating celestial spheres in this world, and most of them had names. The stagnation realm described by Xianxia reminded him of something in the hands of someone. That was in his previous life. At that time, in the Amber Sword, even in the later stages, only a few players could have such a luxury as a floating celestial sphere. And these players were, without exception, the leaders of large guilds or core members. There was one person who was the only exception. This person was a player named Erwin. He once snatched a floating celestial sphere from the hands of an undead lord. And this was almost the only floating celestial sphere that fell into the hands of an ordinary player. This floating celestial sphere was later sold at a sky-high price. Brando clearly remembered the name of this floating celestial sphere. It was called Azure. If he remembered correctly, the undead lord that died at the hands of this player seemed to come from the south of the Sea of the Dying Moon. As for where exactly, he did not know. But this could already explain a lot. Brando was about to say something when he suddenly saw a familiar figure coming out of the darkness in front of him. It was Xianxia. There was another person behind him. As soon as Brando saw the familiar eye patch in one eye, he knew who the person was. "Mr. Brando," Taku said faintly, "it's an honor to meet you for the first time." Brando had to shut his mouth before he replied. "Mr. Tarkus agreed?" Tarkus nodded. Chapter 12:25. There's a place near Rosaline called the Pirate's Cove. It used to be a pirate's lair in the Torres Strait. After we cleaned it up, we rebuilt it into a secret dock. There's a secret passage there that's connected to Rosaline. It was left behind by the smugglers who colluded with the pirates. Unlike in Xianxia, Tarkus was a steady and pragmatic man. Since he had already made a plan with his partner, he would not cause any more trouble. He brought Brando and Phoenix Flame to his meeting room, and ordered his men to bring out a map of the Torres Strait and the vicinity of Rosaline. He then told Brando the location of Madara's secret dock nearby. In the dim light, Brando clearly saw the location marked on the rough map by the one-eyed general. In fact, the ghosts did not need any light. The gray oil lamp was just for the convenience of him and Phoenix Flame. "I don't need any secret passage. I just need to know the location," he replied. "How many ships are there?" 3. They're all medium-sized two-masted sailing ships. Are there any sailors on board? Some, but they're all ghosts. We usually disguise ourselves as pirates when we go out to sea. Maybe it's better for you to disguise yourselves as ghost ships. Good idea. The soul fire in Xianxia's eyes lit up slightly, as if he did not hear Brando's sarcastic tone. But then he shook his head in frustration and said with some dissatisfaction, "It's a pity that His Majesty won't lend us Salva's ghost army. Those things are now under the management of that woman, Yalvit." "The Queen of Banshees?" "Yes, she's the woman who betrayed the Dark Lords." He did not seem to want to talk more about this issue. He shook his head and shut his mouth. But Brando knew that the dark nobles in the west of the Sea of the Dead Moon had always thought that Yalvit had joined the Mercury Staff before the Supreme of Madara showed dissatisfaction with the Dark Lords. This showed that this woman was scheming and two-faced. In fact, the root of the problem was that Yalvit betrayed the Dark Lords in the south, which made these ghost lords feel a sense of crisis. Although they were the first to follow the Mercury Staff, they were also on the opposite side of the Supreme in the battle between the supreme centralization of power and the local governments. With such a standpoint, these dark nobles could not be nice to the Queen of Banshees who played the role of the Emperor's loyal dog. Xianxia, who had the same background and standpoint, was no exception. As a member of the vampire family who was closer to His Majesty the Emperor, Tarkus appeared to be much more rational. Of course, this might have something to do with his calm personality. He did not say a word about his companion's complaints. He only raised his head and glanced at the latter. Xianxia stood silently behind Brando and watched quietly. It was as if she wanted to remember every detail of this nine-headed phoenix opponent in her heart to complete her understanding of the Dark Kingdom. "How do you plan to deal with this stronghold next?" "I still need to find 2 people. Brando looked around and asked the 2. "There's no need to deal with it. The undead don't need food. After we leave, no one will leave this place until His Majesty appoints a new person to be in charge. This place will remain the same." Tarkus looked at the skeletons standing guard around and answered. Brando did not comment, but he still felt a little emotional about the natural advantages of the undead in some aspects. They had no morale, almost no need for food, and did not need to excrete or rest except for the necromancers. In these aspects, humans were no match for the undead. Fortunately, they also had their disadvantages. First of all, it was difficult for them to sneak into the human world. Although they could establish a secret stronghold in a place like Rosaline, which was not heavily guarded,
It was also because the humans turned a blind eye to it. Otherwise, the Holy Temple would only need to use detection of the undead or life to scan for the undead hidden in the human world. On the contrary, humans were very common in Madara. First, there were the merchants and travelers who crossed the Sea of the Dead Moon from Nine-Headed Phoenix and Rubik. Then there were the necromancers, dark acolytes, and all kinds of exiles, criminals who were exiled by various countries and people who could not see the light of day. If Madara wanted to capture all the humans living in its territory, it would be a mess. Second, the basic command unit of the undead was based on the number of necromancers, and the necromancers themselves were not very intelligent. Therefore, except for the Black Knight guards established by Insursta, the undead rarely used complicated tactics. Before the Battle of the Oblique Forest, the player said that the undead in Wonde liked to use a sea of skeletons to charge blindly. It was not an exaggeration. In fact, it was a choice made by the Dark Lords because their basic officers were not enough to support complicated tactics. "Then come with me," he answered. Many scavengers would choose to buy or rent a house in the west of Rosaline City because most of the people who made a living in this area knew about the secret passage that led to the outside of Rosaline City. The secret passage was first built by a group of vicious pirates in the past. It was mainly used for kidnapping and extortion. They kidnapped the residents of the city and sold them to the necromancers in the south of Madara. Then, they would blackmail the relatives of these people in the city. However, these people went overboard. They kidnapped the son of the Rosaline Lord, who was the brother of the current Rosaline Lord, and threw this unlucky fellow into the sea. Then, these pirates were wiped out by the Rosaline family's fleet at sea. Most of them were captured and hanged, and the few survivors went to the Swift Plains in secret. From then on, this secret passage fell into the hands of the smugglers, and it continued to be used until today. Until today, the true owner of this secret passage had always been the army of the Rosaline Lord. After all, the army had always been the uncrowned king of the smugglers. A few knight captains controlled this business, and it had been passed down from generation to generation. It had almost become an industry, and through it, they maintained a tacit understanding with the various forces in the city. Therefore, for a long time, almost everyone who walked on the dark road or wandered on the sea, Rosaline's nickname for pirates, knew this fact. Most of these people who needed to stay in Rosaline knew that they were not very popular in the world of order, and their safety and lives might not be guaranteed. Therefore, they needed this escape route. In other words, in a sense, they were receiving protection. Of course, these desperados had a tacit understanding with the army of the Rosaline Lord, so naturally, they had to avoid the wise eyes and ears of the Rosaline family. In such a situation, Xianxia was no exception. However, he was generally considered a respectable person in the scavengers, so he sold an entire building at number 52 West Street, and used it as the nominal headquarters of his caravan. During the busiest period of the Dark Road, this building was quite famous in the circle. The customers who came here were merchants who entrusted him with transporting goods, and many of them were merchants with official identities who traveled through the Taya Strait, as well as their butlers. There were even death wizards who specially came here to order. However, ever since the skeletons of Madara suffered a crushing defeat in the Bone Wilderness, the business here, or rather, the entire scavengers' ecosystem, withered day by day. Many of them switched careers and became pirates. Some of them stopped and left the dirty slums, never to return. Some became mercenaries, but that was usually the choice of a penniless pauper. In the Taya Strait, mercenaries on merchant ships were not much different from cannon fodder. When Xianxia raised his head to look at the rusty signboard in front of the building, his heart was filled with memories of the past. There was a triangular symbol on the iron signboard, which was the logo of the company that he and his earliest partner had decided on. Unfortunately, that partner of his had a short lifespan. He died of lung disease early on and was buried in an unknown grave in the outskirts of Rosaline. God knows if anyone had cleaned his grave after that. He sighed and took out the key from his pocket to open the door. Back then, he had promised that he would return to Nine Phoenix together. Now that he had earned a lot of money, the hope of returning to his hometown was still slim. It was so different from his original plan. The family business that he earned from running the Dark Road for half his life did not seem to be of any help to his goal. On the contrary, it was a young man that he accidentally saved during his last trip between Tormlo and Rosaline that gave him hope of returning to his hometown. He did not know what that guy would think if he knew about his situation. He opened the door, but there was no one in the hall. It seemed that his men had not returned yet, and he did not know if they had found out the information that the Lord wanted.
His mind was filled with distracting thoughts when he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. A person was walking down the stairs from the second floor. Seabass.
He raised his head and saw a dark-skinned young man in a gray apron walking down the stairs. When the latter saw him, his eyes were filled with surprise. He shouted happily, "Uncle Narexin?
You scared me to death. I thought you guys went to the underworld again and I wouldn't meet you guys again."
"I just came back from the dark road," Narexin replied. At the same time, he frowned and looked at the young man.
This young man was the only descendant of his poor partner.
He did not want him to walk the same path as him, so he spent a lot of money to send him to become an apprentice of the Lord's blacksmith.
"Why did you come out? Who allowed you to leave the castle? Did you sneak out?" "Of course not. I don't have the guts. Uncle Narexin,"
Seabass quickly explained, "A lady asked me to come out.
She asked me to help her with something in the city." "Then what are you doing here?" Chapter 12:26.
"Then what are you doing here?"
"She asked me to help her find someone. Rosaline is so big. I don't have the ability to do that.
However, I knew that Uncle Exine would have a way, so I came. I didn't expect you and the others to not be here."
Seabass thought of something and asked, "Uncle Exine, did you just come back from the dark road? Oh my god, wasn't the dark road sealed by the monsters? Are you all right?" "It's fine, but you're right. The dark road is completely broken this time. The skeletons have already decided to give up on Tormulo. If we go any further, we'll reach the skeletal salt pond. It's impossible to go there."
Narexin looked at him with a serious expression.
"I was just about to talk to you about this. Even if you didn't come out, I would have thought of a way to find you. I might be going back to Nine Phoenix. Do you have any plans?"
"Going back to Nine Phoenix?"
Seabass was stunned. Delphian's delicate face immediately appeared in his mind. He frowned slightly, and a trace of hesitation appeared in his eyes. Narexin saw his expression and understood his thoughts. He sighed silently and said, "If that's the case, you should stay by the Lord's side. This is a good job, don't lose it. The Lord might go to Swift Plains in the future. It's much safer there. If there's a chance in the future, you can still come to Nine Phoenix to take a look." "Uncle Exine."
The youth heard him and could not help but feel a little sad.
"All right."
Narexin waved his hand.
"Don't talk nonsense. Who are you looking for? I'll see if I can help you."
"A man called Brando."
"That name doesn't sound like a local." Narexin was stunned for a moment. Suddenly his eyes widened, and his voice sounded like a broken gong as he shouted, "Damned brat, what did you say? You're looking for Mr. Brando?" "Uncle Exine, do you know this person?"
Seabass could not help but be stunned.
"No, you better tell me why you're looking for that lord."
Narexin interrupted him and said loudly,
"That lord?"
Seabass looked troubled.
"I promised to keep the secret for that lady. I have to personally deliver those things to him."
"Conservative my ass." Narexin was flustered and exasperated as she said, "Don't cause trouble, little brat."
"That, sir, is a powerful figure. Use your brain and think about how much weight you have." Seabass opened his mouth. He had never seen Uncle Exine like this before, and he couldn't help but hesitate. After thinking for a while he said, "It can't be that serious. Then I can only say my guess. It should be to help that lady send a letter. Well, it might be longer than a letter, but it can't be that ridiculous. Uncle Exine, since that lady knows about that big shot and asked me to pass on the message for her, maybe she knows that big shot too. Think about it, if the other party is really a big shot, it's hard to say what kind of relationship he has with the Rosalinds, right? Is Brando related to the Rosalinds?"
Narexin subconsciously felt that it was impossible. The other party was a foreigner from the north of Madara. From the way he spoke, it was obvious that it was his first time here. How could he be related to the Rosalinds, who were born and raised here? However, Seabass's words moved him. Thinking about it, if this letter was indeed for that young man, he really couldn't make a decision for him. He raised his head to look at his nominal nephew and replied, All right, I promise you that I'll bring you to meet that important person. However, other than that letter, you can't say a single word of nonsense.
Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson.
How would I dare, Uncle Exine? Seabass quickly promised.
I promise that there won't be any problems.
When Na Xian brought Seabass to find Brando, the latter was followed by Xianxia, Tarkus, and Huang Hua.
They were trying to find a way to meet up with Mr. Lu in the city. However, there was no news from the port. Seabass was planning to go there personally to take a look. Anyway, he had asked Huang Hua to leave behind the unique markings of the Jade Phoenix clan along the way, so he wasn't afraid that he would miss the opportunity. When he saw Na Xian and the dark-skinned young man behind him, Brando couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He thought to himself that the local Rosalins were really well informed. The latter obviously didn't bump into him by accident. It could only mean that the other party had eyes and ears in this place. Mr. Na Exine, you've come at the right time, he greeted the latter. I need your help with something. Also, have you found out anything? Na Exine shook his head. He did find Brando through his subordinates. Brando felt good about himself and thought that he was a small target.
Little did he know that he, Xianxia and Tarkus, the three foreigners from the west of the Sea of the Dead Moon, were strolling around Rosaline City.
It would be difficult for the local tyrants to not notice them.
Besides, how could the desperados who could survive in Rosaline not have eyes and ears? Those people would have been hanged by some lord a long time ago.
Na Xian first glanced at Xianxia and Tarkus behind Brando.
Although they were both spirits of the dead, they were also Madara's dark nobles. After Xianxia was beaten up by Brando in the shadow of the storm, he returned to the stronghold and changed into a new outfit. Probably because he might be going out to sea, he changed into a traveler's outfit. Even so, it was difficult to hide his noble aura. Tarkus, on the other hand, was dressed in a military uniform that had not changed for thousands of years. He wore a straight black windbreaker, breeches, and black long bronze boots. He wore an inner breastplate over his shirt vest, a scarf, and a sword hanging from his belt was hidden under the windbreaker. He also wore a bronze badge on his chest. In Brando's impression, all vampires wore this uniform. However, these two people were very different in Na Xian's eyes. When he saw them, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He had been to many places and had seen many nobles and knights. However, the cold temperament of these two people could only be found in one kind of people. That was the Madara's dark nobles. Na Xian's mind was suddenly in a mess. He did not understand how Brando could have two dark lords following him in such a short time. Xianxia and Tarkus were following him closely. If they were not followers, what were they? Na Xian could not figure out the identity of this young man. Moreover, the guy who only had one eye left and looked like a vampire lord was obviously a soldier. Although his hands were hanging on both sides of his windbreaker, they never strayed too far away from his sword. This wasn't the first time he had seen Mr. Lu do this. It just so happened that both of them were wearing eye patches and only had one eye left. From this point of view, they were extremely similar. Na Xian pursed his lips and became more cautious. He replied, I have never heard of your pet in Rosaline City. I am talking about the news of that lady. You said that the fairy did not appear in this area. I think they might not have gone east, but west or north. Brando nodded. This was actually within his expectations. After all, if White Mist and Loot had landed near Tormuro, it would be impossible for them to pass through the Black Road and go to Rosaline. It was obviously more likely that they had gone to Tormuro. Unfortunately, it was impossible for him to turn back and look for the two of them. Moreover, one of them was the spirit of an ancient witch and had rich experience, while the other had outstanding strength and was a fairy. They should be able to protect themselves. They both knew the direction Erwin was heading in, and there would be opportunities to meet up in the future. Moreover, he felt that it was more likely that they had been thrown to different places when they passed through the spatial storm. After all, a few millimeters in the spatial fissure could be hundreds of kilometers away. Na Xian saw that Brando did not say much and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, he did not forget what Brando had said earlier. He quickly asked, Sir, do you have any other orders? It shouldn't be a problem for you, Brando replied. Mr. Lu has gone to the port. We are going to meet up with him now. Can you think of a way to find him? That's not a problem.
The port and the West District are the places where the scavengers have the deepest roots. I have many friends at the port. It won't take too long to find Mr. Liu.
Na-Xian patted his chest and promised. After he finished speaking, he was about to turn and leave, but the young man behind him became anxious.
He quickly grabbed Na-Xian's sleeve and pulled hard. Na-Xian's expression changed. Initially, when he saw Xianxia and Tarkus, he subconsciously changed his mind.
He felt that it was best not to get involved in the affairs of these important people. After all, Brando might not have any relationship with the Rosaline family, but the connection between Madara and this land had never been cut off. Even after the appearance of the strange monsters, he did not know about the filthy relationship between Madara, the Phantom Chariot, and the Rosaline family. But the Rosaline family had been at war with the spirits of the dead for centuries.
He did understand this point.
Unfortunately, even though he understood it, it did not mean that Seabass understood it too. When the young man saw that his uncle had gone back on his words, he suddenly became anxious. After he realized that he could not drag the latter away, he simply gritted his teeth and rushed to Brando. He said loudly, "Mr. Brando, I have something to talk to you about."
Na-Xian almost exploded in anger because of his nominal nephew.
He had long known that this little bastard's promise was not reliable, but he did not expect him to be so bold.
He almost trembled as he thought about how to make up for his mistake. At this time, Brando was actually slightly stunned. He had long noticed the dark-skinned young man behind Na-Xian, but at first, he did not take it seriously. He only thought that the young man was Na-Xian's subordinate.
He did not expect such a thing to happen all of a sudden. He did not know that Delphian was currently visiting Lord Rosaline's castle, and he was unfamiliar with this place. He really could not think of any relationship between him and the young man. He was about to open his mouth to ask, but at this time, he raised his eyebrows slightly. He felt a group of uninvited guests coming from the opposite side of the street. Almost instantly, he judged from the slight vibrations on the street that it was Lord Rosaline's guards who were being mobilized.
As for the other party's purpose, there was no need to think. It was obviously to take revenge for the battle that happened in Storm Shadow earlier.
Brando glanced at the young man and stretched out his hand to pull him to the side.
Just as he did this, Xianxia and Tarkus behind him also unsheathed their long swords. This may be a good opportunity to escape. I may not have the chance to watch the two of you later, Brando said without turning his head.
On the contrary,
Xianxia seemed a little excited. Escape for what? Stay here and continue to be a spy master? I have no interest in that. Besides, I am a man of my word. I will fight side by side with you, Mr. Brando.
Tarkus did not say a word, but it was obvious that Xianxia's decision represented his decision. Even though I know what he's planning, but hearing the future Dark Lord of Madara boasting about himself, I can't help but feel goosebumps all over my body.
Chapter 12:27.
When Adney and the others returned to the Storm Shadow Inn, they had already heard about the farce that happened in the afternoon. Everyone who witnessed the battle between the knight and Rosaline's guards in the inn, and according to the knight's wishful thinking, it was actually a one-sided crushing of the Rosaline's guards. All the onlookers who witnessed the scene in the square expressed their delight. However, Adney still insisted that Brando had gotten himself into big trouble. She claimed that it was fortunate that she had led everyone away quickly in the afternoon. Otherwise, they might have been dragged into the center of the maelstrom. The knight laughed, and no one pointed out the fact that the one who had led everyone away in the afternoon was actually Quill. But after the golden elf with a longbow on his back inspected the entire ruined inn, he came back to ask Adney if she wanted to continue looking for Brando and the rest.
But the vice-captain of the Ra's Wings Knight was troubled.
Are you sure that the sword in his hand is really the solar sacred sword?
Adney's face showed a troubled expression. After pondering for a long time, she asked hesitantly.
But the hesitation in her emerald green eyes was not because she was not sure if the sword in Brando's hand was real or not, but because she simply wanted to ask the others.
To be precise, she wanted to ask Quill, who was frowning. She could not make up her mind. What should she do next?
Quill looked at her and replied, "At that time, my sacred beetle insignia was slightly hot."
Captain's sacred beetle insignia can't be a fake, right?
How could that be?
Adney chuckled. She took out a necklace from her bosom. The pendant of the necklace was a golden scarab, and the carvings of the scarab were painted with turquoise. It was very lifelike.
This was personally given to me by the elder of the Holy Cathedral.
Quill wondered how Adney became the vice-captain of the Ra's Wings Night.
Perhaps it was because Adney was especially good at accounting that she was appointed as the captain of the expedition team for the same reason.
Due to the annual drought in Lubeck, many areas around the desert had almost lost their crops this year. The Holy Cathedral could no longer afford to support such an elite expedition team. With that thought, Quill calmed down a little. If not for Adney's careful planning along the way, they would have suffered quite a bit even if they managed to reach Rosaline. It was still unknown if the team would have been able to maintain itself. All of this was caused by this disaster.
In the central areas of the world such as Nine Phoenix and Vaunt, the effects of the Manatide had not yet begun to appear, but in the desert kingdoms in the peripheral areas, people had been struggling on the line of life and death for a long time.
In order to survive, they had no choice but to search for this slim chance of survival and find a way to end this disaster. Quill sighed and replied, "We have been in Rosaline for a long time. Until now, we have been trying our luck. Now that we have a clue under the guidance of the omniscient eye, how can we give up so easily?
Do we really have to return to Lubeck, tell everyone that the plan has failed, and then let the Holy Cathedral lead the people to migrate to the north?" Hearing this, the knight silently showed a serious expression and did not speak.
"How can that be?" Adney frowned, which was rare for her, and flatly rejected. "We cannot fail, or else," she clenched her fists. Lubeck was a kingdom built on oases of various sizes in the desert. What kind of experience would it be to leave an oasis and migrate to the endless desert? While legend said that the north was a paradise, the truth was that no one had ever been there. Most of the time, migration meant death. Countless people would die on the way. That was not a set of data recorded on papyrus, but a living person. Adney had seen towns and cities that were in dire straits due to food shortages. The entire city had lost all order in a short period of time, and the humans had turned into beasts. Strong youths, or rather bandits and robbers, had become the masters of the fate of others. The elderly were killed, and women and children were turned into commodities, or even food. She had also seen towns and cities that were forced to migrate due to the disappearance of oases. Entire tribes died on the way, and the entire southern part of Lubeck seemed to be slowly but surely disappearing. Under the pressure of the calamity, the cultists took the opportunity to spread rumors that their one true god would save Lubeck at the moment of the apocalypse. The people were bewitched by the cultists and caused chaos everywhere, making the already unstable kingdom even more difficult to move forward. When Adney had become a knight, she had sworn that she would not allow such a tragedy to happen again under her own sword. Thus, she had managed to convince the elders of the Holy Cathedral to send out this expedition team with great difficulty. Few people knew that for this reason, she had not hesitated to sell the treasured sword that had been passed down in her family for generations to gather all the funds for this expedition team. Failure was not an option. At that thought, her expression softened. "I'm sorry, Quill. I know how you see me. Compared to Commander Taha, I'm more like a butler. As your captain, I may be a little incompetent. So, Quill, if you have any ideas, please let us know. I'll give you full authority."
"Captain. Captain, you don't have to say that."
The knight was shocked and hurriedly said so. Quill looked at her silently and nodded. "Captain, our goal is to find the Emerald Heart and let it become one with the sacred sword. After that, the elders will open the Holy Cathedral and summon the Emerald Staff. The Staff of Nature gave Lubeck everything, and I believe it can do the same today." In order to achieve this goal, we followed the Holy Cathedral's prophecy to the east, all the way to the land of Rosaline. After all, the Emerald Heart had disappeared for thousands of years, and no one had ever seen its true appearance before. It would be very difficult to find it. This was something that we had all expected. But we've been here for so long, and apart from hearing that the 9 phoenixes once had a heart of the Jade Dragon, we haven't found any other clues. The last time the heart of the Jade Dragon appeared was over 2,000 years ago. Its significance to the 9 phoenixes is no less than the heart of the Jade Dragon to Lubeck. Similarly, there are countless people from the 9 phoenixes who are searching for its whereabouts, but to no avail. Quill frowned as if this was his subconscious action. He slowly narrated to his companions. Until today, We met a person who carried the sacred sun sword. He stopped.
After a while, he continued, the solar holy sword has nothing to do with the nature scepter, but I've heard of a legend before. In the calendar of Saint Ida, every time the turn of the era, the holy relic will descend upon the world and even fall into the hands of a single person. When this happens, the holy relic will automatically combine and appear in different forms, opening the door to the future.
Is there such a legend, Quill?
Adney could not help but interrupt in surprise. You know that I'm the gravekeeper of the Desert of Wisdom.
I'm the guardian who buries the secrets.
Adney glanced at him and nodded silently.
She knew Quill's identity.
If not for the fact that this expedition team shouldered the fate of saving the entire desert, as a member of the Mausoleum Keeper, Quill might not have taken a single step out of the Wisdom Desert in his entire life.
And then, someone asked. Actually, Ra's omniscient eye is such a sacred item. It appeared in Lubeck 3,000 centuries ago, and witnessed the end of that era.
Quill looked at the knight and said quietly, there are no longer any legends about that era, and the prophets only knew about it from the information left behind by the omniscient eye.
All the knights, including Adney, seemed to be stunned. They looked at Quill, unable to speak for a long time.
In the legends of Lubeck, Ra's omniscient eye was his divine artifact, a sacred item formed from one of his eyes. It integrated all the wisdom of the supreme ruler of Lubeck, the sun god, omniscient and omnipotent. It was said that it could see the past, present, and future, and even create an era. People made it sound like a god, but in fact, very few people had actually seen it. Only some legends of distant origins mentioned that the omniscient eye was kept in the temple in the center of the Desert of Wisdom. And that was the absolute forbidden zone in the center of the desert. Any outsider who dared to set foot on this land would die at the hands of the mysterious gravekeepers. These gravekeepers were all sworn that once the hunt began, they would not stop until death. In fact, in the minds of most of the people of Lubeck, Ra's omniscient eye was not a physical existence, but more like a symbolic symbol. It was a symbol of the sun god's existence in this world, similar to the feelings of the mortals of Wone toward the Azure Lance, the holy lance that created an era above the earth. It was like a god, guarding this era of mortals. As for where it was, it had gone with the Azure Knights after the War of the Fifth Era ended. However, very few people knew where it was. In contrast, the legendary sacred item of the sun god, the equally magical sacred sun sword, was more like a weapon that the sun god had promised to mortals. Adney opened her mouth slightly and said, Quill, you said that sacred items will combine with each other and form different forms? Lord Ra's omniscient eye is just one of these forms?
Chapter 12:28. Quill looked at her and nodded. Then, as if he was not going to stop until he said something shocking, he took out a metal magic box from his chest. When I left the holy sanctum this time, the great elder specifically asked me to bring this out. This is the true form of the omniscient eye. In fact, ever since its era had passed, the power of the god that carried the omniscient eye had passed away. The omniscient eye that was left in our world is just an ordinary divine artifact. The knights subconsciously scattered, looking at the small box in Quill's hands. Although Adney didn't act so exaggeratedly, her emerald green eyes were still staring at it, unwilling to let it go. I'm not dreaming, right? This is the omniscient eye. Her expression changed, and she grabbed Quill's hand and pressed it back. God, how dare you take this thing out just like that? Is your head carved out of elm wood? Don't you know that this is the sacred object of our entire desert? Quill seemed to have realized this as well, so he did not take his hand out again. Instead, he said to the others, the omniscient eye is not as sacred as you think it is. Adney, you should know about the Azure Lance that was brought to the mortal era in the last era. It is actually the same thing. Today, that holy lance is just a pure divine artifact. Even the Azure Lance is the same. Adney's worldview seemed to have been turned upside down, and she stood there for a while before she recovered. You mean, that guy, the one with the sacred sun sword, maybe the Emerald Heart is also with him? It's just a possibility. Quill did not seem to be too excited. In fact, when he officially became the Tomb Keeper, when the Elder told him this secret, he was just as calm. But even if the Emerald Heart is not with him, the omnipotent and omniscient God Ra has let his sacred sword appear before us. Isn't that a guide? Don't overlook this just because it is in the hands of a foreigner. Adni's expression turned serious.
At least one of her identities was the leader of the Knights of Ra's Wings, and she was the most devout believer of the sun god.
You're talking about Quill.
The other knight nodded in agreement.
They had a new understanding of the tomb keeper who had joined them temporarily.
Quill looked at the vice-captain of Ra's Feathers and said to her, "There's something I have to tell you, Captain.
There are many reasons for a team to choose a leader, but Mr. Taha and the elders definitely didn't choose you because you spent all your money to build this expedition team. As far as I know, there are many rich people in Sha'era who donated money, but the person who is now our team leader is you, not them." Hearing him say this, Adni couldn't help but be stunned, turning back to look at him. Quill didn't care about her expression and continued, "Mr. Taha trusts your ability, just like how we trust our captain. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be here, so please don't belittle yourself." That.
Adni blushed, which was a rare sight.
"Should I say thank you, Mr. Elf?"
The knight immediately cheered in unison.
But soon they had to admit that Quill was right. No matter what kind of person the person with the sun god sword was, they couldn't remain indifferent. Instead of questioning here, it was better to take action first. After all, they had to make contact, so it was necessary to find out where the other party had gone. Thanks to the elf's reminder, the knights soon heard that Brando and Phoenix Hua had gone to the West District after leaving the Storm Shadow Inn. Of course, they also had to thank Brando and Phoenix Hua for not hiding their whereabouts when they left, because it was both unnecessary and completely meaningless.
While the knight went all the way to the West District to look for Brando and Phoenix Hua, Delphian was also looking for the whereabouts of something in Rosaline's castle.
That thing was called the Mystery of Emerald. In fact, the Prime Minister's daughter wasn't sure if it was the thing she had imagined, but she believed in her judgment. Just like how she had sought revenge from Brando, Delphian rarely doubted that she would make a mistake. And the key was not whether she made a mistake, but whether she could see her own heart clearly. She knew that there were many people in this world who could not make mistakes or make fewer mistakes, but there were very few people who could follow their own wishes. At least, neither her grandfather nor her father could do it. That was why the Nidwin family had lost its former glory under the suppression of Her Majesty the Queen. Delphian was born in an idealized era. In the era she was born, the Cruz Empire had just finished its last few years of decline. The history of her growth was the trajectory of the fall of the empire from its most glorious moment. So she never believed in idealized things. Being too immersed in the glory of the past would cause people to neglect what was right in front of them, what they needed the most. That was why those colossal empires would react so slowly. Even if they knew that there was an abyss in front of them, they would still step into it with firm steps. With this thought in mind, the Prime Minister's daughter pursed her lips and opened the books on the bookshelf one by one. She didn't know magic, nor was she a natural thief with nimble hands and feet. So she could only rely on her own brain. She had already prepared 2 silk threads to pass through the pages and connect the books from top to bottom. She moved the books carefully, trying not to stir up the thick dust on the bookshelves. Every time she finished one of the processes, she would take out a dead mouse that she had already prepared from the pouch and cover its footprints on the book, pretending that these tiny rodents had passed by. She made a mask with a veil she had gotten from her room. First, she breathed in the fine dust, and second, she didn't choke on the smoke. But even so, the dust quickly entered her respiratory tract. Holding back the urge to cough, Delphine finished checking the last 2 books in the row on the bookshelf. At this time, every time a maid or servant passed by Lord Rosaline's room, she would carefully put down the work at hand and retreat to a dark corner. She had deliberately adjusted the position of the candles in the room to make this direction a blind spot. Although the servants were forbidden to enter this study without permission, she didn't let her guard down. After the footsteps of the servants passed by the door briskly, Delphian allowed herself to cough a few times. She knew what she was doing. Just like she knew the consequences if she was discovered. But from the moment she woke up on the bed here, from the moment she heard that voice telling her the secret kept in this castle, she knew that she would never regret it. She closed her eyes, as if she could still see herself being hit by the azure lance, and then being sucked into the vortex. After that, the long experience seemed to have happened in an instant. Delphian gritted her teeth and silently recalled everything she saw in the darkness. There was the thing she cared about the most. It was also the thing she despised the most. It was her family, but it was also her everything. If I'm going to be destroyed, let me be destroyed before the Nidevan family, she said to herself a little hoarsely. I don't care about what grandfather and father care about. If I want to achieve this, I can sacrifice everything. Delphian rested for a moment. The damage caused by traveling in the spatial fissure was more serious than her weak appearance in this castle. It was far from recovery. The reason she did this was to let the fat Lord Rosaline feel more at ease. At least he would allow her to leave her room and move around in the courtyard or the castle. If not, how could she find an opportunity? However, these activities inevitably made her feel that the burden on her body was increasing day by day. Previously, when she said goodbye to those people in the courtyard, it was not because she was acting on impulse, but because she really could not hold on any longer. At this moment, her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and faint shadows appeared around her vision. It was as if the light in the whole room had dimmed a lot. Her temples were throbbing, and she felt as if her brain was boiling. She gritted her teeth and said to herself, I hope that guy can live up to expectations. When she thought of Brando, a hatred and unwillingness from the bottom of her heart seized her heart. Delphian miraculously recovered and stood firm. She looked up at the bookshelf and realized that she had searched the bottom 3 rows of the bookshelf in the previous half an hour. She needed a ladder to go up, which was an almost impossible task for her. The Prime Minister's daughter bit her lower lip. She knew that she had to think of a way, or her work for today would have to end here. However, she had a faint premonition that this might be her only chance, and she had to seize it. She hesitated for a moment, then continued to walk forward unsteadily. When she arrived in front of the bookshelf, Delphian closed her eyes and began to recall. She knew that the thing was here, not because of an unwarranted guess or speculation, but because of the information she had gleaned from the conversation between Lord Rosaline and his guard captain. Perhaps the two of them did not even realize that their conversation had been leaked, but this was enough for Delphian. When she opened her eyes again, her gaze fell on the top row of the bookshelf, which was the 4th book from the bottom. She knew that the thing she wanted was not there. However, there must be some other clues. Chapter 12:29. The ground was littered with defeated soldiers. The previous battle seemed to have ended in a moment. Brando did not do much. He used his spatial elements to force the knight behind the guards to stay where they were. Then, Phoenix's fire took care of the weak commoners one by one. Xianxia and Tarkus only taught a lesson to a few blind people who crossed the line. When they sheathed their swords, there was only a pile of town guards on the ground looking for their teeth. What made the Knight of Rosaline not know whether to laugh or cry was that they were still pinned to the street by an invisible force. They could not even move a finger, let alone lift a foot. They could only watch their subordinates being beaten up. Like puppets, they were nailed to the corner of the street together with their wingless dragons in a row. It was as if they were the audience invited by these guys who had been beaten to a pulp. Apart from watching, they could also shout a few words. They had not thought of how to organize their lines for the time being, but this one-sided battle had already come to an end. The knight did not understand where the ghost god's power that locked them up came from, but this did not prevent them from using their brains to guess who was behind it. Except for a few people. For example, the short, dark-skinned knight who was still clamoring to show Brando, a country bumpkin, what a big scene was. He probably still thought that Brando was a lone traveler wandering in the wilderness and had never seen the power of human order and country organization. Xianxia felt a little sad for the Lord of Rosaline. He was thinking about the reason why the Lord of Rosaline kept such a group of retarded subordinates. Even if they did not see what the wanted person looked like, they did not have the heart to find out why the person was wanted. Do you want me to shut him up? Tarkus asked elegantly from behind Brando. He was probably annoyed by this guy. Madara was a silent country. The noisy guys had probably been thrown into the abyss of eternal death long ago to feed the ice dragon. Under the dome of the Hall of Eternal Death, other than the footsteps of the dark nobles on the smooth obsidian floor, there was only the quiet breathing of the ice dragon. The undead would occasionally give their opinions to their eternal immortal queen, but they were concise and comprehensive. Brando shook his head. He would not do anything for such a small matter. Moreover, that person's words had no effect other than making him look bad. What a joke. What kind of grand spectacle had he not seen before? He had once chatted and laughed with the Twilight Dragon. Little Roman was so much more superior than these fellows. What a fool.
Brando did not let go of these knights because he knew that they were only the vanguard of Lord Rosaline.
Of course, calling them vanguard was too flattering. He had always suspected that these people did not coordinate well, so they appeared in front of him first. The ground trembled slightly from a few directions. He could easily sense that there was a large group of people surrounding this place through the mobilization of the nearby streets. He guessed that their original intention was to surround him and his group, then hand them over to Lord Rosaline. However, this somewhat complicated tactical arrangement was obviously difficult for these knight masters who were tactically trained in Cruz, or even in Erewhon, who could not even catch up with the local garrison. Although they were strong individually, they could only be regarded as a bunch of stragglers when gathered together. There was a huge difference between a group of headless flies and a group of soldiers. These knights who appeared in front of him inexplicably made the Lord's wish to surround him completely fail. Simply put, he could now walk out of the gap and leave behind a handsome back view for the people who caught up with him. However, Brando did not do so. Anyway, he wanted to see the Lord and see if he could persuade him to let the fleet of the Jade Phoenix family pass. After all, riding on the ghost ship of the dead was not a comfortable experience. He patted Huang Hua's tense shoulder to reassure her that she should not hold her sword so tightly. He felt that it was a pity that the sharkskin scabbard of the sword was wrapped with a beautiful layer of embroidery thread. Now, the thread was probably soaked by the sweat in the little girl's palms, and it was a pity that the sharkskin scabbard was wrapped with a beautiful layer of embroidery thread. Mr. Brando. Huang Hua realized that she had lost her composure and hurriedly turned back to apologize to Brando. Although her strength was considered one of the best in Rosaline, she still had the mentality of a rookie. Even if she was calm, it was inevitable that she would overestimate the level of the enemy and treat every battle as a battle of life and death. Although such an attitude was not necessarily undesirable, it was too old-fashioned and dogmatic for a human to be fully focused and go all out to crush an ant. You don't have to be so formal, Brando replied. He was somewhat optimistic about Huang Hua's sister. He and Yak were good friends, so he wanted to help her out on account of their relationship. Besides, Huang Hua was like a simple piece of beautiful jade.
Anyone with the heart of a warrior would inevitably be tempted by her.
Brando was completely convinced that with time, her achievements would be limitless. In the past, her name was not in the Amber Sword. Maybe it was because the Nine Phoenix was too far away, or maybe it was because her time had not yet come. He believed that once Huang Hua appeared in the game, she would be one of the top NPCs. She might not be inferior to names such as Grey Sword Saint Mephistopheles, Vara the Great Sage, and Veronica the Green Sword Saint. She might even be comparable to people such as Solomon and William. The idea that came to Brando's mind startled him. A mortal with the potential to surpass the Silver Folk? He massaged his temples and wondered if he had been thinking too much for the past few days. Why would he have such a strange thought for no reason? In the history of Wonde, such a character had not been born.
The average level of mortals was far below the Silver Folk, and the top of the mortals were often not as good as the top of the Silver Folk. Although the growth span of mortals was indeed the largest among the Silver and Gold folk, their final position was far from the latter. Even after the Great Demonic Wave, this trend had only weakened, but it did not change. He could not help but take a closer look at Huang Hua, as if he wanted to find some clues from this little girl. But he did not realize that his gaze was a little rude. Even Huang Hua was blushing a little under his gaze. She wondered why Mr. Brando was looking at her so strangely. Fortunately, Mr. Liu was not here. Otherwise, he would probably think that Brando had some improper thoughts about their princess. Brando did have some improper thoughts about Huang Hua, but it was not the improper thoughts that most people thought. It was the first time he had the idea of accepting a student. Although he promised to teach Petit Finus swordsmanship in Buchi, and he did train him carefully for a period of time after that, it was limited to laying a foundation for the future for Petit Finus and paving the way for his understanding of swordsmanship. First, it was because although Petit Finus was talented, it was not to the point where he would be impressed. Second, the latter's personality was too different from his, and he should have his own path. But in Brando's eyes, Huang Hua's talent was the same as the talent he had seen in the top warriors. It was as if she was born calm, and was born with an innate sensitivity to battle. In the Amber Sword, there was a term for this kind of talent, which was called fighting instinctively. It sounded a little like a beast,
but it was indeed a beast. It was a battle full of wildness. For their opponents, it was often the most unpredictable and threatening battle. This kind of talent was something that could only be found by chance, but all warriors, regardless of whether they were born or acquired, would have some of it on them, including Brendel himself. But there was a world of difference between having it consciously and having it unconsciously. He had only seen one person like Huang Hua who could naturally combine her innate calmness with her beast-like sharpness, and she did not even know it herself. To be exact, it was not a person. It was the sky dragon Tiaskraz, the strongest warrior in the history of the dragon race. Its partner was the one who was said to be close to becoming a god, the next successor of the dragon god. Yes, in Brando's eyes, Huang Hua was a born warrior, but not a swordsman. Her path was not the path of fighting with a sword. The little girl may not have realized this herself, but Brando believed that one day she would understand it. He looked up. The tremors on the street were more obvious, and the night not far away was still like a puppet, unable to move. In the past, if he used his elemental power to freeze these living people, and they were living people with gold-level strength, his order points would have disappeared like the wind. But now, his order pool was standing still, which meant that he could freeze these people as if it was a natural reaction of the law, and he did not use much strength at all. This was the difference between having and not having the extreme planes. These people may not have understood that they had already fallen into the range of Brando's law domain. It was just that at the peak of the supreme realm, the law domain was integrated with the material world, and outsiders could not see it with the naked eye. If they had the strength of elemental awakening, they could have slightly noticed the difference, but unfortunately, they did not. Chapter 1230. Among the people present, Phoenix Hua, Insursta, and Tarkus could see the extreme plane that Brando had opened up. But other than the former who was carefully experiencing the power of the laws contained in it, the other two were seizing the time to silently calculate Brando's strength. The conclusion was quickly reached. Insursta's conclusion was obviously similar to Tarkus. The two looked at each other and secretly exchanged a look of joy. Late-stage Supreme Realm. This lord is really terrifying. He's only 22 years old, right? This was the first thought that flashed through Insursta's mind. But he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But that was all there was to it. He was not even a sage, and was nothing in front of the Mercury staff and the saints of the dead moon. This guy was going to fall for his evil trick. Thinking of this, the Black Lord was full of confidence. In his opinion, Brando was also an opponent of the same level. In terms of intelligence, he was still slightly inferior to him. When he brought Oderfeis and Halran Gaia back to the realm of eternal death, coupled with such an outstanding count, Her Majesty would definitely not mind having another capable general under her command. From then on, another earth-shattering figure would be born among the Dark Nobles. And seeing that he had made such a great contribution, perhaps Her Majesty would not send him here to do hard labor because of that incident. The name Insursta should only be born on the battlefield, and should only die on the battlefield. At least that was what he thought. But what this future star of Madara never thought was that Brando was incomparably aware of his thoughts at the moment, and was also snickering. After leaving the elemental barrier, thanks to the baptism of the great demonic tide, he had stepped into the late-stage Supreme Realm. Now he was only showing the strength of the Supreme Realm. No matter how one looked at it, Insursta and Tarkus could not see that he was faking it. In fact, he was not faking it. However, if they thought that his battle prowess was only at the late stage of the Lamita realm, then they were gravely mistaken. He knew very well that he was only one step away from becoming a sage. Many powerhouses of this era might not be able to take this step in their entire lives, but it was no secret to him. Even if these two racked their brains, they would not be able to figure out how a mortal could reach the sage realm. Although Brando guessed that the magic tide caused by the descent of the Twilight Dragon might have created several sages in Wonde, these two people had been staying in Rosaline, where birds did not lay eggs, so they might not know this. Furthermore, there was a huge gap between sages and sages. Otherwise, how could the sage of the earth, Iranta, use a token to scare Gwendolyn away? The biggest difference between the two was the understanding of the laws. The sage realm was the same as the extreme planes. Although it was also one of the 5 elemental realms, it was different from the gradual progression of the first 3 realms. These two realms were the two most special realms of the elemental realms. The extreme planes allowed mortals to have a godlike realm, and for the first time understood how the laws worked in this world. And the sage realm was a further deepening of this realm. To be precise, if the extreme planes was only a theory, then the sage realm was the way to use the extreme planes. How you understood your own extreme planes, how you understood your own laws and elements, and how your sage power could be expressed in the form of skills. Previously, he had shrouded the entire square with spatial power in the storm shadow in and accurately reflected all the arrows of the soldiers' back, and now he was using spatial power to effortlessly immobilize the knight. In fact, it was a manifestation of this way of operation. This was the conclusion he came to after studying his own elements and supreme power since the elemental barrier. It was also one of his biggest gains from this trip. But these were only the lowest level of expression. Brando believed that as long as he stepped into the sage realm with his control of the extreme planes, the power he would gain would definitely increase by 1,000 times. There was no other reason than that his power came from time and space. The power of existence. How could Aranta make the Dragon Queen Gwendolyn flee with just a look? It was because the Dragon Queen Gwendolyn was able to become a sage only because of her bloodline. To be precise, if she was not a dragon, with her knowledge of the laws, she would never be able to step into this realm in her lifetime. The golden blood of the dragon race allowed the dragon race to step into the sage realm in the Age of Chaos after the War of the Holy Saints. This was just like how mortals could use stone slabs to perfect their bodies. But in the end, this was just an emergency path. It never had an end, and there was no turning back. Once one chose, they would be completely cut off from the power of existence. Each of the 4 sages obviously relied on their own understanding of the laws to step into the path of the holy saints. Although the restrictions of the law of Tiamat that Martha left behind after the gods left finally stopped them at the checkpoint of the way of the perfect body, it was still not something that the Dragon Queen could compare with. The gods had already left the world. Now, it was no longer possible for a new god to be born in this world, including the legendary dragon Gwendolyn. She and Tayo Scraz may have gone very far, but they would not go any further than the 4 sages. Brando looked at the scabbard of Oderfice that was hanging on his waist, and vaguely felt where his path was. The only door opened by the 7 holy swords might be a road to the future. After that, there might really be a hidden mystery of the power of existence. But he had many questions in his heart. If the gods came to the world again, then wouldn't the efforts of the gods be in vain? Did the world really need a new god? Did the mortals really need a savior? He could not answer this question, but at least so far, he only knew one thing, and that was that he still needed power. Very, very strong power. Power that could defeat the dusk. The guards who caught up from behind had begun to appear on both sides of the street. These guys had obviously once again made the mistake of their predecessors, and once again lost touch with the people behind them. But fortunately, this time they were not so reckless. They had already seen their colleagues lying on the road on this side of the street. Some of these people had even experienced the battle in the afternoon. Fortunately, they were not shot in the knees by the arrows. At this time, naturally, they did not dare to come up to Brando easily. They only privately told their companions about the situation, and then conveyed it to the captain of the night behind them. In this way, the teams on both sides finally slowed down, and stopped at the intersection on that side. What was even more fortunate was that Brando did not intend to trouble them. He silently looked at these people, thinking that it seemed that they had already found out where he was. But there was nothing strange about this. He and Xianxia did not hide their whereabouts. Since Xianxia could find him, it would not be too difficult for the Lord of Rosaline to find him, as the biggest snake in Rosaline's territory. The idle people on the street had already run away as soon as he taught the guards a lesson. At this moment, except for him, Xianxia, and the 2 future generals of Madara, there was only Xianxia and the dark-skinned boy behind him. Brando looked at the boy and said to Xianxia, "Xianxia, this is?" "His name is Seabass, the son of my friend," Xianxia quickly replied. Because of the uninvited guests, he was stunned for a moment and forgot about Seabass's recklessness. It was as if he suddenly recalled it, and he immediately broke out in cold sweat. However, he hesitated for a moment and said firmly, "Sir, my friend entrusted him to me to take care of him. Seabass is like my son. I did not discipline him well." Uncle Xianxia. The dark-skinned boy had watched a big show for free. At this moment, he also understood why his uncle was so surprised at him. The way he looked at Brando was no longer as confident as before.
Although Madame Delphian had given him unlimited courage, it was a pity that he was just a boy who had never left Rosaline. The most supreme existence he had ever seen was the lord of the castle. As for what kind of existence could easily beat up the lord's guards, it was no longer within his grasp. He could not help but lick his lips and reply dryly, "Sir, this has nothing to do with Uncle Narexin. I was the one who wanted to find you because someone asked me to deliver a letter to you."
"Someone asked you to deliver a letter to me?" Brando was stunned. Was it Mr. Liu? Seabass was also stunned. Who was Mr. Liu? However, Brando's amiable attitude finally gave him some courage.
He took a breath and replied, "No, it was a lady, sir."
"Lady?"
Brando was really stunned this time.
What kind of lady?
Actually, what he wanted to ask was whether the other party was a person, a fox, or something else. However, he did not expect Seabass to shake his head vigorously.
"I promised her that I would not reveal her name to outsiders."
"She might mention it to you in the letter, but before the letter is in your hands, I swear that I will not say a single word."
As he spoke, he took out a locked diary and said to Brando, "She wrote what she wanted to write in this diary, after page 177. After Seabass finished speaking, he read it again in the letter. After confirming that he did not say anything wrong or miss a single word, he carefully handed the diary to Brando. Brando took a look at the situation at the end of the street in the distance as he took the diary.
He had never heard of White Fog writing a diary, and the style of this diary did not seem like something that a witch's spirit that had existed for over 1,000 years should possess.
It was more like something that belonged to some noble's daughter. Brando did not expect that his casual guess would be so close to the mark. He took the diary in his hands.
The lock was not a problem for him at all, and he opened it with a light swipe of his finger. He opened the diary, and it was at this moment that a group of people on horseback appeared at the end of the street not far away.
Brando's eyebrows twitched.
He was sure that he had seen Lord Rosaline among them. However, what surprised him was that among the knight by Lord Rosaline's side, there was actually a person who had surpassed the peak of the law and entered the supreme realm.
This was somewhat out of his expectations. Chapter 1231.
Brendel was a little surprised to see someone with the strength of a supreme realm standing beside the lord of a small place like Rosaline. Although the person's strength had not completely reached the extreme planes and should be lingering at the last stage of the peak of the law, it was a bit like Grey Sword Saint Mephistopheles in the loop of trade winds. It could be said that the person was only half a step into the supreme state, but even so, it was enough to prove that the person was a genuine supreme being. He had seen the knight beside the lord of Rosaline. Their individual strength was relatively strong, and their average standard was also very high. They were much higher than the great lords like Erwin, Arek and Cypher, but they were barely on the same level as the Cruz Empire. However, a place like Rosaline in the Empire was probably only equivalent to a remote place like Anzaruta. The people were equally tough, and the distribution of strength was uneven. The strength of the ordinary people was similar to that of most places in Erwin, but the strength of the knight and adventurers was obviously higher. However, even in a place like Anzaruta, he had never heard of a lord having a supreme being as his follower, not even a semi-supreme being. First of all, how could the local lord have a supreme being serving him? The number of supreme beings in the entire empire was less than 10. Including those who lived in seclusion, there were no more than 20 of them. How many lords were there in the empire? Excluding those knights who had a few pieces of knight's salary, there were at least hundreds or thousands of them. Secondly, most people could not afford to raise a Lemeter. If a Lemeter wanted to continue walking down this path, they would need to consume countless resources. Take Lu Yin for example. If he had not been lucky enough to experience the baptism of the great demonic wave, he would not have been able to reach this step so quickly. However, outside of the law of Tiamat, how much pure magic was brought by the tide set off by the Sea of Magic? If it was converted into magic crystals and other similar products, how many magic crystal mines did Wonde have to support such consumption? Not to mention, just his nominal teacher, Grey Sword Saint Mephistopheles, alone consumed 1/5 of the magic crystals produced in the Black Forest every month. The same amount was almost half of the consumption of the entire Valhalla fleet. One person was equivalent to half of the floating fleet. How many lords could afford to raise a supreme being? If Brando did not have the ability to exploit the resources in the Black Forest with the Druids, perhaps the ABs would not have been able to keep his nominal teacher for long. Of course, this did not exclude the possibility that some supreme beings were the protectors of smaller duchies or kingdoms, or even members of the royal family of the kingdom or duchies with high seniority. Out of the need to protect their descendants and foundation, they might not care about personal gains and losses and stay in a barren land for a long time. Even if this choice was not beneficial to their pursuit of the law and power, these people would often give up on the desire to continue on this path. They would put more thought into the pursuit of worldly power, and it would be difficult for them to improve their strength. After all, after the Supreme Realm was a vast and boundless road. Since the War of the Holy Saints, almost no one could take the next step to reach the Sage Realm, so there were many people who chose this path. However, Brando did not think that the middle-aged man in front of him was such a person. First of all, the man had nothing to do with the Rosaline family, because no matter how one looked at him, he did not look like a native of Rosaline. To be precise, the man was a foreigner. He had light brown hair, light blue eyes, deep-set eyes, a high nose bridge, and fair skin. At first glance, one could tell that he was a typical Wound person. Brando also judged that the man should be from the southern part of the Cruz Empire, the descendant of Anzaruta and the Grey Mountain people in the Grey Mountain area. The Erewhon people there had been mixing with the people of the Empire for a long time, thus forming a special race. How could such a person walk together with the Lord of Rosaline? He suddenly remembered that Xian seemed to have said that the #1 guard captain of Rosaline was a foreigner. He claimed to be from Cruz, and seemed to be called Bobin or something. However, Brando felt that this name did not sound like a Cruz person's name, but more like an alias. The moment Brando saw this person, he released the suppression on the knight in front of him. It was not a wise thing to take the initiative to open the extreme planes in front of an opponent of the same level, and he did not want to be as stupid as Williams. Normally, only wizards would take the initiative to pull their opponents into their extreme planes, because to them, the extreme planes was only a means to establish a home ground advantage. They trusted their magic more, and magic was the only way to win. The Rosaline knights suddenly felt that the power that was shackling them was no longer restrained. Caught off guard, they almost lost their balance and fell off the saddles of the wingless dragons. Even so, these knights were so frightened that they sprawled on the saddles, as if they were not gold rankers, but ordinary people who had never ridden a horse before. They made a fool of themselves. These knights were sweating profusely, and their faces were a little ugly. They knew that the Lord of Rosaline was looking in their direction, and from his gloomy expression, it was obvious that he was not satisfied with their performance. Fortunately, Bobin acted to stop his lord. He was also sizing up Brando. He knew that he did not have much time left, but for a moment, the thought of becoming a spirit of the dead had ignited in his heart. The shock in his heart did not come from Brando's strength and talent. It was his face. It was a typical face of the Erewhon people. He was slightly handsome, but next to the Insursta dragon and Tarkus, he was not worth mentioning. Everyone knew that the Insursta dragon was one of the 3 most handsome men in the Roman Empire, the other 2 being Tarkus and Ladios. Next to them, Brando seemed to be overshadowed. Mr. Bobin, the little girl beside this young man should be the one that the ghost chariot is looking for. They should have an accomplice, but I don't know where he went. Lord Rosaline was not stupid. He knew the strength of his knight subordinates. Brando was able to toy with these people like playing monkeys. Obviously, his strength was not proportionate to his youth. He also knew the strength of his subordinates, so even if Bobin did not stop him, he would not act rashly. His knight subordinates were not worth mentioning, but the Rosaline family could not produce any more convincing force. This was indeed a ruined family. Ever since his father passed the position of the head of the family to him, or rather, ever since the Rosaline family failed in the Swift Plains and migrated here, it had become an established fact. Fortunately, he still had someone to rely on. He knew how powerful the nominal captain of the guards beside him was. He was not actually a retainer of the Rosaline family, but had stayed here to take care of his descendants because of his father's kindness. Chapter 1232. Lord Rosaline had no idea how powerful the other party was, but he knew that the other party was very, very powerful. The knights under his command were no match for the other party. Otherwise, those lawless fellows would not have allowed such an outsider to be the captain of the guards for so long. He only remembered one time when he saw the other party attack. His most powerful knight couldn't even last one move against the other party. In fact, the other party only glanced at him casually, and that knight was defeated without a fight. From then on, he treated the guard captain as the guardian of the family. Not only did he treat him with the highest respect, but he was also on the same level as him in the castle. Fortunately, this person did not seem to care about fame and was loyal to the Rosaline family. Countless experiences had proven his reliability, and Lord Rosaline had always treated him as his last support. For example, in a situation like this, he had no choice but to let the other party attack. However, Bobin was hesitant. This lord's strength was very weak, and he might not know this, but he thought that his knight subordinates should know. He usually only displayed the strength of an end state, which was Won's peak level of law. There was still a gap between him and the nine-headed phoenix's extreme power. If he wanted to fight with Brando, he would have to use the strength of an extreme state. Even so, he was worried that he might not be able to gain an advantage over the other party. However, this battle was inevitable. Bobin only hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. A thought that seemed to have been silent in his heart for decades rose uncontrollably at this moment. He turned around and said to Lord Rosaline, "The other party is very strong. You guys back off a little. I might have to go all out." Lord Rosaline's heart could not help but beat faster when he heard this. He subconsciously asked, "How strong is the other party? Are you confident? Should we just let it go? After all, we only agreed to help the ghost chariot find someone. Now that we have found him, the rest is up to the other party. There is no need for us to offend such a strong enemy." It wasn't that he was afraid of that young man, but he had always regarded Bobin as the family's barrier and was afraid that something would happen to him. Furthermore, the Rosaline family was about to return to the Swift Plains. Their enemies from the Swift Plains had already defeated the Rosaline family a few hundred years ago. Now, the disparity in strength between the two parties had grown even larger after the uneven development. The only reason he dared to make such a decision was because he had the backing of the other party. But Bobin looked at him and said, "Don't do anything superfluous, my lord. Besides, your knight is nothing in the eyes of the other side. He's not an enemy. I might be acquainted with that young man. Maybe he can help you. He's your friend." Lord Rosaline was elated. He knew how powerful Brando was. His knight had been pinned to the ground like a puppet. Even if Brando was a sorcerer, how powerful would a sorcerer be to be able to pin 7 or 8 gold-level knights to the ground? You can understand it even if you think with your knees. Bobin still shook his head. "It could be a descendant of an old friend, but I still need to confirm it." "How do you confirm it?" Lord Rosaline immediately shut his mouth. He had already sensed the answer. The aura of the guard captain beside him was rising steadily, and the pressure from the other party made him almost unable to stand beside him. He could not help but turn pale with fright as he turned the reins around, so that the warhorse beneath him could run further away. After running for more than 10 meters, Lord Rosaline finally felt that he could breathe again. He could not help but pant heavily as he looked in that direction with a pale face. Then, he realized that it was not only him. The few knight who had been following him had also been suppressed by Bobin's aura and had no choice but to run back. The leading knight looked even more shocked than him, as if he had lost his soul. He said to him in a daze, My lord, Mr. Bobin's strength. What's wrong with his strength?" "Extreme strength." Lord Rosaline suddenly felt the world spin. Even though he was not strong and could not tell how terrifying Bobin's strength was, it did not prevent him from understanding who was at the peak of the 9 phoenixes and who the Rosaline family could not afford to offend. The most important thing was that all the families and lords who lived in the Swift Plains had to understand. There was a group of people who stood above the clouds in this world. Their name was the Extreme. The Extreme. The Extreme Plains. In this era, in this world, the peak of power for mortals. Brando had been on high alert for a long time. Regardless of whether it was the extreme or half a step to the extreme, they were all on the same level as him. He was actually a little careless, because he never expected that a mere Rosaline would have an extreme existence.
It was no wonder that Xin and the scavengers had different tones when they talked about the guard captain. He thought that even if it was the extreme strength of an extreme elemental, the suppression of a gold-ranked expert would not be as severe as he had imagined. He might have an absolute advantage in a one-on-one fight, but it would be very difficult for him to fight one-on-one. At that time, he only thought that this middle-aged man called Bobin was in existence on the same level as Mr. Liu. If that was the case, a late elemental truth expert who was half a step to the peak of the law would be able to dominate a place like Rosaline. Even so, he felt that it was a little too abrupt. Lord Rosaline did not look like someone who could gain the favor of an elemental truth expert or above. He never expected the guard captain to be an extreme-level expert who was on the same level as him. He saw that the middle-aged man had a short conversation with the Lord of Rosaline. He saw that the other party could not help but look at him with a slightly fearful gaze. It seemed that the other party was confirming something. As for what he was confirming, it was obvious that he was confirming Phoenix Hua's identity. Otherwise, the other party would not have mobilized so many people just because he had caused a ruckus in Storm Shadow. Even the Lord himself had appeared here personally, not to mention an extreme-level expert. Previously, when he had destroyed the Silver Queen's plan in the Empire had only mobilized an extreme-level expert. It was clear that extreme-level experts were not as common as cabbages in the fields. As expected, the middle-aged man raised his head after a short while. Then, Brando felt that he had been locked onto by the other party's mental probing. An inexplicable feeling swept across his body. Brando's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly retracted his aura. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. The other party had obviously used an ability similar to his in-depth analysis. It was a technique to probe the other party's level of strength. However, he actually felt that he had recognized the ability that the other party had used for a moment. That was the secret of the Erewhon royal family, the rarest move of the White Raven sword arts, Mirror Still Water. Black Tea had this ability, and Brando had experienced it more than once when he had practiced with her. Moreover, other than Black Tea, Brando knew that there was another person who had often experimented with this technique on him. That was his grandfather, the sacred swordsman Darius, who had also received special permission to learn the Erewhon royal family's White Raven sword arts in depth. Brando instantly became alert. He placed his hand on the hilt of Flaming Blade Odorfice. In a battle between two extreme-level experts, probing was often the first step. After probing, it would be a fierce attack. He could acutely sense that the other party was trying to capture the elemental information contained in his extreme planes. Fortunately, he was the most vigilant about this, so before the other party could react, he had completely retracted the line of precepts into his body. However, before Brando could feel satisfied with his performance, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. This sense of danger came out of nowhere, and it had nothing to do with his current thoughts and judgment. It was as if it was an instinct that came from decades of battle experience in his previous life. Not good. Brando suddenly realized that he had made a mistake. The other party did not use the Mirror of Tranquility to probe his extreme planes. To be precise, the other party deliberately let him feel that he wanted to do so. This was because he had already seen the light blue eyes of the middle-aged man named Bobin flash with an incomparably dangerous glint. He was very familiar with that glint. It was like the cold glint in the eyes of a hunter when he was hunting his prey. He wanted to trick him into retracting the line of precepts into his body. He wanted to attack. Brando felt his scalp tingle. He thought that he had been cautious enough, but he did not expect to teach the other party a lesson. Taking the initiative to withdraw the line of precepts meant that the other party could not detect the composition of his extreme planes. But at the same time, it meant that he had taken the initiative to give up the advantage of using the extreme planes. In a battle between two extreme sword saints, very few people would take the initiative to use the extreme planes to pull the other party into their own domain. This was because for an opponent of the same level, it was not only time-consuming, but also not very effective. It was also full of unpredictable dangers. This was because one could not know if the other party could attack one's extreme planes. The last person who had made such a low-level mistake was Williams, whom Brando had met before. After that, there was no after. A dignified extreme sword saint had died so sullenly at the hands of an ant, whose strength was who knew how many streets below him. At least, that was how Williams saw Brando's strength at that time. And at that time, Williams was still bullying Brando, and it was impossible for him to be a threat. But now, this middle-aged man named Boban was simply lawless. Brando almost instantly had the subconscious thought of taking out the god-slaying magic breaking all. But he stopped himself from doing so. It was not because it would be too wasteful. When dealing with a supreme realm powerhouse, no matter what method he used, it would not be wasteful. Any master of this level absolutely required him to go all out. But it was because the warning signs in his heart told him that if he did so, he would definitely die. Fortunately, his rich experience allowed him to escape this disaster. Brando chose to follow his battle instincts because he knew that he was still a warrior, a good warrior with a beast-like intuition. As soon as the flames appeared, the flaming blade Odorfice had already appeared in Brando's hand. Then, he saw a long and narrow bright light. At that moment, Brando was so scared that he almost bit off his tongue. Flash strike sword art. His heart was filled with shock.
If a moment ago, he still did not think much of it, but at this moment, he already understood that the middle-aged man in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person.
He even guessed that the other party's strength was definitely not at the peak of the half-step. At least, it was not at this level in the past.
It was very likely that for some reason, he had regressed to this level. At his peak, the other party was definitely a peak supreme realm powerhouse who was comparable to him.
It was not just the level of strength. It was also the experience.
At least at that moment, he felt that he had met an opponent who was at the same level as he was in his previous life.
The feeling of danger when the sword was drawn was definitely an ability that only a top-level warrior could have. But why did the other party also know the Flame King's flash strike sword art? Clang! The two swords clashed. It was clearly dusk, but Brando clearly saw a spark extending in the darkness. P.S. I just noticed that the tweets were blocked. I really didn't expect it. Speaking of which, it's already the 21st. I don't know if there will be double votes around the 1st of October. Let's ask for next month's votes first. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.